Void Era 123. The Awakening Class, the Third Lord Academy, Ha City. Zhang Yuding wore a dead serious look as she said it. Don't dig up anybody's ancestral graves. Don't steal corpses from the hospital. The bodies you need to raise your undead, you pay for them. The dean of students pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose, her voice cool and crisp, sunlight tracing the curves her black work suit hugged. Got that, Liang? Got it. I nodded, expressionless. She frowned. The reaction was off. Every other year, the students who awakened an undead class showed up looking like someone had died. But me? I might as well have been chatting about the nice weather. She didn't know I had a reason to stay calm. 100 years ago, the blue star fell into the void. Energy ate away at everything. The rules collapsed and reassembled, and humanity was laid bare beneath the gaze of countless alien planes, dragged into a brutal war between worlds. Lucky for us, the will of the blue star evolved a new rule. Anyone who turned 16 could awaken and become a lord, a master of alien races. What I'd awakened was necromancy, a hidden class, F rank, hands down the most worthless one there is. The reason is simple, it's too weak early on. Right after awakening, all you can summon is a few little skeletons that crumble at a touch. Any random goblin can club them to pieces. To get strong, you need corpses. Not hundreds, not thousands, hundreds of millions. Human corpses won't work, alien corpses cost money. There are plenty to be had on the battlefield, sure, but first you have to survive long enough to set foot on it. In 100 years, 37 people awakened this talent. 35 died. The other 2 were left crippled. All right, off you go. Zhang Yuding waved a hand. Don't cause the school any trouble. I turned. The hallway was cold and dim, my footsteps echoing down the empty corridor. Worthless? Give it time. The classroom door swung open and the chatter died for 2 seconds, then dropped into whispers. I walked straight to my seat. Well, our hidden class is back. Wang Hao lounged back in his chair, legs propped on the desk. The young master of the Wang family, one of Ha City's 4 great families. He never missed a chance to run his mouth at moments like this. Necromancy, huh? 37 in 100 years, 35 dead, 2 crippled. He clicked his tongue. Were you going to get corpses? Rob a grave? Summon a couple of little skeletons and watch a goblin smash M with one swing. The room burst out laughing. He stuck out a leg to block my path. Tell you what, though, I've got a proposal. Pledge yourself to House Wang as a permanent family slave, and I'll cover all your cultivation resources. Family slave, a soulbound contract. Sign it, and betrayal becomes impossible. Freedom and dignity, sold off together. I kicked his leg out of the way and headed for my seat, not even bothering to spare him a glance. The chair screeched against the floor as Wang Hao shot to his feet. Liang, the hell's your problem? I sat down, pulled the undead compendium out of my bag, and opened it. Offering to make you a slave is doing you a favor. You're an F-rank piece of trash, and you've got the nerve to ignore me? You think you'll even make it back alive from the trial 30 days from now? My hand kept turning pages. I didn't look up. The West Wing bathroom hasn't been cleaned. You've got so much free time, go scrub toilets. A pause. And while you're at it, wash out that mouth. His fist slammed the desk. He was shaking with rage. Wang Hao, that's enough. A cool female voice from the doorway. White dress, long hair spilling over her shoulders, eyes like they held starlight. Su Qingxue, the Academy's acknowledged campus belle, eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the 4 great families. She walked up to my desk. Liang, don't take it to heart. Necromancy is weak early on, but stick with it and one day you can become an undead sovereign. Sovereign? More like an undead piglet. Wang Hao sneered. Get to the battlefield and the goblins will butcher you like one. Nobody asked you. Su Qingxue shot him a sidelong glance, then drew a rolled sheet of parchment from her bag and set it on my desk. A magic contract. Join the Su family for 10 years as a retainer. 50,000 a month, a private cultivation chamber, a personal mentor, priority access to official planes. Do well, and you could make it into the core, maybe even marry into a Su collateral branch. 50,000. The room sucked in a collective breath. An ordinary family wouldn't earn that in a year. I pushed the contract back and went on reading. Thanks for the kind offer, Miss Su. I'll pass. The whole room went quiet. Even she froze. You. Do you understand what you're turning down? I do. I didn't look up, but I have my own road to walk. She was silent a few seconds, then sighed softly. I respect your pride. But last year, 317 lords from our school went to war. 157 came back alive. Of those, only 16 were solos, every one of them C rank or higher. And your F rank? F rank, no family, walking onto an alien battlefield alone. The odds of surviving were basically zero. I closed the book and stood. Thanks for the warning. I shouldered my bag, turned, and walked off, unhurried. Liang, don't be an idiot. Wang Hao bellowed behind me. Qingxue offers you a deal that's sweet, and you turn it down? When you end up an ordinary nobody, you won't even be worthy of slaving for House Wang. I pushed the door open and stepped out into the sunlight, never looking back. 20 minutes later, the 6th floor of a rundown apartment building, a single room under 30 square meters. What the academy gives its commoners. I shut the door, closed my eyes, and willed it open. Opened the gate of calamity. The air twisted. Vertigo hit. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in an endless void. A river of stars wheeled overhead, hundreds of millions of them blazing like diamonds. Beneath that sky stood 10 great gates, each towering 100 meters high. 9 were bound shut with thick chains. Only the one directly ahead bore no restraint at all. The gate was pitch black, its frame carved with snarling faces. Through the seam came an apocalyptic glimpse, shattered earth, a burning sky, ruins without end. I looked at it, and the corner of my mouth curled up. Worthless talent? They don't know the first thing. One step forward, and I vanished into the gate. The void fell silent again, only the river of stars still turning. The stench of rot hit me first. I opened my eyes. Ruins. Collapsed walls, burning cars, scattered corpses. The sky was a gray without a trace of light. In the distance, the snarl of zombies tore the silence open. A biohazard apocalypse, the outskirts of Raccoon City. The City of Plague, the first world fragment of the Gate of Calamity's first layer. The Gate of Calamity is the inheritance I received when I awakened. A door to other worlds, and behind it, 10 layers, each with 10 fragments, each fragment guarded by a boss. Kill every boss and the fragments fuse into a complete world, from the lowest apocalypse, to the abyss of bones, to the battlefields of the ancient gods. And my true talent was never necromancy at all. It's calamity sovereign. Conquer these worlds one by one, and I'll claim power beyond compare. To rule a world is to hold unlimited resources. Like this apocalypse right in front of me, an endless supply of zombies. Take it, and I can raise an undead altar to strengthen my skeletons, run a flesh factory to mass-produce materials, clear a mana field to grow the mana plants that only sprout in death energy. But that's all for later. Right now, I'm doing one thing. Building a legion and securing my footing on the Lord's battlefield. If there's one thing an apocalypse never runs short of, it's corpses. I closed my eyes and felt for the mana. Pitifully thin, several times lower than the blue star. A tier 0 plane. Just right. Planes are graded by mana density and monster level. Tier 0, mana below 1%. Monsters up to level 50. Tier 1, below 5%, up to level 80. Tier 2, 10%, up to level 120, and on up from there. The higher the density, the stronger the monsters, the richer the resources, and the deadlier. For where I am now, this place is perfect. By a hardware store on the roadside lay a few corpses, long since rotted and reeking. Anyone else would lose their appetite for a week at one glance. To me, it was like stepping into heaven. Every corpse is a resource. I raised my right hand, a ball of ghostly light gathering in my palm. Mana surged, and threads of something linked me to those bodies. Rise, my minions. The bones shuddered, clattering. Black mist roiled, rotten flesh sloughed away, and pale white skeletons clawed up from the ground. 4 of them stood at attention, ghostly green fire kindling in their hollow sockets, each gripping a chipped bone sword. They bowed to me in unison, the instinct of a minion, absolute obedience to its master. White bone skeleton quality. Common level, 1 HP 10 ATK, 2 Def 1 skill. None. The lowest grade of skeleton, the cannon fodder of the undead. The stats were so low I shook my head. No wonder this talent gets called trash. But that's for other people. With an apocalypse at my back, Corpses were never in short supply. Numbers can make up for anything. An undead lord's capital was never the single soldier. It's the endless legion. I turned and summoned 4 more. A howl went up. Several swaying figures were closing in. Zombies. Common zombie, quality, common level, 1, slow, weak attacks, the most common cannon fodder of the apocalypse. At the front of the pack was a female zombie, a bit quicker than the rest, body wrapped in a black work suit, stockings caked with blood, features still somewhat refined, a beauty, probably, in life. Too bad I've got no interest in zombies. Doesn't matter how good looking. Go, I said, pointing at them. Let them join the glorious evolution too. The 4 skeletons raised their swords and charged. A bone sword bit into a zombie's neck, lodged in the bone, and snapped when it was yanked free. Weak, all right. But skeletons have no flesh, no fear of the virus. As long as the necrofire in the skull doesn't go out, they don't die. With its sword gone, the skeleton just rammed a bony hand straight into the zombie's head. Soul XP +1. The first zombie went down, and a faint trickle of energy poured into me. Soul XP, a Lord's Core leveling resource. The fallen zombie rose again as a fresh skeleton. Kill for XP. Corpse for summoning. 2 birds, 1 stone. I stepped back and left the battlefield to them. XP +2, XP +1, XP +2. The notifications kept coming. Kill 1, gain a little, summon 1. The legion grows a little stronger. By the time the zombies were all down, I had 12 skeletons. I didn't stop. I pushed forward with them. Half an hour, 3 streets cleared, the skeletons snowballing to 20. Personal info. A translucent panel surfaced. Liang Undead Lord Talent. Calamity Sovereign. Unique Hidden. Level. Apprentice. LV. 1, 6%. Mana 8 22nd Spirit 2.1 Summons 2021st. Only 6%. Long way to go. But this was just day 1. At the end of the street, the swaying figures gathered thicker, surging in a crowd. If an apocalypse has nothing else, it has zombies. Wipe them out. The eyes of 20 skeletons flickered as they raised their swords and charged into the horde. No fear, no hesitation, tireless killing machines. Bone swords whirling freely through rotted bodies. Crunch. Squelch. Zombies fell. Skeletons fell too. Didn't matter. I walked over, reached out. A flash of ghostly light, and a new skeleton stood up. XP +3, XP +5, XP +2. This is the treatment an undead lord deserves. Once the zombies in the street and the buildings were cleared out, scouring the whole city would be too much work. I looked at an abandoned car by the curb, keys still in the ignition. I pulled the door open, climbed in, and pressed the horn. Beep. The shrill sound exploded across the dead-silent city. The answer came fast. Snarls and groans from every direction, denser by the second. I backed into a building and had the skeletons block the doorway. Get ready. The zombie horde poured in, a dense mass, at least 100. The skeletons held the door, hacking like mad, crunch after crunch, the bodies piling higher. I stood at the back. 1 went down, I raised 1 up. XP +3, XP +5, XP +4. The numbers shot up. 35, 38, 40. Night deepened. Rain pelted the broken windows, rattling and snapping. Lord level up. You have reached level 3. Spirit +1, mana cap increased. I laughed out loud. Who says an undead lord starts out weak? They just don't put in the work. Day 1, and I'd gone up 2 levels. Liang Undead Lord Apprentice, LV, 3, 0%. Mana 1544th Spirit 4.1 Summons 4041st. 40 skeletons stood before me. I looked at the heaps of corpses and slowly narrowed my eyes. Enough numbers. Next, time to make them stronger. I walked up to the bulliest one and began drawing the necrofire out of the rest. Fuse. Evolve. This is how an undead lord really plays. I pressed a hand to that bulliest skeleton's skull, ghostly light pouring out. With my other hand, I siphoned the necrofire from 5 common skeletons. The fire converged. The frame shuddered, the fire in its sockets shifting from ghostly green to deep green, then to pale blue. Its body swelled a size larger, bone spurs erupting from its shoulder blades and spine, its bone sword glinting cold. Fusion complete. Half my mana gone. Skeleton Swordsman Quality 1 star Elite Level 1 HP 18 ATK 4 Def 2 Skill Bonesword Mastery Passive Bonesword attacks plus 20%. Forged from multiple white bone skeletons. The most reliable melee unit in an undead lord's early days. Attack and defense nearly doubled. That's the power of fusion. Keep going. I drained 5 more, and a second elite swordsman rose. But the instant the fusion finished, my head went heavy with a hum and my vision blacked out. Mana down to 0. 40 skeletons, 10 fused away, leaving 30 common and 2 elites. I had the 2 elite swordsmen guard the doorway, leaned against the wall, closed my eyes, and meditated. Half an hour, and only 2 mana came back. At that rate, a full refill would take a day. Too slow. If I got ambushed with no mana, I couldn't summon fresh troops. I'd just have to take the beating. I needed to go back and buy mana potions. Every lord gets an official subsidy of 5 spirit stones a month. Now wasn't the time to pinch pennies. I recalled the skeletons, opened the door, and returned to the Blue Star. The grandest building in Ha City is the Lord Trading Market. A 30-story tower, its deep blue glass curtain wall streaming gold in the sunset, a line of glowing letters across the top, Starglow Lord Market. At the entrance, a guard ran a magic crystal over my bracelet. A phantom image surfaced, Undead Lord, Apprentice LV, 3. He bowed. Welcome, my lord. Please, go right in. The lobby's domed ceiling rose 10 meters, crystal chandeliers casting a warm glow, the windows of boutique shops all around displaying gear of every kind. I went up to the second floor. A materials section, a gear section, a potions section, a skillstone section, and a minions section, where seductive succubi, cool-eyed elves, and exotic nagas stood on display platforms, priced from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Sky-high prices. Couldn't afford them. Later, I made straight for the potions section. Mana potions. Low grade. Restores 20 points, 1 spirit stone. Mid grade. 50 points, 3. High grade. 100 points, 10. I put down all 5 of my spirit stones. Low grade. 5 of them. A swipe of the bracelet and my subsidy was wiped out. 5 vials of pale blue potion dropped into my pack, enough to top me off twice. On the way down, I passed the skillstone section. The crystals in the cases glowed, mostly common stock, a rare one here and there, priced absurdly high. Not a single class skill among them. Those you only get by killing specific bosses in specific planes. You'll never see undead class skills on the market. You have to dig them out of the planes yourself. 1 pale blue skill stone caught my eye. Mana shield, type, active quality. Common costs 3 mana to generate a shield that lasts 30 minutes and absorbs 10 damage. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The minions handle the offense. I needed to guard against an ambush. This shield was worth it. The price, 10 spirit stones. Couldn't afford it. I'd have to find another way to get spirit stones. I turned to go. Leon. A cool female voice. Su Qingxue walked over, today in a breezy summer dress, pale arms bare. Miss Su. She caught sight of the skill stone in the case. Want that one? Just browsing. But she held her bracelet out to the clerk. The mana shield and the slow spell. Give him both. Charge them to me. Don't. The confirmation chime had already sounded. The skill stones were pressed into my hands. The eldest daughter of the Su family, not exactly used to being told no, it seemed. Thank you for the kind thought, Miss Su, but consider it a loan. Her smile was faint. Just a favor between classmates. No harm in that, right? Once we're on the plain battlefield, we'll be fighting side by side. I help you today, you help me another day. I thought about it. Having skills on hand would make things safer. Principal and interest. I'll pay you back. She laughed. Whatever works. She raised her bracelet. Add me. Apprentice Lord Su Qingxue requests to add you as a friend. Accepted. The moment I have spirit stones, I'll pay you back. The spirit stones don't matter. She stared at the info on her communicator, eyes full of shock. Liang, you leveled up? My profile read, Apprentice LV, 3. You only awakened yesterday, 2 levels in 1 day? Got lucky. I waved it off. Thanks again for the skill stones. I'm off. I turned and melted into the crowd. Behind me, Su Qingxue stared at that line of text, her brow knitting tighter and tighter. An apprentice lord's summons were so weak, they couldn't hold off monsters. Even with the luck to stumble onto a pack of weaklings, one person couldn't kill that many, unless someone was power leveling him. Or he had the coordinates to a low-tier plane. A Tier 0 plane. Heaven for a newly awakened. Weak monsters, huge numbers, safe. But planes like that were scarce. Outside the official ones, they were all clutched in the hands of the great families. Even the Su family didn't have one. Someone with no background, no resources. Where would he get coordinates? Su Qingshue's gaze darkened. Could it be? You're a love child of the Li family of Tian City? Back in the apocalypse. Gray sky, ruined streets, snarls in the distance. All the same. I stood on the third floor, released every skeleton, and learned my skills first. I sent my spirit into that pale blue crystal, and it merged into me. Mana shield acquired. Then the second stone. Slow. Costs 5 mana. Slows the target by 10 to 50% for 3 seconds. Short, but enough to deal with fast enemies. A shield and a control skill, paired with a legion, my combat power climbed another rung. Keep grinding. Spirit 5.1, summon cap 51, I had to fill it. Same method as before. 2 elite swordsmen guard the stairs, common skeletons hold the line. A horn hung outside the door. The blare drifted down the dead street, and before long the snarls came answering. Seal the doorway. Leave none alive. The skeleton swordsmen took a head per swing, the common skeletons forming a wall of bodies. Once I'd filled all 41, I started fusing, downing a potion to keep going. The elite swordsmen quickly stacked up to 6. Lord level up to 4. Spirit +1, mana cap increased. Spirit rose to 5.1, cap to 51. Corpses everywhere, plenty to spare. 6 elite swordsmen, 45 common skeletons. A respectable legion had taken shape. 1 potion left. About right. Crack. A muffled peal of thunder. The sky went fully black, storm clouds bearing down. The zombies roaming the street suddenly grew agitated, eyes flushing red, snarls turning shrill. Zombies at night are fiercer. A low war. Out of the dark, a pack of black shapes raced in on all fours. Zombie hounds. 7 or 8 of them, half a man's height, flesh rotted through to bare bone, red eyes, black drool. Zombie hound quality, 1-star elite level, 2 threat, 1-star skill, keen sense, passive, senses living things within 50 meters, T-virus deep infected mutant dogs. Huge, agile, fangs razor sharp, the elite hunters of the zombie horde. They could smell the living from that far off. Trouble. Get ready. 6 elite swordsmen sealed the stairwell, common skeletons forming a second wall. The hounds reached the foot of the building in a blink. The lead one threw back its head and bayed, red eyes locked on me upstairs. Kill. The swordsmen charged down, bone swords meeting fangs, sparks flying. Their bones were hard. They took the lunging bites, but the sheer force drove them back a few steps. All together, the common skeletons closed in. One was tackled by a hound, its frame shredded in an instant. Too fragile. In front of an elite zombie hound, a common skeleton is paper. 6 elite swordsmen against 7 hounds, an even match. But my mana was draining. Keep this up, and I'd be the one to run dry first. I had to break the deadlock. Common skeletons, block them with your bodies. 40-some skeletons threw themselves into wall off the path, the crunch of breaking bone running together into one sound. Swordsmen, gang up on the one farthest out. 6 bone swords bore down at once. 1 stroke split its spine. The hound shrieked and toppled. 6 blades stabbed as one, punching through its skull. Kill a zombie hound. Soul XP plus 30. It worked. The common skeletons were dying off, barely a dozen left. But the balance, I tipped it. I raised a hand, mana surging. Summon. The heaps of zombie corpses on the ground broke down into gray light, all of it pouring into one hound carcass. An elite summon needs a dozen-odd common corpses as a base. Flesh reassembled, ghostly green fire flaring to life in the sockets. Skeleton hound, quality, 1-star elite level, 2 HP 30 ATK, 10 def 4 trait. Gale swift body, extreme speed, skill, tracking, keen smell. 1 fewer elite for the hounds, 1 more elite for me. The tables turned. Kill. The skeleton hound shot out like an arrow, bowling over the hound lunging at me on the spot, fangs punching through its throat. Then a vicious tear, crack, snapped bone. The thing twitched twice and went still. Kill a zombie hound. Soul XP plus 30. Even fiercer than I'd expected. I raised my hand again and summoned a second hound. 6 swordsmen, 2 hounds, hurled themselves at the 5 remaining hounds. Bone swords hacked, fangs bit, and the hounds went down one after another. Plus 30, plus 30, plus 30. 5 minutes later, the last hound hit the dirt. Wreckage everywhere. 7 elite zombie hounds, all cleared. The common skeletons were wiped out, but this fight. Soul XP plus 210, worth 70 or 80 zombies. I was about to leave when a green glint caught the corner of my eye. In a smear of rotted flesh lay a crystal the size of a fingernail, glowing pale green. I bent and picked it up. Ice cold. Unknown energy crystal detected. Analyze. Analyze. Green energy crystal, quality. Elite energy per unit. 10 value. 1 spirit stone, extracted from inside elite monsters, can be exchanged for spirit stones or absorbed directly to raise spirit. My eyes lit up. Monsters were hiding these inside them. I went through every corpse around me and fished out 6 more. Elite monsters drop energy crystals, which means killing elites is money. I stowed the crystals and raised a hand to summon. In that ghostly green light, 7 skeleton hounds rose one after another. Current legion, elite skeleton swordsman times 6 skeleton hound times 7 common skeleton times 3. 13 elites. Your average apprentice lord probably couldn't match me anymore. But the ranking trial scores on placement. That assessment 3 days out would decide my monthly benefits from here on, and the top few even walk away with powerful minions and gear. I had to go all in. Just as I was thinking it, a surge of danger washed over me. I whipped around. At the far end of the street, a massive shadow bore down, while over twice the size of an ordinary zombie dog, muscles knotted, fur dark red, and a pair of eyes, gold. Rare quality. Analyze. Zombie Hound Alpha, quality, rare level, 5 threat, 3-star skill. Berserk, active, ATK plus 50% for 10 seconds rend, passive, attacks inflict bleed. Leader of the pack, strong in both combat and command. Extremely dangerous. My first run-in with a rare monster. And a level above me at that. Battle stations. 6 swordsmen formed the front, 7 hounds spread to flank, common skeletons at the rear. The alpha threw back its head and roared, gold eyes bloodthirsty, and came charging. Slow. The gray light struck home, and its stride lurched to a halt. Swordsmen, pin it. Hounds, bite the legs. Bone swords met fangs, sparks flying. The alpha was strong. A single blow could knock a swordsman back, but 6 of them tangled it up, locking on tight. The hounds darted in, fangs sinking into its hind legs. The alpha flew into a fury, whirling with a claw that swatted 2 hounds away. Common skeletons, get in there and throw it off. The skeletons swarmed it and were shattered with one swipe, but the swordsmen and hounds pressed the opening, bone swords and fangs raining down without pause, black blood spraying. A roar. The alpha's eyes went blood red. Berserk. 1 claw, and a swordsman was smashed apart on the spot. Whole legion, pile on. Bone swords and fangs came down like rain. The wounds mounted, and at last the rare beast crashed to the ground. Kill a rare monster. Soul XP plus 300. A vast surge of energy flooded into me, my sea of spirit shaking violently. Lord level up to 5. Spirit plus 1, mana cap increased. The summon cap jumped another 10. Level 5. And this rare corpse was worth more than the level up. I dug a sapphire blue crystal out of the alpha. Blue energy crystal, quality, rare energy per unit, 50 value, 5 spirit stones. Trade 1 swordsman for this whole haul, an absolute steal. And there was still the corpse. Summon. I pressed a hand to it. 100 zombie corpses around me lit up gray at once, flowing in fine streams into the alpha's remains. A pillar of ghostly green light shot skyward, flesh stripping away, bone reassembling. A massive canine skeleton stood up, a size larger than the hounds, its bones tinged pale blue, blue flame burning in its sockets. Skeleton Direhound, quality, 1-star rare level, 5 HP, 200 ATK, 42 def, 15 trait. Gale Swift body, extreme speed, skills, Berserk, plus 50%, 30 seconds. Rend, bleed 5 per second for 5 seconds. A rare undead, strong in both speed and combat, can serve as a mount. Stats more than double the elite hounds, and berserk built in. From now on, your name is Gale. I patted its head. Gale gave a low growl and crouched. I swung up onto its back. Broad, steady. Move. From here on, I wouldn't have to travel on foot. The skeletons killed up front while I rode Gale at the rear, summoning and fusing. The surplus corpses hauled back to stockpile in the buildings I'd cleared. If only I had an undead altar. That's a lord's exclusive structure. Build it from a blueprint, and it automatically turns death energy and corpses into skeletons. No casting from me. And it stockpiles corpses without rot. But a basic blueprint costs 500 spirit stones. My entire net worth was just over 30. A long way off. Make money first. I rode Gale deeper in. The hounds scouted ahead. Zombies cleared one by one. I soon found that common zombies dropped crystals too, now and then, but the odds were tiny, maybe not 1 in 100, and only the lowest grade, gray, just 2 energy. Elites are the focus. At the end of the street stood an abandoned hospital, a few figures roaming the entrance. One was a size bigger than the rest, muscles bulging, movements sharper. Hulking zombie quality, 1-star elite level, 2 skill, brute strength, passive, strength plus 20%. Attacks have a chance to knock back. A T-virus mutated, hulking specimen, the elite warrior of the zombie horde. Go. Swordsman up front, hounds flanking. Gale crouched in the shadows, waiting. The fight was over in a few moves. Green crystal and XP in hand. I used that elite corpse to summon an elite swordsman on the spot. Something stirred in my mind. Summon with an elite corpse, and what comes out is an elite. No more fusing common skeletons one at a time. Efficiency doubled. The Legion pushed on. Common zombies were beneath notice now, cleared out fast, with a few more gray crystals scrounged up along the way, bringing me to 15. The hounds flushed 5 hulking zombies out of a corner. My forces swarmed them, and in came 5 green crystals and 150 XP, with the 5 elite corpses summoning 5 more swordsmen. The common corpses I had the skeletons gather and stockpile, saved up to raise elites. Time to find a base. HRRR. The words had barely left my mouth when the hounds scouting ahead all froze, dropping flat to the ground, bodies trembling, the ghost fire in their eyes flickering wildly. I followed their line of sight. At the end of the street stood a compound, its iron gate half open, the nameplate hanging crooked. Layla Research Center. The hounds wouldn't go near it. They were converted from zombie hounds. They still carried their living instincts. And they were afraid. Beyond the iron gate, the concrete had cracked apart, the shrubs were dead, and at the far end stood a 3-story building, most of its windows shattered. Deep in the lobby, countless dark shapes slid along the walls, their movements as crisp and uniform as puppets worked by a single string. A dangerous aura pressed down on me, heavier than that hound alpha's. Analyze. Analysis failed, target too distant. I drew a deep breath and pulled the Legion back. 3 days left until the ranking trial. That's a new lord's most important day. It sets your benefits going forward, anywhere from 10 spirit stones a month at the bottom to 500 at the top, a world of difference. And it's tied to your purchasing access for high-grade resources. Whatever was in that research center, its level, its numbers, real or bluff, I knew none of it. Lose part of my undead and hurt my ranking, and it wouldn't be worth it. I marked it on the map. I'd come back once I was ranked. Over those 3 days, I ground my way up to Lord level up to 6. Spirit +1, mana cap increased. Spirit 7.1, summon cap 71. Under my command, 40 elite swordsmen, 7 hounds, 1 rare dire hound, and 23 common skeletons. Enough to fight for a good placement. Back to the blue star. First, I traded the crystals for spirit stones. 15 gray for 3, 27 green for 27, 1 blue for 5, 35 spirit stones in hand. 5 mana potions ran me 5. The cheapest weapon or armor was 150, too steep, so I left it. Back to the apartment to rest up my spirit. The next morning I headed for the academy. The road was packed with newly awakened lords on their way to be ranked, chattering in 2s and 3s. Who from our academy's gonna take first? Who else? Wang Hao. B-rank talent, Orc Lord. Su Qingshu is strong too. B rank, Elf Lord. I hear she's already summoned elf archers. What about that hidden talent guy, Liang? The F rank trash? Necromancy. He'll be lucky to come back alive. I walked along behind them. Didn't expect to be quite this famous. No need to fight over it. Strength does the talking. A tall figure blocked the road ahead. Wang Hao. A few apprentice lords trailing him. Well, our F rank hidden class, here to get rank 2. He folded his arms, chin jutting high. Take my advice and don't bother. Save yourself the embarrassment. When a monster one-shots you, don't say, I didn't warn you. His lackeys cackled. I went around him and kept walking. How did House Wang raise something like this? I'm talking to you. You deaf. His face darkened, and he reached out to stop me. Liang. A cool voice. Su Qingxue. A sky blue dress. Long hair over her shoulders. Eyes like they'd been steeped in ice and snow. She came over quickly. I got your transfer. You didn't have to rush it. Thank you, Miss Su. I don't like owing money. Then why did you send 25 extra? She asked. Interest. I know you don't need it, but I couldn't not pay it. She blinked, then nodded, helpless. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke anyway. Liang, I argued for better terms with my family on your behalf. You could marry directly into a Su collateral branch, 5 times the previous offer, and no contract required. She paused. Lords are a special case. They need to carry on the line. The family won't stop you from taking concubines, succubi, elves, nagas. Alien race consorts can give a lord a boost in bloodline. That's an open secret in lord circles. You can play around however you like out there, as long as you leave the family and heir who carries the Su name. Gasps all around. Wang Hao's eyes went wide. Qingxue, what is your Su family playing at? He's trash. What makes him worth it? Su family business is none of yours, Su Qingxue said coldly. I scratched my head. That was a recruitment pitch I hadn't seen coming. But joining up always comes with strings, not much point. This isn't something I want to think about right now. Looking at her earnest face, I suddenly stopped, the corner of my mouth curling. A collateral branch, I'll pass. But marrying you, now that, I might consider. Su Qingxue went rigid. A flush rose across that cool face. You? What did you say? Wang Hao's face drained white, and he charged forward. Liang, you have a death wish. His lackeys scrambled to hold him back. Young Master Wang. Dueling's banned on campus. Don't do anything rash. I didn't make a sound, just silently mouthed something at Wang Hao. Not a single syllable came out, but everyone read the shape of it. Idiot. Liang. You. The Heaven's Ladder ranking is about to begin. A thunderous voice drowned out his words. All newly awakened apprentice lords, assemble in the plaza. Wang Hao shot me a vicious glare. Lucky you. Once the ranking's done, I'll show you what a real gap looks like. He turned and left. I headed for the plaza too. In the central plaza, hundreds of newly awakened apprentice lords had gathered. 12 enormous stone pillars ringed the space, carved with runes, ghost light flickering across them, the pressure heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. On a raised platform stood several robed elders. The one at their head was white-haired and sharp-eyed, the headmaster of the Third Lord Academy, Zhang Mingyuan. The Heaven's Ladder trial is a road every lord must walk. His voice rang out across the plaza. It sets your starting rank and the resources that follow. The Heaven's Ladder holds endless monsters. Kill monsters to earn points. Points set your placement. Placement sets your reward. No one has ever reached its end. Even the strongest of the sanctuary go in from time to time. Not for points, but for the favor of the will of the blue star, which is said to save lives at the critical moment. That was still a long way off for me. For now, placement was what mattered. This time, the rewards are exceptionally generous. Zhang Mingyuan raised a hand. First place, a monthly stipend of 500 spirit stones, plus 1 baby angel. Second, 400 spirit stones and a piece of epic gear. Third, 300 spirit stones and rare gear. Top 10, 200 spirit stones and elite gear. Top 100, 100 spirit stones. The whole crowd sucked in a breath. A baby angel, legendary quality. In its infancy, it costs almost no mana to maintain, so even an apprentice lord can contract it, and from there it grows alongside its lord, reaching as high as mythic at adulthood. A minion like that can't be bought for any price. As for the rare and epic gear, those have a price on the market, but never any stock. The will of the Blue Star had really gone all out this time. Of course, the latter carries risk. Zhang Mingyuan's expression turned grave. If you can't hold on, you may withdraw at any time. Don't overreach. Wang Hao cut me a sidelong look, his voice cold and low. Hear that? He means you, don't overreach. And a word of advice for you too. I nodded. Monsters aren't your daddy. They won't coddle you the way he coddles his son. Liang, you're asking to die. Before he could finish, the stone pillars shuddered with a roar, the runes blazing to life. A brilliant curtain of light dropped over the plaza. The next instant, everyone vanished. The light faded. I opened my eyes. An enormous circular platform, suspended in endless void. A ring of translucent barrier rimmed its edge, holding back the void storm churning outside. The Heaven's Ladder trial ground, a special plane separate from reality, an arena. Each lord gets an isolated combat zone, none interfering with the others. Monsters surge in wave after wave, weak to strong. Kill monsters for points. Points set the ranking. Begin. Ghost light flickered, and 70 skeletons fanned out into formation. I just sat down at the rear. Killing monsters is the minion's job. What's a lord doing joining the fray? A roar came from the gate of light. A pack of green-skinned runts charged out, swinging rocks and clubs. Goblin pack. Common. LV.1 times 20. 20 of them, 20 points. An appetizer. Wipe them out. Bone swords cleared their scabbards. Cold light flashed, and goblin heads went flying in rows. They probably never figured it out, right to the end. Weren't these skeleton monsters supposed to crumble in one hit? How were the swords this fast? In under a minute, total wipe. Points plus 20. I raised my hand, and the bracelet projected the leaderboard. Heaven's Ladder leaderboard. 1. Chun Yifeng, 28. 2. Shen Yuxuan, 26. 3. Zhao Tianlei, 25. 4. Liang, 20. None of the top 3 were from the Third Academy. Several thousand lords across all of Ha City were being ranked on the same field. No rush. The first wave was all small fry. It couldn't separate anyone. Second wave, wolf-headed, man-bodied, spears and shields. Knoll Patrol, common, LV.2 times 15 Knoll Captain, 1-star elite, LV.3, spiked mace sweep. 15 commons at 2 points each, 1 elite captain at 15. 45 total. The skeletons rolled over them, clearing the field in 2 minutes. Points plus 45, total, 65. That captain corpse was usable. I had the skeletons drag over 10 common gnolls as a base, raised a hand. Elite Skeleton Warrior, 1-star elite, LV.3 HP, 150 ATK, 30 def, 15 skill, spiked mace sweep. 1 more elite to the count. Third wave, 20 common gnolls plus 3 captains, flattened with ease. Points plus 85, total, 150, 89th place. Fourth wave, 5 elite hobgoblins, plus 70, total, 220, 42nd. Fifth wave, 7 elite hobgoblins, plus a 2-star elite chief. Gale finally got its turn. 1 bite snapped the chief's spine clean through. Plus 123, total, 443, 18th. I glanced at the rankings. 1. Chun Yifeng, 512. 2. Shen Yuxuan, 498. 3. Zhao Tianlei, 485. 4. Su Qingxue, 459. 5. Wang Hao, 395. Keep going. At that same moment, in the headmaster's conference room of the Third Lord Academy, on a massive virtual screen were the projected images of the headmasters from each academy, beside the live, ticking Heaven's Ladder leaderboard. This ranking pitted several thousand apprentice lords across Ha City against one another on the same field. The results bore on each academy's standing and resources. The better the showing, the more the will of the Blue Star's favor. Stiff competition this year. A red-bearded elder sipped his tea. First place, Chun Yifeng, the First Academy's prodigy, A rank, Dragonkin Lord, minions with dragon race blood. Shen Yuxuan and Zhao Tianlei are A rank too. The top 3 are locked. There won't be much shifting after that. He pivoted, his tone half smiling. The Third Academy's done well this year too. Su Qingxue cracked the top 10. In a corner, the Third Academy's headmaster Zhang Mingyuan held his tea and smiled faintly, saying nothing. The other headmasters traded remarks, praise wrapped around a faint, unspoken condescension. In years past, the Third Academy had never even touched the top 10. Just as they were debating who'd land the top 3, the screen flickered. A name shot up from the back ranks. Leong, 484 points. Fourth. The conference room went silent in an instant. Leong? Who? From the Third Academy? A black-robed elder squinted at the annotation. An undead lord? Headmaster Zhang, one of yours. Zhang Mingyuan started. The name rang no bell. Day to day, he only watched the A and B rank prospects. He turned to the woman beside him, his daughter, the Academy's dean of students, Zhang Yuding. Zhang Yuding swiped a finger across her tablet, then looked up, a thread of surprise pressing through her cool voice. Leong, Awakening Class 1. F rank talent, necromancy. F rank. The room erupted. An F rank reached fourth? Isn't necromancy the most worthless class there is? The data's got to be wrong. It's so weak early on, surviving past the fourth wave should be a blessing. Zhang Mingyuan took an unhurried sip of tea. Easy, everyone. To pull a score like that, he must have his reasons. Talent rank was never iron law. Maybe we simply misjudged him. The words had barely left his mouth when the screen flickered again. Leong, 503 points. Third. Zhao Tianlei had been knocked down. It went up again? He's still fighting? Necromancy's so weak early on. How is he surviving the eighth wave? Could it be, one headmaster ventured, that a great family is quietly feeding him from behind the scenes? A scion of some reclusive house slipped him resources that would explain it. The others nodded along, finding it reasonable. Zhang Mingyuan said nothing, but his gaze stuck to that name. Leong, F rank. Third. A score like that was enough to shut every mouth. For years, the Third Academy had been pinned at the bottom, dead last in resources, unable to hold its head up in meetings, all that open and veiled contempt. He'd swallowed it too long. And now an F-rank student had carved his way into the top 3. His fingers tightened slightly around his tea, his face calm as still water. Yuding, he said, lowering his voice. Keep a close watch on this boy. Third place, limitless potential. Zhang Yuding nodded, eyes not leaving the screen, her own thoughts churning. Wasn't this the student who'd awakened the most worthless talent, yet stayed as calm as if he were chatting about the weather? She'd even warned him not to cause trouble. So that expressionless face wasn't numbness. It was depth, kept well hidden. About done, the red-bearded elders said, rising. First place, Chen Yifeng, 592, hasn't moved in 10 minutes. Come, let's go watch the kids. Everyone got up. Ding. The screen flashed. Every footstep stopped. Leong, 584 points. Second. He's still in there? The white-haired elder couldn't believe it. Everyone else has already pulled out. The number kept climbing. 586, 588, 592. Ding. Leong, 593 points. First. Exactly 1 point above Chen Yifeng. Dead silence. The headmasters stared at the screen, teacups frozen in midair, not even noticing the tea splashing over. First place, an F rank, took first? The red-bearded elder's voice went hoarse. Impossible. How could necromancy ever take first? The system must have glitched. But the numbers were plain as day. Leong, 593, first. Chen Yifeng, 592, second. A single point apart. The mood in the conference room turned strange. One common monster, exactly 1 point. The black-robed elder narrowed his eyes. He only killed one more small fry than Chen Yifeng. With the strength to last to the 8th wave, how would he end up only 1 ahead? Unless someone hesitated, he's sandbagging. Sandbagging. Deliberately holding his score down, unwilling to open up the gap. Who complains about scoring too high? But there it was, just 1 point ahead. Zhang Mingyuan held his tea, stunned for a beat. Then the corner of his mouth lifted. An F rank, fighting his way to first, yet only one small fry ahead of second. Coincidence? Or was this kid really sandbagging? Interesting. This Leong very interesting. At that same moment, the Third Academy's teleportation plaza. The blue teleport array spat out a student now and then, each one wearing a face of exhaustion and narrow escape. The edges of the plaza were packed, parents waiting on their children, family representatives there to collect them, onlookers there for the show, all of them watching the leaderboards projected from their wrists. First isn't Chin Feng? Liang? Who's that? Never heard of him. And an undead lord at that. A bespectacled boy pushed up his glasses. Awakening Class 1. F-rank talent, necromancy. The crowd exploded. An F-rank took first? You've got to be kidding. But the will of the blue star is the fairest there is. It can't be faked. Hey, you guys remember? Wang Hao was in the classroom earlier saying he'd take Liang as a family slave. Buffed right. An F-rank trash dares to ignore me. And now the guy's first, and Wang Hao? Didn't even crack the top 10. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Wanted to make him a slave, and now the guy's ranked first. A few people covered their mouths, snickering, eyes flicking toward a spot not far off. Wang Hao stood beside his family's representative, face iron gray, glaring at the screen, his knuckles cracking from the force of his fists. Every bit of that schadenfreude went into his ears, not a word missed, like needles stabbing at his heart. It's nothing, young master, the Wang representative said evenly. First place for a moment, that's all. On the battlefield, the family will help you stomp him back down. On the other side of the plaza, Su Qingxue stared down at the screen projected from her bracelet. Liang, 593, first. Just as she'd thought. He wasn't simple. He'd actually edged out every A rank to take first, even if by only a point. At the thought, her cheeks warmed faintly, and the line he'd said before the ranking floated unbidden into her mind. That guy had actually made marry you his condition for joining the Su family. She bit her lip. Ranked first. If he really were an A-rank talent, the family might just say yes. The Lord lineage has always honored strength above all, show potential, and the academy, the families, even the city lord's manor will pour their resources into cultivating you. Take first on your very first trial, and your future is beyond measure. Only, a son-in-law of the Su family, by the rule the great lords had set, had to marry in. But with Liang's temperament, how would he ever agree to that? Then, her face went redder and redder. Worst case, have 2 children. One takes the Su name, one takes the Li name. Wait, so in the end, would she let him take concubines or not? With his potential, women would surely come throwing themselves at him someday. Could she stand that? Or just drive them all off? Her breathing quickened, her heart pounding like a drum. Miss? An aged voice startled her back. An old servant, his face full of concern. Your face is so red. Are you unwell? It's nothing. She shook her head hurriedly. Good then. The old servant nodded. The ranking is only a game to you. Miss, the placement hardly matters. When you go to serve your tour, the family will see you fully equipped with trump cards. I know, she answered softly, her gaze drifting, unbidden, toward the teleport array. The old servant caught something in it and tactfully withdrew to the side. Only then did Su Qingxue come to her senses, her face hotter still. What on earth was she daydreaming about? Marrying or not, having children, concubines. Right now they were nothing but classmates. And the man had most likely just said it offhand. He probably didn't mean it. She shook her head hard, trying to fling the thoughts away. But those few words had, of all things, taken root. Marrying you. Now that, I might consider. She drew a deep breath and forced it down. Never mind. We'll see when he comes out. Heavy footsteps came from the gate of light, the ground trembling. Roar. A roar, and the monster tide poured out. Orc Berserker, 2-star elite, LV.8 × 12, Berserk Charge. Iron Armor Bear Warrior, 3-star elite, LV.9 × 5, Iron Carapace. Minotaur Warlord, rare, LV.10 × 4, War Stomp Lethal Strike. Plus dozens of small fry, rounding out a monster legion. The 9th wave, not to be trifled with, as expected. My skeletons had long since traded up. They were all elite warriors now. Meeting it head-on, they wouldn't necessarily lose, but my mana was scraping bottom. The losses would be heavy, and I couldn't replenish afterward. I raised a hand and checked the leaderboard. 1. Liang, 593. 2. Chen Yifeng, 592. 3. Zhao Tianlei, 678. First. 1 point ahead. Just right. It's only a ranking. The real battlefield comes later. No need to burn through my whole estate here. Haul those corpses up. I stood, pointing at the remains of a few elite and rare monsters on the ground. No mana to summon, so carry them off first. Withdraw. The skeletons hefted the bodies. A flick of my will, and I and the Legion vanished together, leaving only the monster pack roaring in place. The third academy, Teleportation Plaza. The teleport array's blue pillar of light shot skyward. Someone's coming out. It's first place Liang. I stepped out of the array. Behind me trailed a column of skeleton swordsmen, their bone armor glinting with a metallic chill, and behind them a few massive hounds, each with a monster corpse slung over its shoulder. The crowd's eyes nailed onto me all at once, followed by a wave of sharp breaths. Isn't that a Minotaur warlord? Rare, level 10, he killed it. A Minotaur corpse nearly 3 meters tall, clutching a great axe, something even an A-rank lord wouldn't dare take head-on. And here it was, just slung over my skeleton's shoulder. The plaza went dead quiet. Set the corpses down. Thud, the warlord hit the ground, and the earth shook. I waved a hand and recalled the skeletons. Quiet. An authoritative voice pressed down from the plaza's edge. Zhang Mingyuan walked over at a measured pace. The results are in, the rewards distributed. The top 50 stay, the rest of you disperse. In past years, the dean of students announced the rankings. Today, the headmaster came in person. The crowd stirred, but no one dared defy him. Soon, only 7 remained on the field. Zhang Mingyuan swept his gaze over them. Everyone who made the top 50 has the potential to become an outstanding lord. The tour of duty on the plain battlefield 3 weeks from now. That's the real test. He singled out Su Qingxue and Wang Hao. You two did well. Keep it up. Last, he came to stand before me and looked at the corpses on the ground. You know how to economize. Too poor not to. Modest. Even a low-level rare corpse sells for a few hundred spirit stones. His eye fell on my empty hands. No spatial gear? None. The cheapest spatial backpack ran over 1,000 spirit stones. How could I afford it? He slipped a silver ring off his finger, its runework exquisite. Take this. I came by it a while back. Not large, about 50 cubic meters. Consider it a reward. Spatial ring, quality, rare capacity, 50 cubic meters unbound. Infuse mana to bind. I fed in a thread of mana. The ring shivered, and it bound to me. A sweep of my will. 50 cubic meters, utterly empty. Another flick, and the corpses on the ground were all stored away. Thank you, headmaster. This thing was worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. You earned it. He turned, hands behind his back. Your reward doesn't end here. Come with me. Headmaster. A cold voice rang out. Liang cheated. Zhang Mingyuan stopped. Wang Hao stood his ground, face iron gray. He's an F rank. How could a summoning talent take first? He must have a secret. Cheated. Zhang Mingyuan frowned. Under the will of the blue star, all is fair. Cheating is impossible. For the sake of the Wang representative, he held his temper. You're probably just tired. Go home and rest. I'm not tired. Wang Hao's voice rose. I'm saying he stole corpses. He knew the trial's contents ahead of time. Got hold of strong monster corpses to summon skeletons. Otherwise, how would an F rank take first? The plaza fell quiet again. Zhang Mingyuan was silent a moment. You'll answer for those words? I will. If you don't believe me, check the records. See whether Ha City's had any corpse thefts or grave robberies lately. The headmaster turned to me. Liang, did you steal corpses? I shook my head, a smile at my lips. No. Yuding, check. Zhang Yuding's fingers flew across her bracelet. Only the wind was left over the plaza. A moment later, she looked up. Headmaster, I've checked. There have been no corpse thefts in Ha City recently, no grave robberies. She paused. What's more, Liang has barely left his home lately. Every gaze swung toward Wang Hao at once. His face flushed crimson. His mouth opened, but no words came. Whispers broke out through the crowd. Told you, there's no cheating under the will of the blue star. Couldn't take first himself, so he framed someone else. Su Qingxue spoke coldly. Is it so hard to admit someone else is good? A B rank shown up by an F rank. I get the wounded pride. But framing him? That's a step too far. You. Enough. Zhang Mingyuan raised a hand to press it down. Wang Hao, be reasonable. No more nonsense. He turned to go. Headmaster, I said. He stopped. I don't like to nitpick. I looked at Wang Hao. But he insulted my character. I'm a lord, through and through, and I'd go steal corpses? That's an insult. He owes me an apology and damages for the slight. Wang Hao's face changed sharply. You want me to apologize? I just looked at him calmly. The way you'd look at a clown. The crowd egged it on. Frame somebody and you apologize. Young Master Wang, you don't have that much backbone? Wang Hao looked to the headmaster for help. The headmaster's face was blank. Su Qingxue said evenly, apologize, pay a little something, and it's over. Dig your heels in and it gets out. That won't do House Wang's name any good either. Wang Hao's face went red, then white, by turns. He knew he'd lost today. Don't apologize, and his face was gone. Apologize, and he gritted his teeth, flung a potion vial out of his ring, and turned his head away. High-grade mana potion, 10 spirit stones. That's enough, right? I didn't take it. I turned to the headmaster. Zhang Mingyuan stepped forward. An apology turns on sincerity. That attitude of yours, is it an apology or charity? Wang Hao's chest heaved violently. He opened his mouth to argue and ran into the headmaster's stern face. And behind the headmaster stood the lord of Ha City, stood House Zhang, who would defer to no family. He bowed his head, fists clenched. Liang, I'm sorry. He bent at the waist, biting off each word. Just now? I was wrong. That bow cost him everything. As he straightened, he drew a staff from his ring, pitch black all over, a deep blue gem set at its tip, and offered it with both hands. A lord's staff, common quality, but worth a few hundred spirit stones. Consider it my amends. Azure staff, quality, common effect, spellcasting mana cost minus 10%. I took it. Classmate Wang, in the future, don't go framing people on a whim. The farce is over, Zhang Mingyuan said. Come, Liang, collect your reward. I followed the headmaster, not sparing him another glance. Behind me, the whispers were like needles. So even young Master Wang has days like this? Hands over a staff worth hundreds of spirit stones just like that. He'd dare not to? The headmaster gave the word. Wang Hao didn't look back. Everyone who made the top 50 had no small power behind them. Lashing out would only cost him more face, so he could only clench his fists. This, bowing in public, offering up a staff with both hands, was a humiliation he'd never once suffered in all his life. A flash of viciousness crossed the bottom of his eyes. Liang, once we're on the plain battlefield, you'll pay for today. Zhang Mingyuan led me across the plaza and stopped before a 5-meter-high stone door, runes flowing with ghostlight across it. He pressed it, and the door swung open with a roar. Beyond it stretched a corridor, its walls covered in ancient murals, lords riding great beasts, locked in slaughter with monsters. First on the heavens ladder. An outstanding showing. Got lucky. At the corridor's end was a circular hall. At its center stood an altar of white jade, dense with array patterns, a crystal orb hovering above the middle, soft light streaming from it. This is the temple of the will of the blue star. The center is the reward altar. Every Heaven's Ladder champion has the right to come and claim a reward. Do I kowtow? No need. The headmaster waved a hand. The will of the blue star is not like those gods of other worlds. It champions fairness. It requires neither worship nor faith. Just aim your bracelet at the orb. I raised my hand, a flick of my will. Authentication successful. Liang Undead Lord ranking score 593 first place. Dispensing reward. The orb's light flared, and a pillar of light rose from the altar. At its core, something slowly surfaced. An egg, half a man's height. The shell was half transparent, faint gold patterns shifting across it. A blurred figure curled within. An angel hatchling, Zhang Mingyuan said. A living weapon of the celestial plane. Your reward. The heavens sit above this world. Among the celestial races, the angel is the most perfect combat unit there is, both a weapon and a maiden. How do I hatch it? Infuse mana. It will draw on your mana to hatch, and once it breaks the shell, it will automatically form a contract with whoever fed it. Sign the contract, and she's yours. Absolute control. No path to betrayal. I reached out and pressed my hand to the shell, mana flowing in through my palm. The shell lit up, the gold patterns coursing as if alive, cracks spreading line by line. Crack. The shell shattered into motes of gold light. A golden figure rose from within, hovering in midair. A girl. Snow-white hair fell to her waist, faint gold light drifting through it. Close-fitting silver-white light armor, bare feet treading air. Behind her, a pair of pure white wings slowly unfurled, a full 2 meters across, their tips edged in gold. She opened her eyes. A pair of gold irises, clear, cold, without a flicker of emotion, like two gemstones. Commander. The voice was cool and respectful. I am your angel. Serial number 219314121. Do you have a name? She tilted her head, a trace of confusion crossing the gold. A name? What is that? I raised a hand and called up her panel. Angel, quality, 1-star epic level, 1 HP 300 ATK 60 def 30 speed. Fast skills, Holy Light Heal, restores HP, Holy Light Slash, Holy Damage, Divine Shield, absorbs 200 damage, traits, Divine Aura, allied attack plus 5%, regeneration, heals during combat, celestial being, innately counters undead. Angels are all female, devoid of emotion, possessing only absolute calm and execution. Innate counter to the undead. My pupils snap tight. Epic. HP 300, attack 60, several tiers above an elite swordsman. Divine Aura buffing the whole army. Regeneration self-healing. A shield that soaks 200 damage per cast, and an innate counter to undead, plugging my single biggest weakness. Second place only got a piece of epic gear. Me? I'd contracted a living epic angel outright, one that could reach mythic at adulthood. This wasn't a reward. This was a god-tier opening. From today, your name is Serena. My blood was surging, my face perfectly placid. The girl froze, that flicker in the gold flashing and gone. Serena, is that a name? Yes. She bowed. Serena will carry out the commander's every command. No training needed. Usable the moment the contract's signed. This is what a real living weapon looks like. Pleased with it. Zhang Mingyuan watched me, smiling. Keep at it. I only hope you go further. I bowed and took my leave. But back at the apartment, I didn't rest. The tour of duty was 3 weeks off, and I wasn't even level 7. No time for rest. I had to level up, bank power. Only then could I survive on a battlefield that ran like a slaughterhouse. And that thing in the Layla Research Center. Time to go meet it too. I raised a hand, called up the gate of calamity, and stepped through. The familiar apocalypse. I raised a hand and summoned the Skeleton Legion and Serena. Commander, where is this? Serena's gold eyes swept the surroundings, her brow knitting slightly. I smell something evil. This is our hunting ground. She turned to look at my skeletons, a gold sword rising in her hand, then stopped just short. These undead carry your aura. Are they your minions? I said. I know you despise the undead, but I'm an undead lord. You'll have to get used to it. Yes, Commander. Her gold eyes shifted to the zombies wandering in the distance. Those carry none of your aura. Those are the enemy. Kill them freely. Understood. I will purify all darkness. The words had barely left her when she shot off as a streak of white light. The next instant, the heads of the zombies up ahead all took flight at once. Soul XP +1, +2, +1. Dozens of notifications flashed in sequence. I stood there stunned. A true epic. One of her was worth my entire skeleton core. Absurd. I came back to myself, raised a hand, and drew the 6 corpses I'd brought back from the ladder out of the spatial ring. At their head was a minotaur warlord, nearly 3 meters tall, lying across the ground like a small hill, the curved horns on its bovine skull thick as spears, its right hand still gripping that blood-soaked great axe. Beside it lay 3 orc berserkers and 2 iron armor bear warriors, the highest quality stock I had. Rare and elite summons both eat materials, but luckily I'd stockpiled plenty. I had the skeletons haul over the reserve corpses one by one and raised a hand. Black light descended. 100 corpses broke down at once, gray light pouring like a flood into the warlord's remains. Bone cracked like thunder. A 3-meter giant skeleton stood up. 2 curved bone horns remained on its skull, the ghost green flame in its sockets deeper and brighter than an elite's, its right arm holding a bone axe, fused from the warlord's great axe and bone, 3 barbed hooks growing back from the blade's spine. It dropped to one knee, submitting to me. Skeleton Warlord, Minotaur, 1-star rare, LV.8 HP 120 ATK, 28 def 18 speed. Slow skills. War Stomp, Stun, Lethal Strike, 2 times damage, Death Threat, damage plus 20% once HP, falls below 20%. Trait, Advanced Iron Bones, Physical damage taken -2%. Very strong. A thing that could have wiped out most of my legion now turned to mine. I summoned the remaining 5. 3 orcs with 30 zombies. Skeleton Swordsman, Orc, 1-star Elite, LV.6 HP, 25 ATK, 6 Def, 5 Skill, /trait. Combat Instinct, 5% chance of 1.5 times damage. 2 Iron Armor Bears with 20 zombies. Skeleton Swordsman, Iron Armored, 2-star Elite, LV.6 HP, 35 ATK, 7 Def, 8 Speed. Slow Skill. Iron Armor, 10% block. Traits. Iron Bones, Physical Def +10. Sturdy, Knockback chance -50%. Defensive 8, nearly double an ordinary elite. The Warlord up front, a moving fortress with 5 elite swordsmen flanking. The Legion had thickened up another notch. Move. Straight for the Layla Research Center. Half an hour later, the Legion closed on its perimeter. The air carried an acrid, fishy stink, like rotting flesh mixed with chemical reagents. Just a day away, and the zombies here had changed again. The hounds started getting restless. On the open ground before the gate, a few monsters roamed. They barely held human shape, a knob of bone tumor bulging high on each one's back, the tumors studded with gray-white spines that quivered faintly with each breath, as though they might fire at any moment. One turned, its face already twisted, nothing left but a mouth split to the ears, dripping yellow-green saliva. Where the saliva struck the ground, it hissed and corroded a small, smoking pit. Bonespike Spitter Zombie, 2-star Elite, LV.6 HP, 30 ATK, 10 Skill. Bonespike Volley, fires bone spikes, dealing piercing damage to enemies in a line. Ranged, with piercing. I deployed quickly. Swordsman, take the front and draw fire. Hounds, hold. Wait until it fires off a volley, then go in. Serena, swing around the right and look for a chance to clear the field. Yes, Commander. Her wings beat once, and she flew silently to the right flank. The skeletons advanced in formation, bare bone feet treading the concrete. The bone tumors writhed, spines emerging. SHK. A gray-white spike split the air, punched through a bone shield, and lodged in the chest of the frontmost swordsman, knocking it back 2 steps. But it didn't fall. Piercing was vicious, but the damage was limited. Second row, step up. SHK, SHK, SHK. 3 spikes fired at once. 3 swordsmen jolting to a halt as they were pinned. The firing interval was about a second. Serena. A flash of white, and she was above the spitter's head. The gold sword came down, holy light coursing. HSSS. The head took flight, the cut scorched black, not a drop of blood spilled. Holy light had cauterized the wound. The colossal body crashed down. 1 strike. Soul XP +45. An epic crushing an elite, no legion needed. I released 10 zombies from the ring and summoned. But this one was different. A slender frame, long arms, thick finger bones, a bow of curved ribs in its left hand, a quiver of green-tipped bone arrows on its back. Elite Skeleton Archer, 1-star Elite, LV.5 HP, 76 ATK, 38 Def, 8 Skill. Precise shot, 20% chance of 1.5 times damage. Ranged firepower at last. Before, against ranged monsters, all I could do was rush them with hounds. Not anymore. Now the enemy eats a volley of arrows before it ever closes. Keep hunting. Over the next few days, Serena and I fought in ever tighter sync. I set the tactics and ran the legion. She struck from the flank and reaped with precision. The swordsmen held the line. The archers loosed in unison from 50 meters out, bone arrows falling like rain, and the instant precise shot triggered. 1 arrow hit for 1.5. 7 spitters in half a day. The research center's perimeter cleared in 2. Every spitter corpse went straight into an elite archer. An archer corps was taking shape. 20 bone bows, quivers full. Commander. Serena's voice was as cool as ever, but with a barely perceptible note of acknowledgement. These undead, filthy as they are useful. I let the corner of my mouth lift and called up the panel. Liang Undead Lord Talent. Calamity Sovereign Level. 8. 23.4%. Mana 91/91st. Spirit 9.1. Summons 87/91st. 3 days of non-stop hunting had pushed me from 6 to 8. The summon cap breaking past 91. Serena had grown from level 1 to 3. HP 380, ATK 75, Def 38. Her command of Holy Light sharper, her Holy Light / keener, her shield lasting longer. I'd banked 35 gray crystals and 20 green. I made a trip back to the Blue Star for spirit stones and to restock potions. Back at the gate, I was in fine spirits. Inside, I ordered. There's bigger game in there. Creak. The rusted iron gate pushed open. A swarm of grotesque zombies crashed into view. The iron gate ground shrilly on its hinge, the sound echoing through the cavernous lobby. The light was dim, a few threads of daylight slanting through broken windows. Rot, blood, chemical reagents, mixed with some indefinable sweet-sour reek. This was less a building than a slaughterhouse. White bones littered the floor. Great smears of dark red stained the walls. As the door opened, dozens of dark shapes slowly turned. They were barely human, stitched together from chunks of multiple corpses, arms of mismatched thickness, 2 legs of unequal length, crooked surgical sutures crawling over them, dark red pus seeping from the seams. Stitched horror, 2-star elite, LV.6 threat, 2-star skill, flesh stitching, assembled from many corpses, raising defense, slow, high defense flesh tank. Thick on HP, high on defense, but slow. Archers, volley. 20 bone bows loosed at once, the arrows pinning into the horror's eye sockets, throats, joints. First round, 8 went down. Soul XP plus 40 times 8. The rest charged, roaring. 2 more volleys. 3 rounds, and not one reached us. The whole field cleared, start to finish, in under a minute. Sweep the entire building. Report anything unusual at once. The legion surged in like a tide. Hounds following their senses upstairs, swordsmen breaking down doors and clearing rooms, archers advancing down the corridors, loosing at anything they saw. Serena stayed at my side. XP notifications rolled on without pause. I leaned against a stitched horror's corpse and topped the legion off. Skeleton shield guard, stitched, 1-star elite, LV.6 HP, 45 ATK, 5 def 18 skill. Bone shield block, condenses bone into a shield, blocking frontal attacks. Excellent flesh tank. 91 skeletons swept through the building at speed. Boom. A huge crash upstairs, the floor shuddering. Serena. Commander, there are 4 very strong auras above. I went up the stairs at a quick pace. At the end of the corridor, for monsters stood split between the 2 ends, slender bodies, thin limbs, black scales covering them, eyes brimming with bloodlust. Fleet Shadow Hunter, 5-star rare, LV.21 threat, 4-star skills, Shadow Step, speed plus 50%, nearly soundless. Instakill, 20% chance of 2 times damage, Shadow Ambush, closes the distance instantly. Each one could shred an elite skeleton with ease. The Layla Research Center was no simple place, just as I'd thought. I had to be careful. Shield guards, front row, wall off the corridor. Swordsmen, 2nd tier. Archers, 3rd tier, aim for the weak points. Warlord and hounds, harass the flanks. Serena, end it fast. 22 bone shields locked side by side, sealing the corridor. 12 swordsmen leveled their bone swords. 20 bows trained on eye sockets and joints. The warlord swung around the flank with 7 hounds. The 4 shadows burst out at once, lunging from different directions. Boom. The first shattered 2 bone shields, sending shield guards flying, but the back rank stepped in instantly. Archers volley. 20 arrows split the air. It twisted aside from most. 3 sank in, its speed stuttering. A flash of white. Serena's holy light swept across, and the head took flight. Soul XP plus 500. The second struck from the side, one claw tearing 2 swordsmen apart, but the warlord's bone axe was already there to block, forcing it into a hard retreat. 7 hounds rushed in and bit its legs, the warlord's bone axe crashing down to knock it flat, and the swordsmen swarmed in hacking. It stopped moving. Soul XP plus 500. The third drove straight for the archers. Another volley forced an opening, and Serena dove from above, one stroke taking its head. Soul XP plus 500. The last, seeing its kin all destroyed, gave a shrill cry and turned to shadow, lunging straight at me. Slow, gray light dropped over it, its speed plummeting. Volley. Bone arrows pinned its whole body. Serena surged in from the side. The holy light slash falling. Soul XP plus 500. Level up to 9. Spirit plus 1. Mana cap increased. Summon cap raised to 101. Broke 100. The Skeleton Legion could finally reach triple-digit scale. 4 5-star rare Fleet Shadow Hunters, all destroyed. Drops. For blue crystals, 1 purple. Summon. Black-violet light wrapped the 4 corpses, a large mass of stock breaking down and pouring in all at once. Each rare summon needs 4 elite corpses plus 40 zombies as a base. The reserve in the ring visibly dropped. The light faded, for slender skeletons stood up, black bone scales over their bodies, claws bristling. Bone Shadow Assassin, 4-star rare, LV.21 HP 120 ATK, 75 def 18 skills, Shadow Step Instakill, 20% chance of 2 times damage, Shadow Ambush. For daggers hidden in the dark. In ordinary times they'd lurk in shadow and keep me safe. In battle they'd slip past the front rank to strike the enemy's mages and archers at the rear, and at the critical moment, they could even take an enemy leader's head. This is the appeal of an undead lord. Each new kind of skeleton is a new tactic. Time to upgrade the whole legion. Elite skeletons had once been my mainstay. Now, in my eyes, they were barely fit for cannon fodder. Refine all 100 plus into rares. That would be a true undead legion, enough to sweep all before it. But fusion eats corpses, and my current reserves fell far short. So for now, I could only spend the elite corpses on hand. Ruhr. A hound on watch downstairs suddenly let loose a frenzied howl. An alarm. I went down fast, straight for the basement. The hounds were ringed before a half-open iron door, growling at what lay beyond. Behind it was a stairway leading down, the dark bottomless. From deep down the steps came a low-frequency hum, soft, yet it bored straight into the skull, accompanied by a vast surge of spiritual power, like some slumbering giant breathing. Serena fixed her gaze on the iron door, gold eyes narrowing slightly. Commander, the aura below, is stronger than those 4 combined. I looked into that deep passage. The thing down there, that was this First World Fragments boss. Hounds, scout ahead. 7 hounds charged down the stairs growling. A few seconds later, an alarm howl rose from below. Serena, there's a very strong aura down there, she said, gold eyes fixed on the depths of the stairwell. Very strong. The legion descended slowly. The deeper we went, the thicker the rot, mixed with a sweet, fishy reek that turned the stomach. At the foot of the stairs was a half-open metal door. What lay beyond made my pupils contract. A circular laboratory 50 meters across, the floor a dense carpet of corpses, white lab coats, black combat fatigues, all bloodstained. Countless dark red tentacles thrust out from the walls, blanketing the whole space, writhing slowly, as if alive. Dead center stood a shattered culture tank. Green culture fluid spilled across the floor. Beside it, a 4-meter figure slowly rose, dark red muscle sheathing it, tentacles roving over its skin, a heart pounding violently in its chest. Thud, thud, ringed by 6 thick tentacles. Its head was wrapped in a membrane. Only 2 points of red light for eyes. Mutant Tyrant Brainworm Hybrid Quality. 1-star Epic Level. 30 Threat. 6-star Skills. Energy Blast. Wide Area Shockwave. Tentacle Throttle. Sweeping massive damage. Regeneration. Heals during combat. The Layla Research Center's ultimate experiment. A fusion of the Tyrant prototype and a brainworm. A true killing machine. 1-star Epic. Level 30. Threat 6-star. This was the First World Fragments' true boss. Whole army. Battle stations. The skeletons fanned out, taking the perimeter. Serena hovered behind me, a wash of gold light dropping over me. Divine shield. A layer of warmth wrapped around me. Careful. Its spiritual power is strong. The tyrant turned, red eyes locking on me, 6 tentacles whipping up at once. Boom. A dark red shockwave detonated from its chest, sweeping the whole field. Shield guards, block. 22 bone shields rose together. Boom. The bone shield shattered, 6 shield guards blown back, smashing apart against the wall. The attack power was terrifying. Warlord in. The warlord's bone axe bit into its leg. It only swayed once. Then a tentacle backhanded across and slammed the warlord into the wall, cracks splitting up its frame. Archers volley. 20 arrows sank into its body. It only frowned. Bone shadow assassins, around the back. For shadows pierced its spine. It didn't even turn, a backhanded swat sending one assassin into the wall in pieces. Head on, I couldn't budge it. Serena. She dove. The holy light, chopping at the chest, hard blocked by a tentacle, the holy light burning black smoke off it. She charged again, and this stroke carved a deep gash into the tentacle. The tyrant howled in pain. Focus fire on the chest. Arrow rain, ambushes, holy light slash, all of it slammed into that heart. The dark red energy began to roil, the tyrant staggering and roaring. Commander, Serena said, hovering, gold eyes unrippled. Its weak point is the heart. Shatter it, and it dies. I know, but the tentacles are too dense. I can't get close. She didn't answer. She dove again, faster this time. Gold light condensing in her palm into a huge sword of holy light. 3 tentacles blocked together. She flickered past 2, the third grazing her shoulder and drawing a streak of blood, but the sword was already cutting into the chest, blood spraying. That heart pounded madly, the dark red energy surging out of control. It's going to self-destruct. Serena, fall back. She didn't. A trace of cold crossed the gold of her eyes. She became a streaming bolt of gold, the long sword driving in from the tyrant's back, punching through that wildly beating heart. The energy collapsed in an instant. The colossal body locked up for a beat, then crashed to the ground. Kill 1-star epic boss. Soul XP plus 10,000. Level up to 10. Spirit plus 1. Mana cap increased. Summon cap 111. Level 10. An apprentice lord ceiling. Beyond it, the only way up is to change class and advance to novice lord. Lucky for me, the plain campaign was nearly here. Serena hovered, the wound at her shoulder slowly knitting shut. The battle is over. I walked to the corpse, and a glowing crystal seized my gaze. I picked it up. Acquired class skill, a lich summoning. A class skill? Lich summoning, class skill quality. Epic level 1, upgradable. Requires an undead altar as medium. Consumes large quantities of corpses and mana. A lich's quality depends on the quality and number of corpses consumed. The count cap rises with class level. Exclusive to undead lords. The lich is the Legion's most precious mage unit, wielding devastating magic and powerful support. Legend holds it can cast forbidden spells that annihilate an army. My first class skill, and an epic at that. The lich, the advanced form of the undead mage. My legion would finally have true magic. Ding. Plane fragment boss slain. Plane fragment city of plague, tier 0, fully under your control. A vast panel surfaced. Plane fragment city of plague, tier 0 status. Controlled free passage. Enter and exit this plane at any time. Appear at any location. No mana spent opening a gate. Spatial storage. Usable as private space for items, corpses, and materials. Lord structures. Build lord structures. Raise minions. Grow the world. Plane teleport. Teleport from here to other unlocked fragments. Unlocked. City of Plague, tier 0. Controlled. The Rotbone Ruins, novice tier. Uncontrolled. This was my plane. A world wholly mine. In and out as I pleased, and a springboard to teleport elsewhere. Far better than a spatial ring. A flick of my will, and I stood outside the research center, looking up at the sky beyond the collapsed mouth of the cavern. Next, I need to go buy an undead altar blueprint, I murmured. That's what makes a legion endlessly. Here's hoping the market has one in stock. No gate needed. A flick of my will, and I was back at the Blue Star apartment, then straight to the trading market. This run had paid off well. A class skill, a purple crystal, plus tentacle samples, culture fluid, experiment body tissue. A heap of materials I could sell. In the materials buyback section, I dumped it all on the counter. The buyer's eyes lit up as he tallied it fast. Tentacles, culture fluid, experiment tissue, good stuff. With the purple crystal, 230 spirit stones. Adding my savings and the 500 a month stipend from taking first on the ladder, I'd scraped together 852 spirit stones. But after a circuit of the place, the undead altar blueprints in the licensed shops ran 5,000 spirit stones, too steep. I kept trying my luck and, without quite realizing it, wandered down into the basement free trade zone. It was far messier here. No clerks, just street vendors, the only official presence an enforcement squad. Thousands of square meters, stalls packed cheek by jowl, hawking cries rising on every side. Elite skill stones, 30 spirit stones. Rare materials, fresh in. Mana potions wholesale, better rates on bulk. Mostly common stock. At the market's edge, I suddenly spotted a tiny figure. A baby-faced girl with twin ponytails, in an oversized robe that didn't fit, sleeves rolled up several turns. Lords are necessarily adults. She simply had a naturally babyish face. Before her lay a black-bound tome, a white skull rune carved on the cover, giving off a ghostly glow. "What's this?" She looked up, blinking big eyes. "Mister, an undead altar blueprint. Super cheap, just 2,000 spirit stones." She waved a hand to undo the seal and let me inspect it. Undead altar blueprint, basic. Quality, rare altar functions. Automatically produces low-grade ownerless skeletons, automatically consumes corpses and mana to raise undead quality, assists the lord in casting certain skills. Build requirement, 1,000 corpses. A real altar blueprint, less than half the license price. But I kept a straight face and shook my head. Too expensive. I turned to go. "Wait, we can talk it over." She got anxious. 1,500? That's already so cheap. I didn't know she'd been set up here for 2 days without a single sale. I shook my head again. This is for undead lords only. Undead lords are rare to begin with, and the ones who can afford to invest are rarer still. This is something nobody wants. Don't say that. This year's Heaven's Ladder champion is the undead Lord Liang, isn't he? He'd definitely want it. Then go sell it to him. I shook my head. I don't know the guy. I'm in a hurry to level up. I don't have time to drag this out. Then there's nothing I can do. I shrugged. Honestly, I was only going to buy it to flip to him for a markup. At your price, there's no margin for me. Besides, Liang's probably already bought one from a licensed shop. Forget it. Don't. 1,300, that's the floor. I looked at her. 300. Mister, you drive a brutal bargain. Even the shop buyback is 500. Licensed stores sell it for 4 or 5,000. Then go sell it at a licensed store. I made to leave again. Wait. She gritted her teeth. 8,000. Can't go lower. 800. Deal or no deal. She glanced around at the deserted aisles. Set up this long with no takers. Undead lords too few. Who else would want this thing? Fine. 800 it is. A woman of action. I like it. A swipe of my bracelet, payment done. Mister, you're a good guy? I'm Lin Xiaoxian. She introduced herself cheerfully. Where'd the blueprint come from? That. I can't say. I didn't press. If you ever get undead-related blueprints, come to me. Prices are negotiable. I added her contact. She looked down at her communicator and suddenly froze. Wait. Liang. Undead Lord. Her head snapped up, eyes wide. You're that Liang. The Liang who took first on the Heaven's Ladder. I smiled and said nothing. So it was you, you big con artist. She planted her hands on her hips, puffing up indignantly. You can't blame me for that. I shrugged. It was just haggling. You're the one who didn't catch on. Fine, you win. She pouted, then yelped again. Wait, you're already level 10. How are you this fast? Got lucky. I'm only level 6. That's not slow either. By the time the playing campaign starts, you'll probably be 10 too. I've got things to do. See you, Xiaoxian. 800 spirit stones for an altar blueprint. Worth it. And this kid, it seemed, could get hold of other undead class goods too. Back at the apartment, a flick of my will took me straight into my own plane. With a plane under my control, I could go wherever I wanted and appear directly in the lab. Close to where I'd stockpiled corpses, the center of the fragment, where the altar would be built. I studied the blueprint. Building it took 1,000 corpses. The mutant tyrant, 1-star epic. The 100-odd in the lab, the zombies outside. More than enough. Serena, go clear the remaining zombies and bring the bodies back as materials. Yes, Commander. She winged off as a streak of white. Haul all the lab corpses over here. Keep the tyrant separate. That one's for summoning a lich. Half an hour later, Serena returned with over 300 corpses. The area's cleared out. Good. Go farther and keep at it. I began building the altar. 1,000 corpses piled into a small hill. I poured in mana. Black flame kindled from the base, devouring flesh. I pushed the output higher, flesh dissolving into black liquid that ran along the ground into a vast ring. Bone reassembled in the fire, standing up to frame the structure. The black liquid stacked layer on layer, hardening into pitch-black stone, silver runes coursing across the surface like living things. 10 minutes later, a black pillar of light shot skyward, then slowly dispersed. A 3-meter altar stood before me, black all over, silver veins flowing across it, a ghost blue crystal hovering at its tip. An invisible pressure spread out, and the skeletons nearby instinctively drew back. Undead altar, basic. Activated automatically produces low-grade ownerless skeletons, automatically consumes corpses and mana to raise undead quality, assists the lord in casting certain skills. Done. Now I could use lich summoning. I piled hundreds of corpses beside the altar, set the tyrant's remains at its center, and began to chant. In the name of death, with the soul as the guide, I summoned the sage of the undead, the incarnation of the lich. Black light surged from the altar. The corpses kindled with black flame, leaving only white bone. The tyrant's remains reassembled at the center. The bones turned crystalline as obsidian, the skull swelling, ghost blue fire kindling in the sockets, a heart, like an energy core beginning to beat between the ribs. Mana drained away madly, 50 points. Gritting my teeth, I kept pouring it in. The altar shook violently, black light shooting skyward. Boom. A black pillar detonated and blew me back into the wall. I climbed up. As the pillar faded, a figure stood on the altar, about 1 meter 80, bones crystalline as obsidian, ghost blue flame flickering in its sockets, a bone staff in its left hand with a ghost blue gem set at the tip. It opened its eyes and looked at me. Master. The voice was hoarse and ancient. The Lich Vord pays you his respects. Lich Vord, quality, 1-star epic level. 1 HP, 500 ATK 80, magic, def 40 skills. Death's Finger, single target heavy damage. Undead reanimation, consumes corpses to summon temporary skeletons. Curse Aura, enemy ATK and def each minus 10%. Mana Shield traits, Lich's Body, immune to 50% physical, immune to poison/disease. Mana Fount, regenerates mana in combat. Undead Sage, bonus to commanding undead. Summoned from an epic corpse, the Legion's Core Mage. HP 500, magic attack 80, several times stronger than a rare skeleton, almost catching up to Serena. 3 powerful skills in Death's Finger, Undead Reanimation, and Curse Aura. I finally had my first epic tier mage, and a lich at that, the core of any spellcasting line. Vord, come with me. Yes, master. It stepped down from the altar and stood behind me. Serena landed, her brow knitting slightly as she looked at it. Commander, this is a lich? From now on, he's part of the Legion too. She said nothing more, only nodded faintly. Dislike it as she might. This was the commander's order, and she would carry it out. Next, time to use the rest of the altar's functions. I looked at its core. White bone began to gather, clattering, ribs and spine and skull and limbs fitting together. And a few seconds later, a complete ownerless skeleton stood up on the altar, faint ghost green flickering in its sockets. Ownerless skeleton soldier, common, LV.1 status, ownerless. I pressed a hand to its skull. Extract the necrofire. Black light surged, and that wisp of ghost green was drawn out into a fist-sized green orb of light. The skeleton's frame scattered in an instant. Holding the fire, I walked over to an elite swordsman. Raise your quality. The fire sank into it. The swordsman's bones shivered, the flame in its sockets brightening a fraction. Just a fraction, still a long way from 2-star elite. A common skeleton's necrofire was only enough to raise it that much. But the altar produced skeletons automatically, with no mana cost to me. 1 wasn't enough, then 100, 1,000. So that's how it works. This function of the altar was practical. Over the next week, I swept the city of Plague clean with Serena, Vord, and the Legion. I was level 10 and couldn't go higher. The next rung needed a Lord Core, and that thing could only be had on the Plain campaign. So that week wasn't for XP, but for clearing zombies and banking materials. The altar churned out ownerless skeletons non-stop, and I kept extracting fire and raising quality, pulling archers, swordsmen, and shield guards up star by star. Vord, too. grew from level 1 to 5 in live combat. A week later, the city of Plague was wiped utterly clean, every zombie and mutant destroyed. The elite skeletons had broadly gained 1 or 2 stars. The Legion's overall strength had doubled. Just then my bracelet buzzed. Plain Battlefield Tour of Duty notice. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., the plain battlefield passage opens. All lords, make ready. I smiled. The chance to change class and advance had come. The real challenge was about to begin. The Academy Plaza was a sea of people. Countless apprentice lords had gathered, young faces in the majority, every class and talent represented. Warriors, mages, archers, summoners, each trailed by their own contracted units, standing, crouching, or floating. The air mingled the scents of flame, frost, lightning, and poison mist. I stood at the crowd's edge and scanned it. No familiar faces. Wang Hao, Su Qingxue, Lin Shaoxian, none of them here. Lords, a figure stood on the raised platform. A good 2 meters tall, silver-white war armor, a red cape, a resolute face, eyes blazing. I am Lei Zhan, Lord of Ha City. The voice carried across the whole field. Today, you set foot on a plane campaign for the first time. The target is a tier 1 plane, fraught with danger, teeming with monsters. Every apprentice lord of the Blue Star takes part together. Stand by one another, stay cautious, and come back alive. Applause broke out. I simply waited quietly. Teleport array ready. All proceed to the teleport zone. Plane campaign begins. Target. Tier 1 plane. The Dark Wastes. Lord's channel open. Good luck. The array at the plaza's center lit up, a pillar of light rising from the ground to envelop the crowd. My vision slowly blurred. Boom. A great crash, the light dimming abruptly. Something was wrong. The array shuddered violently, the gold light stained black by a layer of dark mist that came surging in from all sides. On the platform, the city lord's face changed sharply. Not good. He turned his palm to the sky, gold light erupting from within him and shooting upward, condensing into a 100-meter armored, sword-bearing phantom. Begone! The giant sword came down, cleaving the dark mist apart, but the array's light had already vanished. Every apprentice lord had been sent away. The city lord stared at the sky, breathing hard. Battlefield monitoring now. An officer made a sign and chanted, but the crystal orb gave no response at all. My lord, we can't reach battlefield monitoring. A conspiracy, as I feared. The city lord's face turned grim. Contact the lords of Jiang City, Lin City, and Yang City. We draw up countermeasures. These children must come back safe. They could die on the battlefield. They must never die to a plot. The Dark Wastes. My vision swam, and a whole new world unfolded. A dim sky with neither sun nor cloud, nothing but endless gray. The ground cold black rock, a stench of rot in the air. Far off, red light winking on and off across black peaks. This was a tier 1 plane? Less comfortable than the apocalypse, even. Not far off, 20-some apprentice lords had already gathered, every one of them wary. What the hell, what kind of place is this? The blood stink is so thick. Over there, something's moving. I followed their gaze. At the foot of the black peaks, a dark red glow was closing in fast, twisted shapes faintly visible within it. Monsters. Battle stations. People hurriedly summoned their contracted creatures, flame hounds, wind wolves, frost sprites, minions of every kind pouring out. I didn't hesitate either. A flick of spirit, and 10 skeletons surfaced from the void. Uffed. A snort beside me. A boy in an ornate mage's robe curled his lip, a great wolf wreathed in flame at his side. An F-rank undead lord? Summoning trash skeletons like those? On a tier 1 plane, they won't even be enough to pick the monster's teeth. Jeers rose on every side. I swept them a blank look. Ruhr. The dark red glow had already surged up close. The jeering cut off short, contempt turning to terror. A crack split the ground, and demons poured out in a dense swarm. Imps clutching tridents, winged flying demons, and abyssal hellhounds burning all over with hellfire. Demons. The lords who'd just been so cocky went white-faced, scrambling to direct their minions. Flamehounds breathed fire. Wind wolves loosed wind blades. Frost sprites shot ice spikes. But there were too many demons, surging in like a tide. Squelch. A trident pierced a flamehound's head. Crunch. An abyssal hellhound bit through a wind wolf's spine. Screams ran together into one. Those contracted creatures couldn't hold the line at all. Fall back. We can't hold it. We can't hold it at all. The crowd dissolved into chaos, all of them retreating. Only I stood where I was. The robed boy looked back and shouted, "Hey, undead lord, what are you standing around for, run? Those junk skeletons of yours can't hold them." Another female lord yelled, "If he wants to die, what's it to you?" The boy mounted his flame wolf and turned to flee. I watched the demon swarm charge in, the corner of my mouth lifting. Run? Why would I run? My spirit surged like a tsunami. I snapped my head up, ghost blue coursing in my eyes. Elite Skeleton Swordsman Corps, Skeleton Shield Guard Corps, Skeleton Archer Corps, Skeleton Warlord, Bone Shadow Assassins, Lich Vord, Manifest. War Angel Serena, Descend. Countless lights flared at once, rank upon rank of figures forming up in a blink. An orderly skeleton legion like a silver torrent of steel, an endless pressure bearing down. I stood at the legion's rear, like a sovereign looking down on death. The fleeing lords went utterly still. You're telling me this is an undead lord? Where'd he get this many skeletons? Didn't they say the undead were weakest early on? Who said that? This is what you call weak. They're all elite skeletons. Some are rare. That thing flying, is that an angel? An undead lord? How does he have an angel? The boy who jeered at me went paper white, unable to force out a single word. I ignored them, gave a light wave, my voice cold. Wipe out these demons. The skeleton legion moved. Shield guards in front raised bone shields into a wall of steel. Archers drew their bows behind them, arrow tips glowing ghost green. Loose, dozens of bone arrows poured down like a storm. The imps charging at the front were shot into pincushions, falling with shrieks. Abyssal hellhounds lunged, claws slamming into the bone shields. Clang, not budging an inch. Swordsmen thrust out from behind the shields, straight into their throats. The lords in the distance gaped. The demons they'd fought tooth and nail to hold, taking heavy losses, couldn't stand for a moment before this legion. I stood behind the formation, directing coolly. Shield guards hold the line. Swordsmen, flank left. Archers, suppress the air. The legion ran like a precision machine, every order obeyed. Flying demons dove to break through. Serena beat her wings to meet them, gold light condensing into holy light arrows, one arrow skewering 3 demons, black blood spattering down. Vord stood at my side, the gem on his staff ghost blue. "Master, do you need me to act?" "No. You and the shadow guards keep me covered. Watch for anyone striking from behind." Its ghost blue eye fire flickered, and it inclined its head. The warlord swung its bone axe, a demon head per stroke. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. 10 minutes later, the last demon fell. The skeleton legion stood amid a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, bones spattered with black gore, eye fire showing not the slightest fatigue. The robed boy's face was ashen, his lips trembling. A moment ago he'd laughed at my skeletons as trash, and now, it seemed, the trash was him. I paid him no mind and went to search the demon corpses. On one large demon, a thumb-sized black stone, pitch black all over with dark violet light coursing through it. Obsidian quality, rare type, spatial material use, crafting spatial gear, spatial arrays, spatial structures value. 50 spirit stones / unit. A tier, 1 plane specialty, has a chance to drop from killing powerful demons. The core material for spatial crafting. The core material for spatial gear. I dug out 3 more, 4 total, 200 spirit stones. And that was just this one wave's haul. High risk, high reward. No idea how demons had erupted in a tier 1 monster plane, but resources are resources. I waved the legion to pile up the corpses and stored them all into my plane. At this point, the robed boy walked over, still pale, but his expression composed again. "Hello, I'm Zhao Ming, main line of the Zhao family of Jiang City. I gave offense just now. Please forgive me. I didn't realize I was in the presence of greatness." He forced out a smile. Able to bend as well as stand, rare among the scions of great houses. I waved a hand idly. I didn't care about the mockery, so naturally I didn't care about the apology either. We're all on this battlefield. Why not travel together? More people, more cover, and safer. What do you say? I looked at him, my gaze calm. No need. What? I said. No need. I gave him a single glance, without any emotion. When you mocked me, you didn't count me as a comrade. Now that I'm strong, you come fawning. I've seen plenty of faces like that. I don't need friends like that, and I need deadweight like that even less. I turned and walked off in another direction, the Legion following like an escort. You stop right there. His voice went shrill. I didn't stop, didn't even turn my head. You think you're so strong? All you did was summon a pile of skeletons. Zhao Ming, swear, sooner or later I'll make you pay. His nails dug into his palms. The surrounding lords wore complicated expressions, some pity, some schadenfreude. And some were running the numbers in their heads. A guy this strong. Follow him at a distance, and you might just pick up some scraps. A few glances were traded, and quietly, they fell in, hanging back behind me at a distance. Zhou Yuanshan wiped a film of sweat from his brow. He and a group of lords trailed Liang at about 200 meters, close enough to keep him in sight, far enough not to be spotted. This guy walks too fast. Shoot, keep it down, don't let him notice. Up ahead, Liang threaded through a forest of black rubble with his legion, sulfur and blood thick in the air. Zhou Yuanshan counted 70 or 80 skeletons, elite, rare, and that epic lich and the angel, a lineup that was terrifying. Brother Zhou, are we really following him? If he spots us, what's there to be afraid of? Zhou Yuanshan sneered. That fight just now had to cost him plenty. 100-some demons, however strong he is, his man is near empty. We wait for him to weaken, and then those resources on him. The younger man's eyes lit up. The obsidian, he'd seen it too, for pieces at least, 200 spirit stones, and that heap of demon corpses, all carried off. Zhou Yuanshan clenched his fists. He was an ordinary lord with no background and no resources. That scrap of a monthly subsidy was never enough. To get strong, you had to gamble to grab resources. And Liang, a lone undead summoner, however strong, was still just one man. Just wait for him to run dry. Suddenly, a roar in the distance. Zhou Yuanshan stopped dead. In the dark mist ahead, figures surfaced one after another. Demons, another 70 or 80 of them. Behind the demon swarm, a 4-meter giant shape slowly emerged. Dark red flame all over its body, 2 horns on its head, hellfire burning in its blood-red eyes, a terrifying aura pressing down until it was hard to breathe. That's an Abyss Demon Warlord. Rare quality, level 35 at least. There's a Frenzy Demon beside it too. Rare, over level 20. Run. Don't be afraid. Zhou Yuanshan grabbed the one about to bolt. Liang's blocking the way up ahead. Let him be the cannon fodder. We hide behind, and once he and the demons have crippled each other. He didn't finish. He froze. Ahead, there was nothing. Liang was gone. The skeleton legion was gone. Where is he? Zhou Yuanshan's eyes went wide. He'd been there a second ago. In the blink of an eye, all gone. Roar. The demon warlord had spotted them, its blood-red eyes locking on, a cruel arc curling at the corner of its mouth. It swept a hand. The demon swarm wheeled and charged straight at Zhou Yuanshan's group. This is wrong. The demons are coming for us. Where's Liang? Why isn't he being chased? Run. Run. Everyone turned and bolted, but the demons were faster. The frenzied demon roared at the front of the charge. Summon. Have your minions hold them off. Werewolves, goblins, hobgoblins, boar-men were summoned out, but they hesitated, not daring to advance, sensing a terror far beyond themselves. Get in there, you worthless things, one lord screamed. 10 werewolves charged the frenzied demon, trembling, squelch. One claw tore them in two, blood spraying. The rest swallowed up in an instant. That lord turned to run. The frenzied demon pounced, crunch, and twisted his head off. Help! Brother Zhou, save me! Screams came one after another. The minions were as fragile as paper before the demon swarm, slaughtered in a blink, and the demons then lunged for their masters. Zhou Yuanshan ran for his life, not daring to look back, hearing only the screams behind him drawing closer. Liang, where the hell did you go? You bastard, why won't you help us? Why aren't the demons chasing you? The voice cut off short. Zhou Yuanshan knew the last of his companions had died. Only he was left. Don't chase me. His legs went weak, The footsteps behind him closer and closer, that terrible aura already pressing against his back. He regretted it. He shouldn't have tailed him, shouldn't have coveted those few resources, shouldn't have. A giant hand clamped onto his shoulder. He turned his head and met the demon warlord's blood-red eyes. No! A scream rang across the wastes, then died into silence. A moment later, Liang's figure appeared at the edge of the black stone forest, looking ahead. A swarm of demons was feeding on corpses, lords and minions both, mangled, reduced to bloody pulp. He frowned. The skeleton legion surged out from in front of him. He gave a wave. Go! Over 100 skeletons charged the demon swarm like a tide, Serena close behind. Their meal disturbed, the demons roared in fury, but the skeletons knew no fear. Shield guards in front held against the counterattack. Bone arrows fell like rain into the demon ranks. The warlord took a demon head per axe stroke, and Serena wheeled overhead, gold light blades striking one demon down after another. Worthless. Do I have to do it myself? The demon warlord blazed with dark red flame all over and charged straight at my skeleton warlord. Two rares collided. The bone warlord was driven back a few steps by the sheer force. A bolt of gold light fell from the heavens. Serena Dove, the holy light, coming down. Fear flashed in the demon warlord's eyes. Holy light, the bane of demons. The light blade struck its shoulder, black blood gushing. The wound hissing up white smoke. The holy light scorching far worse than any ordinary attack. It backpedaled madly, trying to flee. Serena gave it no opening. Another slash carving a deep gash across its chest. At last it couldn't care anymore and turned to run. Serena was already above its head, the light blade driving down from the sky, punching through its skull. The scream cut off abruptly, the colossal body crashing to the ground. The remaining demons fell back step by step, surrounded and slaughtered to the last by the skeletons. I walked to the center of the battlefield and looked at those gnawed corpses, silent for a moment. Master, these were the ones tailing us, Ford said. I know. I'd only meant to shake them off. I hadn't expected them to play the fishermen, waiting for the demons and me to wound each other so they could swoop in for the easy pickings. Too bad, I was faster. I could teleport straight back to my plane. People who tail others hoping for an easy steal reap what they sow in the end. This battlefield was more dangerous than I'd thought. Vord, search them. Store anything usable. A moment later, he returned. Not much. A manhwareccomendation ring, 60 spirit stones, 5 mana potions. The rest the demons destroyed. I slipped on the ring and stored the rest in my plane. Vord's greatest advantage as a lich was that he had a normal person's intelligence, not stiff like the skeletons, fit only to take orders. He could handle many things for me, and could even learn alchemy and potion making. I took off the spatial ring and handed it to him. Use this. With a plain vault to store and draw from at will, the ring was redundant for me. My thanks for my lord's gift. He accepted it respectfully. Gather the common materials and keep whatever you can use. I looked again at those mangled corpses and was silent a while. Bury them. Vord paused. Master, dig a pit. Bury them. I'm an undead lord, but I don't use the corpses of my own kind. Death settles all grudges. Let them rest in the earth. No need to leave them exposed in the waste for the demons to gnaw. The skeletons searched the demon warlord and the frenzy demon and brought me 5 pieces of obsidian, 1 fist-sized piece of high-quality obsidian, and some claws and fangs, but no novice lord core. I frowned. It's that hard to get? Does it really only drop from epic tier? Or is my luck just rotten? Never mind. I stored the spoils. Coming back to myself, the more I thought, the more wrong it felt. Too many demons, quality too high. Nothing like what a tier 1 plane should hold. I opened the Lord's channel, the group chat I'd been added to automatically on entering the battlefield. Help! I'm surrounded by demons. The demons over here are endless. I ran into an epic demon, almost died. This is definitely not a tier 1 plane. Someone send help. 3 frenzy demons are chasing me. Mana almost out. Help? The last message cut off mid-sentence. I'd guessed right. This plane was already overrun by demons. Teleportation doesn't go wrong. The will of the blue star doesn't err. The coordinates don't err. Unless something interfered along the way. There was a conspiracy in this. Master, the The corpses are all collected. Where to next? Forward. Soon the hounds led me to a deep pit. Blue glowing stones lay scattered across its floor, crystalline and clear, glinting faintly in the dim light. I picked one up, cold as jade. Low-grade spirit stone, or quality. Common type. Mineral use. Refine into spirit stone's value. 0.2 spirit stone/piece. Can be refined into spirit stones. Low quality, but valuable in bulk. Low-grade spirit stone, or. There was an opening in the pit wall half blocked by rubble. More blue light, faintly visible inside. I smiled. No wonder the demons clustered in this area. A spirit stone vein's energy drew them too. Serena, into the cave. Kill anything you see. Vord, take the skeletons and dig out all the ore. The skeletons poured into the mine shaft, hauling out or block by block, and I stored it all in my plane on the spot. Elite skeletons mining, or too much of a waste. I should bring over the common skeletons the altar produced for that. Those skeletons I can't directly communicate with or command, but they instinctively fear elites. Leave a few elite swordsmen as overseers, and the common skeletons will work obediently. Skeleton miners? Not a bad idea. Mid-thought, the hounds behind me started growling. A group of figures was approaching, Blue Star Lords, by their dress from the island nation, 7 in all. Clearly they'd found the vein too. Seeing only a few skeletons at my side, a flicker of contempt crossed their eyes, but they didn't move rashly, stepping into the pit at a measured pace. At their head was a short man with a signature little mustache, in samurai armor. Beside him a sultry woman in revealing leather, twin blades at her waist. The other 5 wore varied expressions. The hounds blocked the way, growling low. No need for nerves. The short man raised both hands with a heaped-on smile, speaking fluent Chinese through the Lord Bracelet's auto-translation. We mean no harm. We just came to look at this, or. This is a spirit stone vein, isn't it? We chased the demons all the way here. Didn't expect you'd already claimed it. He paused, a glint in his eye. All alone, you're in great danger. Why not let us help you? There are so many demons, you need backup. We'll stand guard, and in return, you share a portion of the vein's output. The sultry lord stepped forward, her voice coquettish. Look, there are 7 of us, just one of you. We help you hold it, and you have it easy. How about a 70-30 split? I smiled. How is it I only get 70%? The short man blinked, then burst out laughing. 70 is ours. 3/10 to you alone is already plenty. 7 of us guard it for you, and you do nothing. Perfectly fair. This is my place. I can hold it myself. I refused flatly. I don't split with anyone. Not that I didn't want to. I can't. His face fell, and he squinted, sizing me up. Friend, think it through. You're alone, and only an undead lord at that. We're 7, and no weaklings. His tone turned cold. There's an old saying in China, the wise man bends to the times. A vein like this, you can't hold alone. The woman dropped her smile too, folding her arms and saying coldly, we're being polite as a courtesy. Don't refuse the toast only to be made to drink the forfeit. I swept them a glance, the corner of my mouth lifting. Then let me give you some advice. Best read the times yourselves, and don't go looking for trouble. Looking for trouble? The short man sneered and stroked his mustache. I'd say you're looking for a grave. A skeleton player with 4 lousy bone racks, and you dare talk back? Clear out if you know what's good for you, or don't blame us for being rough. The other 5 chimed in. Seeing no reaction from me, a vicious light flashed in the short man's eyes, and he swept his hand down hard. Come out. 7 lights flared together, 30-some minions pouring forth, sword-wielding samurai swordsmen, lithe shadow cats, gargoyles plated in stone, 2-meter roaring bear men. A motley assortment. Now you see the gap, don't you? 7 of us, 30-some minions. You've got 4 lousy skeletons. Get lost while you still can. I'm different. A cold light flashed in my eyes. Greedy things like you. I kill everyone I see. I raised a hand and snapped my fingers. Boom! Black light detonated, and the skeleton legion surged forth in an instant. Swordsmen, shield guards, archers, over 100 of them. The warlord swinging its axe at the head, the momentum filling the entire pit. This many skeletons. The island nation lords' faces shifted slightly. What's there to panic about? They're just skeletons. What's the use of numbers? Kill them. The 30-some minions charged and slammed into the skeletons. But the moment they made contact, their faces changed. Wrong. Why are these skeletons so strong? Elites. All of them elites. Some are 3-star elite. Fall back. The short man's expression changed too. 3-star elite. Elite skeletons are hard to summon. How does he have this many? A vicious light flashed in the woman's eyes, both hands gathering a light as thick and red as blood. Phantom amplification. A dark red tide of light surged out, wrapping every minion. Their eyes flushed red, their bodies swelling, dark red patterns rising on their surfaces, even their weapons turning crimson. Several elites broke through to rare on the spot. Take down these bone racks. The minions counterattacked like things gone mad, and for a moment the skeleton legion was actually pushed back. Swordsmen smashed away by bear men, bone swords cut through by samurai, archers torn apart by shadow cats, the skeleton warlord ganged up on by several rares and losing ground. See that? We're not so easy to push around. Little brother, kneel and beg for mercy now while there's still time, or die right here. I looked at them, the corner of my mouth lifting. Is that so? My gaze turned suddenly cold. Vord, curse aura. Vord raised his staff, ghost light spreading from its tip, an invisible curse settling over the battlefield. The island nation lord's assault stalled abruptly. My bearman's strength is fading. Defense dropped too. What the hell is this thing? The short man's face filled with shock. A curse. Damn it, he has a lich too. Before they could react, I called out again. Serena. She flashed out of the mine shaft, wings spread, wrapped in holy light. Purify the darkness. Serena tore into the minions like lightning, picking off the ones that had just broken through to rare. Squelch. A shadow cat's skull was pierced by a light blade. Squelch. A gargoyle's neck was severed. Squelch. A bearman's heart was run through, and it crashed down. Rare minions were as fragile as thin paper under her sword. One-shot kills every time. In a dozen seconds, every minion that had broken through to rare was destroyed, the rest falling one after another under the skeleton's siege. This impossible. The short man's pupils snapped tight. An angel? This guy actually has an angel. The 7 turned to flee, but the skeleton legion had already closed a tight ring around them. No way out. Their minions wiped out to the last. Only the 7 lords were left in the pit. Mercy. We were wrong. The short man dropped to his knees and kowtowed. The woman knelt too, switching to a fawning smile, her voice gone soft as silk. Little brother, we were wrong. We're willing to serve you. We'll do anything, just spare. I scoffed. After getting used to a saint-like angel such as Serena, goods like these couldn't stir the faintest flicker of interest in me. You shouldn't have crossed me, I said coldly. And another thing, I don't make friends with you. What do you mean? You came here, so we're enemies. I don't want to see you again. The short man's eyes lit up. Thank you for sparing us. We'll leave right now. We'd never dare again. The others nodded frantically. I'll send you on your way right now. I took 2 steps back. The skeleton legion pounced in an instant. Screams rang through the pit, then fell into dead silence a moment later. 7 island nation lords and their minions all lay in pools of blood. For people with ill intent like these, I show no mercy. Take them all back as materials. Store every corpse. Yes, master. A flick of my will, and the corpses were stored one by one into the apocalypse plane, and then I teleported back. In the courtyard of the Layla Research Center, the altar stood black and silent, runes coursing across it. The area around it was packed with skeletons the altar had spawned on its own. 7 elite skeletons with ghost blue flickering in their sockets. 70 or 80 common skeletons wandering aimlessly. Demon corpses I'd hauled back stacked off to one side. While I'd been away, the altar had used the energy-rich demon corpses to auto-summon a batch of elites. Right now I was stuck at the level 10 bottleneck. The summon cap locked at 111. I couldn't add to the numbers, so I'd raise quality instead. These elites would make perfect material to push the Legion stars up, sparing Vord a good deal of time and mana. The common skeletons could go mine, but I'd need tools. A flick of will, and I appeared on that ruined street outside Raccoon City, stepping into a hardware store at the street's end. Hammers, picks, and shovels strewn across the floor. More than enough. Another flick, and I was back at the altar. Vord, gather these skeletons and put them to mining. Yes, though, they don't seem to have tools. I've got the tools ready. Don't worry about it. Vord began rounding up the skeletons. I flashed over beside the vein in the dark wastes, opened a gate, and the skeletons walked out one by one, standing about in a daze. Not until Vord appeared, ghost blue light scattering from his bony hand, a powerful undead pressure spreading, did the common skeletons begin trembling, instinctively cowering before this higher undead, not daring to move. I gave a wave, and the tools clattered to the ground. Hand them out. Start digging. The common skeletons clumsily picked up the picks and shovels, their movements stiff, but under the elite's intimidation, they didn't dare slack off, plodding obediently toward the pit. Clang, clang, clang. Slow, clumsy, but tireless, able to keep at it forever. Not bad. Low efficiency, but reliable. I'll leave this to you. I flashed back to the altar in the basement and looked at the heap of demon corpses, my gaze landing on the demon warlord. Rare quality, massive build. I raised a hand and summoned. Its corpse, along with several hundred around it, dispersed and turned into pure undead energy, bone reassembling. A moment later, a 3-meter skeleton stood up, its frame thicker than a man's leg, purple flame burning in its sockets. A skeleton warlord, for star rare, stronger than the earlier Minotaur warlord. I picked out 13 4-star elite corpses to reinforce the legion, leaving the lower quality ones as fusion material. Then I began fusing. Elite skeletons turned to energy one by one, poured into a 4-star elite swordsman. 5-star elite, 6-star, 7-star, up to 9-star, the blue fire in its sockets bright enough to turn purple. This unit has reached the elite quality cap. A minion promotion token is required to advance it to rare. A promotion token. I'd never had one drop. Nothing for it. I could only push the other skeletons up for now. Luckily, there were plenty of demon corpses, and the altar had spawned a fair number of elites for material. To raise more 9 stars, I'd have to hunt more demons. The corpses around the altar were used up, only scraps left. I went back to the dark wastes to keep hunting demons. Elsewhere in the dark wastes, Beast Valley. No beasts, only demons. Under the gray sky, a figure streaked along. Su Qingxue. White dress snapping, long hair like a waterfall, skin fairer than snow, a pair of cool eyes as though steeped in ice. A dozen some figures followed close behind. Elf archers with longbows, elf huntresses riding black panthers, gripping moonblades. And behind them, hundreds upon hundreds of demons gave relentless chase. The demons closed in. Su Qingxue fought as she retreated, the elf archers loosing arrows even as they fell back. But the arrows were nearly spent, and the huntress's stamina was bottoming out. Flying demons wheeled overhead. Ground demons surged like a tide, the encirclement tightening, until she was driven into a dead corner of the valley. A cliff before her, demons behind. No way up to the sky, no door into the earth. Yet she didn't panic, only gripped her staff and snapped her fingers. Snap! A great mass of figures suddenly poured out of both sides of the valley. Flame elementals wreathed in fire, fanged werewolves, wind elementals churning gales, elf archers with drawn bows, trance with snaking vines, instantly counter-encircling the demons. Move! A tall, short-haired man bellowed. Flame elementals charged into the demon ranks, setting whole swaths of demon soldiers alight. Werewolves ripped out the throats of abyssal hellhounds. Wind elementals smashed imps against the rock walls. The Trent's vines were nooses, hanging the demons one by one. The elf archers loosed in unison, and the tide of battle reversed in an instant. Damn it! Even ants dare to scheme against me. The demon warlord swatted a werewolf away with one claw and charged, roaring. Fireballs left only shallow marks on its scaled hide. The scales were too thick. Concentrate on its weak points. Su Qingxue snapped coldly. Eyes, joints, belly. Arrows to the eyes, wind elementals to blind it, vines to the legs, werewolves to the joints. The warlord shrieked, a leg buckling as it knelt, then wrenched free of the vines and rose again. I am a warlord. How could I die at the hands of ants? Su Qingxue raised her staff, silver light flaring at its tip. Elven bind. Countless silver-white vines shot from the staff, drawing tighter and tighter. The warlord's strength drained away fast, its movements sluggish. Now, hit it with everything. Fire, wind, arrows, vines, claws. All of it came down at once. However strong the beast, it couldn't withstand the focused kill, and in the end it fell into a pool of blood. Dozens of lords stepped forward, Sioux collateral branch scions, and commoners who followed the Sioux family. This escort was a formation the Sioux family had laid out long ago, surrounding the legitimate sons and daughters with a host of protectors. This was the backbone of a great family. Gather the spoils and press on deeper, Su Qingxue said, scanning the valley's depths. There are more demons. The group pushed into the interior. The deeper they went, the stronger the demons, from common to elite, and the more numerous. And they weren't roaming aimlessly. They moved with organization. Su Qingxue stopped dead. An ambush. The words had barely left her when a shriek split the sky. She looked up, pupils snapping tight, dozens of dark shapes, diving down. Batwing demons. Elite quality, 50 and more, claws cold and cruel, a single dive-in snatch punching through a summoned creature. They circled in midair, hitting and pulling back up, giving no chance for melee. Concentrate fire, clear the air first. The archers and flame elementals blasted overhead together, the batwing demons thinning fast, but more flew in from the distance, and nearly 1,000 demons surged into the valley mouth at once, soldiers, hellhounds, warriors, closing in from every side. Fight as we retreat, break out toward the exit. Su Qingxue directed coolly, but there were too many demons, surging up wave after wave over their own dead. From the left, from the right, demons before and behind, the ring clamping shut. It's over. Miss Su. The lords' faces went ashen. The dark wastes, the far side. I stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The 349th. There was no killing them all. None at all. Commander, the demons in this stretch are about cleared out, Vord rasped. I raised a hand, storing the demon corpses across the ground, along with the materials, into the apocalypse plane. These days of grinding battle had honed the Legion well. Through altar fusion, I'd banked 8 rare skeleton warlords, plus the Bone Shadow assassins, and 59-star elites, 20 archers, 10 swordsmen, 20 shield guards, with the rest of the elites at 5-star too. And the vein, nearly dug out, somewhere over 30,000 or, Vort said. At market rate, worth about 5,000 spirit stones. A pity we turned up no spirit marrow. Spirit marrow is the essence of spirit stones, far more precious than ordinary ones. No matter, 5,000 spirit stones was enough to do a great deal. Finally, some money. Spirit stones are the foundation for developing a plane. Bank enough, and I could accelerate construction, let the undead self-cycle inside my plane and regenerate endlessly, raising a legion that never ran dry. That step was still far off, but the first one had been taken. I found a clean rock to sit on and catch my breath. Days of grinding combat. Mana was no problem, but my mind was worn out. Facing endless demons, killing one batch only for another to come, was a bad feeling. I opened the Lord's channel. I never posted, only watched in silence, fishing useful information out of others' conversations. Anyone know an abyss demon's weak point? Surrounded by a pack of small fry. Batwing demons are disgusting. Ground units can't even reach them. I saw a succubus. That figure was unreal. Careful she doesn't drain you dry. Anyone found a spirit stone vein? I found one. Demons took it. Anyone want to team up? So spirit stone veins weren't rare on the battlefield. Made sense. This wasn't a tier 1 plane. Resources were naturally more plentiful. The bracelet suddenly buzzed. A private message. The sender, Su Qingxue. Liang, save me. I'm surrounded by demons, and there's an epic tier demon general. My elf archers are all dead. I can't hold on much longer. I was about to reply when she sent another. I know this is too much to ask, but if you can come, I beg you, save me. I really don't want to die here. The Sioux family will never let your effort go unrewarded. A pause. If you're worried, then don't come. Just take this as the last thing I'll ever say to you. Right after, a location was shared. A shared location gives the other person all of your map data, everywhere you've been, your path of travel, your current position. It's an enormous show of trust. Or, the last cry for help and despair. I stared at that coordinate, brows knit tight. Outside Beast Valley, under the gray sky, Su Qingxue ran for her life across the wastes. Caked in mud and blood, her delicate face full of exhaustion. Several dark shapes pursued close behind. Abyss bat fiends, rare quality, level 30. The evolved form of the Batwing demon, wingspan 2 meters, claws that could rend fine steel, diving fast as lightning. One alone could slaughter an elite squad, and now there were 4 or 5. My queen, there's a cave ahead. The elf huntress Moonshadow, curved blade in hand, shielded her at her side, a wound deep enough to show bone on her left arm still bleeding. Moonshadow, you're wound. It's nothing, hurry inside. The two rushed toward the black cave on the mountainside. The instant they charged in, a dark-shaped dove, a claw slashing open Su Qingshue's shoulder, blood spurting. Moonshadow whirled and cut across, blade meeting claw, sparks flying, forcing the fiend back. My queen, get in. Su Qingxue, clutching her shoulder, staggered back into the cave's depths and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, the pain nearly past thinking through. She looked up toward the cave mouth. Moonshadow's figure stood there blocking it, blade light and shrieking interwoven. Those elf archers, who'd fallen one by one under the demon's claws, who'd given their lives to clear her path, they rose before her eyes again. Liang, she murmured, will you come? Outside the cave, Moonshadow's movement slowed, her face going paler and paler. A low, hoarse voice spoke. Oh, 2 little mice hiding in here. A 3-meter figure dropped from among the bat fiends. Dark red scaled armor, 2 horns on its head, a pair of crimson vertical pupils, fangs cold and cruel. Elves? Haven't eaten elf in a long time. Each step it took shook the ground. Moonshadow gripped her moonblade and barred the cave mouth. My queen, run. I'll hold it. You are the hope of the elven race. You cannot die here. She raised her blade and lunged at the demon. The curved blade swept across its arm, leaving only a shallow mark. The demon didn't even bother to dodge, swatting offhand. Slam. Moonshadow was knocked flying, smashing into the cave wall, spitting up blood. Weak. Too weak. The demon general sneered and strode into the cave. Su Qingxue had nowhere left to retreat, her back against the cold rock. She thought of the first time she'd met Liang, that cold gaze, that flat, I'll pay you back. Thought of how he never posted in the channel, only watched in silence. Would he really come? Or was all of this just her own wishful thinking? Maybe she shouldn't have hoped from the start. Maybe she was fated to die on this strange plane, without even a whole body left behind. The demon general seized her throat in one hand and hoisted her up. The elf queen? Truly weak. It split open a maw like a bloody pit, the stench washing over her. Kneel and beg me. It leered, and maybe I'll let you live a little longer. Su Qingxue opened her eyes. No fear in them, only stubbornness. A blue star lord does not beg a demon for mercy. Then die. Dark red light gathered on its claw. She slowly closed her eyes. Liang, I'm sorry. I couldn't wait for you. A sharp shriek split the air. A blade of gold light came streaking through the sky. Boom. The gold blade struck the demon general's claw, shattering its dark red scales, black blood spraying. It shrieked and staggered back, instinctively flinging Su Qingxue aside. Su Qingxue, falling to the ground, opened her eyes and saw a sight she'd never forget for the rest of her life. An angel stood poised in the air, pure white wings spread, silver white light armor coursing in the golden glow, gold eyes clear and cold. On the slope behind the angel stood a young man, hands at his back, black trench coat snapping, a lord's staff in his grip, a dense skeleton legion at his side. 8 near 3-meter skeleton warlords ranged like guards to either side. Liang, her eyes filled with joy. I gave a slight nod. The demon general stared at the angel, alarm and doubt filling its vertical pupils. An angel? How is an angel mixed in with the undead? It flickered and lunged at Serena, her holy light sword rising to meet it, gold light and dark red detonating in the air with a clang. Go! 8 warlords stepped forward at once, the ground shaking. Hundreds of skeletons behind surged out like a tide, pouncing on the demon swarm. Bone swords met claws, sparks flying. The warlords moved as if through no man's land. one axe stroke knocking two flying demons away, one hand tearing off another's wing, one foot crushing a skull. Many as the demons were, they fell back step by step. In the air, Serena's holy light sword-woven net of light, trapping the demon general within it. It roared, abyssal fire, dark red flame coiling around it as it wrenched free and dove, meaning to clear the ground skeletons first, then turned back to deal with the angel. Vord, end it fast. Yes, master. Vord raised his staff. Curse weaken. Gray light fell over it, and the demon general's movements stalled abruptly. Serena's holy light slash cleaved apart its flame shield, and three of Vord's shadow bolts pierced its body. It howled in pain, its scaled armor cracking, fear surfacing in its eyes for the first time as it tried to flee. The holy light soared, and the shadow bolts pinned it from both sides. The shield shattered, the blade edge chopping into its shoulder, the shadow bolts punching three black holes through its chest. The colossal body shuddered and crashed to the ground. The light in its vertical pupils went out. The remaining demons scattered with cries of terror, hunted down one by the skeletons. I walked over to the demon general's corpse. Epic tier, prime material. But a corpse over level 30 can't be summoned directly. It requires the altar and a base of several thousand corpses besides. I stored it in my vault. Beneath the corpse, several faint lights flickered. I brushed aside the remains, and four things lay in the pool of blood: a pitch-black crystal orb, a black token, a parchment map, and a ball of dark red light. I took the orb first. Novice Lord Core, quality, rare type, advancement item. On use, an apprentice lord advances to novice lord, breaking the level 10 bottleneck. Finally, I didn't hesitate, used it on the spot. Boom! A surge of power flooded into me, the bottleneck shattering at once. Advanced to novice lord. Level 11, cap raised to level 30. Spirit plus 3, now 14.1. Mana cap 141. Summon cap 141. Satisfying. The Legion could expand again, and the soul XP from kills wouldn't go to waste anymore. The second thing, the black token. Minion promotion token quality, rare type, consumable. A 9-star elite minion advances to rare quality on use. 9 uses, 1 per minion. Good stuff. My archers, swordsmen, and shield guards had all hit 9-star elite, perfect for pulling them up to rare. The third, the parchment map, marked with intricate terrain, one spot circled in red. Spirit Stone Vein Map, quality, rare type, intel item, marks an active Spirit Stone vein, guarded by a large number of demons. An active vein, meaning a large stock of already mined Spirit Stones inside. Take it, and that's a windfall. Maybe I could even dig up Spirit Marrow. The fourth, the ball of dark red light, a twisted humanoid outline flickering faintly within. Demon Soul, quality, rare type, material. A soul crystal formed after an epic demon's death, holding abyssal power, an important material for high-grade undead gear, usable in special altar rituals, or for sale. All stored in the vault. This haul was a jackpot. Looks like doing a good deed earns you heaven's favor. Sure, I'd come for the payoff, but that still makes me half a good guy, doesn't it? I turned and looked at Su Qingxue. She knelt by Moonshadow, her face anxious. Moonshadow lay there, blood at the corner of her mouth, pale as paper, her breath faint. Seeing me look over, Su Qingxue's eyes flooded red. She sprang up, stumbled into my arms, both hands wrapping around my waist, tears bursting free. Leon, I thought I was done for. Thought I'd never see you again. She trembled violently all over, crying like a child, all her fear and grievance breaking the dam at once. My body went stiff. I raised a hand and patted her back lightly. It's all right now. She looked up, eyes hazy with tears, then realized how suggestive the pose was. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, and she hastily let go and stepped back, ducking her head to wipe her eyes. Sorry, I lost my composure. She drew a deep breath. When she looked up again, her gaze had returned to its cool calm, the tear tracks not yet dry, but her expression as though she'd never cried at all. A true daughter of a great house. Emotions reined in and let out at will. Thank you for saving me. Without you, I'd have died here. No need for thanks. I came for the payoff. I said it flatly. 50,000 spirit stones and 2 epic monster corpses under level 30. Don't forget. Up to level 50 works too. She paused. That price was far below what saving her was worth, and she knew it. Don't worry, you'll get it. This much is nothing to the Sue family. I won't welch. She was about to say more when her face suddenly changed. Moonshadow. I glanced at the dying elf. I don't have a life potion. That thing was too expensive and useless on skeletons. But Serena could try. Su Qingxua blinked, then caught on. Right? An angel can heal. Serena. She landed, gold light gathering in her palm. Holy light heal. Gold light wrapped Moonshadow, the wounds knitting shut visibly fast, color returning to her cheeks. A moment later, Moonshadow opened her eyes. My queen. As long as you're all right. Su Qingxua helped her lean against the rock, then turned to me, her voice settling back into calm. This world is strange, like it's been sealed by something. My star seal can't reach my family. I don't know whether we'll even be able to return to the blue star once the trial ends. I frowned. Can't reach them. I've tried many times, all cut off, like something's blocking it. This world really is wrong, I said. Otherwise it wouldn't have so many demons, completely beyond our tier. The teleport itself doesn't go wrong, and the will of the blue star wouldn't harm us. Something interfered with it along the way. Then what do we do? As long as there's a beacon linking back to the blue star, it's manageable. Worst case, we build our own beacon. A beacon is the most important structure on a plane battlefield. The blue star is the supreme plane. No lord can control it, and only by raising a beacon to establish a signal, connect to the blue star's consciousness, and open a teleport array, can one return. We can build a beacon? Shock flashed in her eyes. As long as we have the plane's coordinates. We can scrape the materials together. Worst case, kill a few more demons. I said it lightly, as if it were killing a chicken. Yet hearing such near-arrogant words, Su Qingxua somehow didn't find them the least bit exaggerated. As if he said he could do it, he certainly could. She nodded hard. Then her expression turned complicated again. About that, before we go back, you might have to protect me. My people are far away, and the other lords are dead or fled. No. I cut her off. You can't come with me. I can't protect you. I'm used to traveling alone, and I carry too many secrets to lay bare for others. I'm a commoner. I've never counted on anyone, always relied only on myself. She was at a loss for words. But, I softened my tone, I can wait for you to recover, wait for you to pull your team back together before I leave. Moonshadow could already stand. She bowed to me. Thank you, my lord. I owe you this. Just serve your master well. I turned to Su Qingxua. What's your plan from here? My elves are all dead. I have to resummon them, but I'm out of spirit stones. An ordinary lord's summons costs spirit stones, and quite a lot of them. I was silent a moment, then took out a fist-sized stone. Spirit stone, or? Her eyes flew bright. How do you have this? Found it in an abandoned pit. I've already dug it out. She stared at me, stunned. Spirit stone, or was an exceedingly rare resource on the battlefield, usually monopolized by powerful factions. Ordinary lords couldn't get near it. Your luck is unreal. Luck, I said evenly. I've already killed close to 700 demons. She jolted all over. 700? By yourself? All of it wave by wave. She gazed at me blankly. An ordinary lord doing well to kill 100 over a whole tour. And me, 700. Made sense. Without that kind of strength, I couldn't have saved her today. Liang, you really are strong. I didn't answer, just handed over the ore. Take it. Pay me back when we return. This valley's fairly hidden. Summon here, I'll hunt nearby, and once you've got your full ranks I'll leave. You'll stand guard for me? I won't let you die. After all, you still owe me a lot of money. I turned and headed out of the valley, Serena following behind. Liang, she suddenly called. I looked back. Did you save me only for the money? Whether I did or didn't, I didn't stop. Either way, I won't let you die. No sound came from behind. After a moment, it seemed she sighed softly, or perhaps she'd smiled. Deep in the dark wastes, in the blood mist stood an obsidian palace, dark red coursing between its runes like living blood vessels. At the hall's far end, a throne of bones. On the walls to either side, 12 blood-red hearts sealed in crystal, hanging in the air and beating slowly. At the hall's center, 5 3-meter demon generals stood in a ring, murmuring, "That fellow Graka. 3 days now. Why hasn't he come back?" said a dragon-headed, red-bodied demon, its voice like muffled thunder. "I can't feel his aura anymore." A serpent-tailed demon slowly raised its head, crimson eyes sweeping the wall beside the throne. The demons all looked at once. The second blood-red heart on the left wall was shaking violently. Crack! The crystal split. Squelch! The heart burst, black blood spraying everywhere. Dead silence. A burst heart meant Graka was dead. Graka's dead. Who killed him? Those apprentice lords? Impossible. A squat, stocky demon slammed an axe into the floor, sparks flying. A swarm of ants. How could they kill an epic tier like Graka? Tap, tap, tap. From the shadows deep in the hall, a humanoid figure walked out at a measured pace. Black hair like a waterfall, skin fair as snow, a pair of deep violet eyes turning with a mysterious light, a natural allure in her brows and eyes, as if a single glance could steal one's soul away. A black dress hugged her form, a pair of black wings folded lightly at her back, dark violet light coursing over the feathers, an aura that set the heart trembling. She stood barely 1.70 meters, dwarfed to absurdity beside those 5 3-meter generals. Yet the instant she appeared, the alarm and rage drained from all 5 generals' faces, and they knelt on one knee together, bowing their heads. Lady Lilith. Awe in their voices. The abyss has no use for empty courtesy. Strength is everything. To make epic tier generals bow like this, she had to be legendary at the very least. Rise, all of you. A commanding authority pressed beneath her gentle voice, brooking no question, as she walked at a measured pace to the throne, turned, and sat. The lord who killed Graka, his strength far exceeds your estimates. Lady Lilith, you mean? The dragon-headed demon ventured. The corner of her mouth lifted, a flicker of amusement crossing the violet of her eyes. You underestimate Blue Star Lords far too much. They come from a special plane, with limitless possibility. The talents the will of the Blue Star grants are beyond your comprehension. Given enough time and resources, they can grow stronger without end. That is what makes them most terrifying, and exactly why we set this war in motion. Her voice turned abruptly cold. Pass the order. Every demon general moves out, scours the dark wastes, finds the lord who killed Graka, and learns everything. His strength, his minions, all of it. Don't act rashly. Anyone who can kill an epic tier like Graka must have powerful backing at his side, perhaps epic tier minions of his own. Get the full picture first, then decide how to strike. Remember, this plane belongs to the abyss alone. Her voice was gentle, yet its chill cut to the bone. These Blue Star Lords, every last one of them must die. I left skeletons to hold the valley and flashed back to the city of plague, to the altar. I raised a hand, and the demon General Graka's corpse surfaced on the altar, its dark red scaled armor still radiating pressure. A flick of will, the runes lit, the altar began to turn. Epic quality demon corpse, demon general Graka 1-star, epic LV.35 traits. Strength type, flight, demon bloodline. Summon a lich. Warning, lich summoning at cap. Current spirit 14.1, lich cap 1, void already summoned. Spirit 20 required to summon another. I frowned. Far short, and I wouldn't reach it anytime soon. What happens if I summon now? Based on the traits of the corpses the altar absorbs, a random undead unit will be summoned with an uncertain result. Skeleton, zombie, ghost, or special undead. Quality, epic. Continue. An epic corpse would yield at least an epic, and this corpse carried the flight trait. My legion was all ground units, and against flyers I could only rely on Serena, Vord, and the archers. I was short on aerial power. Summon. The altar roared, the mountain of corpses dissolving all at once into a black waterfall of energy that poured into the altar's core. Graka's corpse melted and reassembled within the energy, the dark red gradually shifting to ghostly black, finally condensing into a roiling mass of black mist. A skeleton surfaced from the mist, thick, sturdy bones with a dim metallic sheen, curved bull horns on its brow, a pair of 4-meter bone wings unfurling trailing black mist, a pitch-black greatsword in its grip, black mist sheathing it like scaled armor. That aura was far stronger than Vord's. It opened its eyes, leapt down from the altar, and knelt on one knee. My lord, the Doom Knight, Graka, serves you. Its name, not skeleton. I checked the panel. Doom Knight, quality, 1-star epic level. 35 HP, 800 ATK, 150 def, 80 speed. Fast skills. Doom Slash, 3 times damage, armor break. Ignores 30% DF, shadow ambush. Turns to black mist and blinks behind the enemy. 2 times damage, guaranteed crit. Bone Wing Flight, flight speed plus 50%. Death Aura, within 20 m, enemy ATK minus 15%. Def minus 10%. Traits. Demon Bloodline, plus 30% damage versus demon type. Undead Regeneration, 5 HP / SEC. Dark Body, immune to poison, disease. HP 800, attack 150, crushing Vord, and it could fly. Best of all, plus 30% damage against demons. On this demon-infested plane, it was practically made to order for me. Rise. It stood, bone wings folding like a cape. My lord, what would you have me do? The corner of my mouth lifted. Begin the slaughter. 3 days later, the dark wastes. On the wastes outside the valley, the Doom Knight wove through the demon swarm, every sweep of its greatsword shearing off a row of demon heads. Soul XP plus 55, plus 35, plus 40. I sat at the valley mouth, a small wooden table before me, brewing tea. Serena stood guard at my side, now and then refilling my cup. With Graka here, she was rather like a handmaiden. The Doom Knight retained its past life's memories and combat power, and was especially familiar with demons. Ordinary demon soldiers were as fragile as paper before it, 1 per stroke, the corpses soon piling into a small hill. Footsteps came from behind. Su Qingxue emerged from the valley, Moonshadow and a dozen elf archers trailing her. She saw the demon corpses blanketing the ground, then looked at the black mist-wreathed figure amid the heaps, her pupils snapping tight. Another, epic tier minion. This aura was even stronger than Serena's. I sipped my tea. What undead is this? It's not in the undead species books. A mutant variety, a fusion of demon and undead, a Doom Knight. I said it flatly. Summoned from Graka's corpse. She froze. Graka, the epic demon general who'd killed Moonshadow and nearly killed her. From Graka's corpse? An epic tier summon takes an undead structure and several thousand corpses, doesn't it? Where did you get those? And where's the structure? I didn't answer, only looked at her, the corner of my mouth lifting. She bit her lip, more curious than ever. Just how many secrets did this man still hide? She sighed, knowing I wouldn't tell, and stopped pressing. I looked at the elf archers behind her, 13 of them, all elite. Finished summoning? With the spirit stone, or you gave me. Gratitude flickered in her eyes. Thank you. No need for thanks. You're paying for it. She pursed her lips. I stood and waved the tea table away. Your elves are summoned, so I should go. Where to? A place I found earlier. To confirm something. I can help you. No need. I can handle it myself. I paused. If you run into danger, tell me ahead of time. I'll come. You're worried about me? Her eyes brightened. Like hell. I'm your creditor now. I gave her a sour look. You die, I take a huge loss. Don't worry. I won't die, and I won't welch. Good then. I turned and left, the Doom Knight folding its wings and following. Behind me, Su Qingxue watched my retreating back, a tangle of feelings inside. This guy didn't used to be like this. How had it become money, 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 not a romantic bone in his body? Moonshadow said softly, My queen, we should go too. Your sister and the others will be here soon. The Crimson Mine, deep in the shaft, torchlight flickering. Over 100 elf miners hewed at the rock, faces black with coal dust, heavy shackles at their ankles. In the center of the cavern lay the carcasses of deer, boars, and other beasts, the rot heavy in the air. A demon general with goat horns and dark red scaled armor sat on a stone throne, cramming a whole deer, hide, bone, and all, into its mouth, chewing it to pieces and spitting out the fragments. A demon soldier ran in. General, a huge force of undead has come. Strong ones, in great numbers, like an army. The demon general flung down the deer leg and stood. An army? Let me have a look. Outside the shaft, over 100 demon soldiers formed ranks. In the distance, a host of skeletons advanced on the pit with practiced discipline. Before it could react, arrows fell like rain. The front rank of demons reaped away in rows. Since when are skeletons this strong? The demon general, alarmed and furious, spread its wings and took to the air. What are you, daring to invade my crimson mine? Two figures appeared in the sky in answer. One 3 meters tall, wreathed in black mist. One radiant with holy light, gold blazing. The doomed knight Graka and the war angel Serena. Wings beat once, and they shot straight at its face. The doomed knight struck first, bone wings shrouded in black mist slamming into it. The demon general raised its axe to take the blow head-on and was knocked back several steps. You want to die? It swept its great axe across. The doomed knight folded its wings, its form turning to shadow and circling to the side, shadow ambush. The great sword raised high, black mist gathering on the blade, then chopping down hard, doom slash. This was Graka's signature combo. The demon general, hammered straight down to the ground by the two-hit chain, snapped its pupils tight. Graka's exclusive skills. It was you who killed Graka. The doomed knight didn't answer. The greatsword fell again. In the moment its footwork went to pieces, Serena had already flashed to its flank, her holy light sword driving in beneath its ribs. Damn it! Lady Lilith won't let you off. Crunch. The greatsword came down, and the head took flight. Soul XP plus 1,500. Level up to 12. Spirit plus 1, now 15.1. Mana cap 151. Summon cap 151. After so many days killing demons, my level had finally moved. The demon soldiers stood stunned. An epic tier general, dead just like that. Run! They scattered in flight. Wipe them out. The doomed knight spread its wings and charged in. Serena swept across as a streak of light, the skeleton archers loosing arrows like a downpour. Of these archers, 9 had used promotion tokens to evolve to rare, attack doubled, and they'd awakened a lethal critical strike. One critical arrow enough to one-shot an elite demon. Some arrows punching through one demon to pin into the next, 2 kills in a single shot. 9 rares plus 11 elites. The ranged firepower was terrifying. The demon soldiers were slaughtered to the last. I waved and stored the several hundred corpses into the ring. All fine material for summoning and quality raising. Graka, take a look inside the cave. The shaft was spacious, a good 5 meters high, both walls densely set with glowing ore, far richer than that abandoned pit, the luster carrying a brimming abundance of mana. Commander, there are people ahead. Serena cast a light spell. Deep in the shaft, over 100 elf miners huddled, in tattered rags, shackled at the ankles, drawing back in terror at the sight of the doomed knight. Don't kill us, an aged elf said in a trembling voice. They were all slave miners with no combat power. I won't kill you, I said evenly. This place is mine now, and I need miners. Anyone willing to mine for me lives. The old elf gritted his teeth and knelt. As long as you don't kill us, we're willing to dig. With demons running rampant outside, leaving meant death, staying to mine, however bad, couldn't be much worse. The other elves knelt one after another. Keep digging. I swept my gaze over them. Whoever leads, I have questions. The old elf rose. Ask, my lord. Are you natives here? What happened to this world? The elder elf sighed and slowly told it. This was not a tier 1 plane. It was a tier 2 plane, capping as high as level 120, where even legendary tier beings could enter. Long ago, demons invaded. The world shattered, its laws collapsed, a flourishing civilization destroyed, the living trampled into ruin. The elves were among the natives, with once powerful city-states and armies. Now only scattered survivors remained, enslaved by demons. I frowned. This didn't match the teleport briefing at all. It should have been a primitive, undeveloped plane, but this place plainly had civilization, had history. A teleport error? No. The will of the blue star doesn't err at random. Then there was only one explanation. This was the Abyss's conspiracy, the endless abyss, scheming against us blue star lords. Candlelight wavered. The 5 demon generals knelt on the floor, not daring to so much as breathe. Lilith sat on the throne, fingertips tapping the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. The temperature in the hall dropped, little by little. Lady Lilith, the scout from the Crimson Mine has returned. the serpent-tailed demon said, swallowing. General Bowser has fallen. Dead silence. Lilith's violet eyes narrowed slightly. Bowser, another epic-tier general. With Graka, 2 generals dead at one lord's hands? Tell it in full. That lord attacked the mine with a skeleton army. Bowser met him in battle and was slain by 2 epic-tier minions working together. The skeletons numbered at least 100, none of them weak. 1 lord, 2 epic-tier minions? The dragon-headed demon sucked in a breath. Lilith rose slowly. Her black wings spread, a dark violet pressure sweeping the hall like a tide, pressing the 5 generals nearly flat to the floor. Have Balak and Molak set out? They've already left. But the 2 brothers alone may not be enough. If they're not enough, add more. Her voice turned sharp. Send 3 more generals in support. She closed her eyes again. I want that lord alive, brought back to me. I will study his talent myself. The power the will of the Blue Star gave him must belong to the abyss. As you command, Lady Lilith. The Crimson Mine, deep in the shaft. The elf miners had recovered from their terror, the labor well divided. The young hewing, or the old sorting and hauling, skeletons assisting alongside. Elves were naturally attuned to, and could judge quality, wasting almost nothing. The efficiency was higher than I'd expected. The elder elf came over and bowed. My lord, thank you for your mercy. We thought we'd be killed, or go on being enslaved. I'm not a demon. I don't kill at random, I said evenly. Besides, you're useful. He looked a touch awkward, then let it go. A strong man had no need to mince words with him. My lord, I have something to report. He lowered his voice. Deep in the shaft there's an underground river, with glowing stones at its bed. The demon general forbade anyone to go near it, said it was dangerous. But I stole a look once. Those aren't ordinary stones. Take me there. The deeper we went, the damper it grew, water dripping with a patter. After about 300 meters, an underground river lay across our path, the water clear, glowing faint blue. On its bed lay 4 or 5 fist-sized ghost blue stones. I reached in and scooped one up, cold, with what seemed like liquid flowing inside. Mana crystal, quality, rare. A crystal formed from long nourishment by mana spring water, holding pure mana. Can be made into high-grade mana potions or magic gear, or absorbed directly from mana. I stored them in the ring, then cupped some river water to inspect it. Mana spring water, quality, rare type, special resource. Drink to restore mana. Soak to speed mana regeneration. Long-term drinking slowly raises the mana cap. Following the river another 50 meters, the blue glow grew stronger, and ahead a small spring appeared, water welling up from a crack in the rock to join the underground river. A dozen some purer crystals scattered around it. Mana essence, quality, rare. Essence crystal formed by nourishment at the spring's core. Greater mana restoration. Kept in a plane long-term, slowly improves the plane's environment. I cupped some water from the spring too. Spring eye water, quality, rare type, special resource. Transplant the spring into a plane to build a magic pool, forming a permanent mana regeneration zone that nourishes mana essence, improves the plane's environment, and strengthens the constitution of the plane's creatures. Limit. Must transplant the spring whole for full effect. The mana spring, now this was a real treasure. Transplanted into my apocalypse plane to build a magic pool, it would not only regenerate mana automatically, but might even breed spirit stone veins, so I'd never lack mana again, and the pace of upgrading the Legion could double. I first collected the dozen some pieces of mana essence, then had the Elder Elf bring 6 sturdy miners. Cut out this spring hole, along with the surrounding rock. Keep it intact, don't damage the spring. Picks rang. After most of a day's work, a slab roughly 3 meters across and half a meter thick was stripped out whole. The spring was not a water source, but a basketball-sized ball of jade blue sludge set in the stone's heart. The moment the spring left the ground, the mana in the water below thinned at once. I waved and stored the whole slab, spring and all, into my plane. My lord, that spring. The elder elf's eyes went wide, unable to imagine so large a stone simply vanishing. Don't ask what you shouldn't, I said evenly. You did well. As your reward, you and your people won't die. He immediately prostrated himself, the miners following in kowtow. Thank you, my lord. Keep digging. I sent out the skeletons again and had them barrel up and store all the underground river's water too. It all carried mana, no wasting it. Back at the cave mouth, the ore outside had piled up to over 1,000 pieces. Today's haul far exceeded expectations. 5 mana crystals, a dozen some mana essence, a pool of mana spring water, an intact mana spring, plus several thousand pieces of fine ore. A flick of wool sent the 1,000 pieces flying into the apocalypse vault. The cave mouth emptied in an instant. Woo! The hounds patrolling outside the mine suddenly let out a warning howl. Vord came in at a quick pace. Master, the scrying eye has found a demon legion heading this way, at least 1,000 strong, and 5 general class auras among them. I went quickly to the cave mouth. Under the blood-red sky, the dark waste stretched without end, sulfur and blood riding the wind. In the distance, a vast field of dark shapes came surging in. The waste shuddered, a black mass of silhouettes pouring up from the horizon, the stench of sulfur hitting from far off. 5 figures hovered in the air. The Crimson Demon General, dark red scaled armor, a bone warhammer. The Shadow Demon General, smoke-like form, for arms with shadow daggers. The Flame Demon General, wreathed in flame, a flame lance. The Serpent Demon General, serpent tail and 6 arms, each gripping a curved blade. The Winged Demon General, steel wings, iron claws like blades. 1,000 demons charged into the mine. I waved calmly. The shield guards linked bone shields into a wall of bone. The swordsmen leveling their swords behind. The archers drawing their bowstrings taut at the rear. Serena dropped a divine shield over me. 20 arrows split the air, piercing shots punching through 2 demons each, the front rank falling in rows, but those behind pressed on over their own dead. Abyssal hellhounds cut in from both wings, locking with the swordsmen. Bone swords cleaved hellhounds. Hellhounds bit through bone arms, the swordsmen feeling no pain, backhanding to crush their heads. The Flame Demon General hurled a white-hot fireball, blasting 6 shield guards over and blowing out a scorched crater, the heat wave bearing down, my shield rippling as it held. The Serpent Demon General sprang in on its tail among the swordsmen, 6 blades whirling to shatter 3, the rest counter-thrusting from every angle to force it back. The Winged Demon General dove for the archer line. Serena cut across with one stroke, gold light grazing its wing and leaving a scorch. All of you at once. Kill them. The Winged Demon General roared and pulled up. The Crimson and Shadow Demon Generals flickered into the skeleton ranks. The Doom Knights Graka and Balzer charged out from both wings to meet them, Balzer being the other Doom Knight I'd summoned from that earlier Demon General's corpse, likewise with a nethersteel greatsword and pitch-black bone wings. Nethersteel blade slammed against bone warhammer, sparks flying. Vord raised his staff at the rear, a death ray dark green as lightning grazing the Crimson Demon General's shoulder and scorching a hole, then crushing a bone rune talisman. A weakened curse settled over the Flame and Winged Generals, both stalling abruptly. For a moment, all 5 generals were tied up, but I frowned. There were too many demons. The shield guard line had been torn open at a gap, the swordsmen falling back step by step under the Hellhound's siege. Against 5 epic generals, my 2 Doom Knights could stall, but couldn't hold for long. This wasn't the time to gamble everything. I went quickly into the cave. The elf miners cowered in a corner, trembling, the elder elf at the front, his face full of unease. The demons are here. If you want to live, I can send you somewhere with no demons, but you work for me. No forcing it. Decide fast. The elder elf looked back at his people, over 100 pairs of eyes full of longing. He drew a deep breath and knelt. My lord, we're willing. Behind him, over 100 elves knelt as one. Good. I opened a teleport gate. Get in. Quickly, no dawdling. In a blink, not an elf was left in the cave. I walked out of the shaft and gave the order to Serena, Vord, and the 4 Bone Shadow assassins. Pick the moment, kill 1 general together, then withdraw. Serena's holy light sword glowed gold as she rushed the nearest, the Serpent Demon General. In the gaps between its 6 parrying blades, Vord's death ray drove at its eyes, forcing it to turn its head and expose an opening. Serena cut off its serpent tail in one stroke, and as it lost balance and dropped, the 4 Bone Shadow assassins' shadow daggers stabbed into its throat, heart, and brow all at once. and Serena's final stroke ran through its chest. The green eye fire struggled twice, then went out. Soul XP plus 2,200. Serena hoisted the corpse and flew back to my side. A flick of will, and I stored it in my plane. Withdraw. Shield guards, swordsmen, archers all dissolved at once into green light. Serena, Vord, the Doom Knights, and the Bone Shadow assassins flickered out, falling back to the plane. The demons mid-battle stood frozen in place. Where were the skeletons? Where was the angel? Don't worry, I'll be right back. The corner of my mouth lifted, and my figure vanished with it. The Crimson Demon General pounced at the cave mouth and grabbed nothing but air. The flame, shadow, and wing generals poured into the shaft, empty. Damn it! Where the hell did that lord go? The Crimson Demon General slammed its bone warhammer into the ground, rubble flying. 5 generals, 1,000 demons, besieging one minor lord, and not only failed to catch him, but lost a general besides. Someone tell me, where did the man go? A clear sky, sunlight spilling over cracked asphalt. Over 100 elves stood in the central plaza of the city of Plague, none daring to move. All around were collapsed buildings, the rusted wrecks of cars, skeletons patrolling the streets in the distance. This was not the abyss, nor any place they knew. A few young elves gripped their companions' hands, fingertips trembling. The elder elf stood at the front, gazing at those white bone patrols, his voice tight. My lord, where is this? My domain. He drew a deep breath, turned, and bowed. Thank you for saving our lives. Without you, we'd all have died in the mine. Behind him, over 100 elves bent at the waist together. Thank you, my lord. Rise. I walked up to him. From now on, you are my people. Follow me, and you'll have food to eat and a place to live. I pointed at the residential buildings in the distance. Take your pick, live in whichever you like. Anyone who knows magic, can judge, or can mix potions, step forward. Skeletons only fight, they can't think. From now on, those tasks are yours. Yes, my lord, we'll do our utmost. Let me be blunt up front. My voice was low, every word clear. This is my domain. I control everything here. Your every move, I know. As I finished, my figure flickered, and I stood half a meter behind the elder elf. He startled so badly, he nearly sat down on the ground. Step out of line, and I can sell you off. Where to, and to what fate? I didn't finish. The elder elf dropped flat, forehead to the ground. Rest assured, my lord, we harbor no disloyalty. We'd die 10,000 deaths for you. The 100+ elves knelt again. Get up. The elder elf wiped a film of cold sweat, turned, and gave a few low instructions. A moment later, the crowd parted, and 2 elf maidens stepped out, one with silver hair to her waist, green eyes and fair skin, one with light gold hair, soft of brow and eye. My lord, these 2 are the most deft-handed, fit for serving tea, cleaning, and tidying odds and ends, anything. The elder elf smiled ingratiatingly. To stay at your side and attend you, if you'll have them? Just right. Serena was a combat unit, no good as an attendant. I nodded. The elder elf let out a breath of relief. Show them around, get them oriented, I said. The city's monsters are mostly cleared, and the skeletons won't touch you as long as you don't provoke them. The elves scattered warily toward the residential buildings, their steps so light it was as if they feared crushing the dust on the ground. Run down as the buildings were, they were leagues better than the mine's caverns. A few young elves studied this strange world with curiosity. Odd architecture, bizarre murals. At least here there were no demon claws and fangs. Serena landed beside me. Commander, what next? Build up our strength. My gaze sank. That spirit stone vein. I have to take it. Not just for the spirit stones. The next teleport back would still land me near there, so either way, I'd have to carve a path out of the demon swarm. And even without mana essence, that vein was worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Vord, you stay. I turned to the Lich. Build the mana spring into a magic pool as fast as you can, and put the elves to work. Then place the serpent demon general's corpse in the altar and cultivate a Doom Knight. Yes, master. I raised a hand, the air twisting, a pitch-black rift slowly tearing open, the gate of calamity. Time to head to the next plane fragment. The Doom Knights led the legion pouring in. My gaze sharpened. Demons, wait a bit. Let me grind a few levels first. The gray mist was thick. I stepped out of the gate, broken bone underfoot, cracking it every step. No sun, the cloud layer leaking a turbid light, collapsed building clusters in the distance. On the open ground amid the ruins crowded several hundred zombies, all bone-spike spitter zombies, spines jutting from the tumors on their backs. One after another they turned their heads to look at me. All mutants, not a single common zombie. The rot-bone ruins, just as I'd thought, was nothing like the city of plague. Wipe them out. Bone arrows split the air, the front rank falling in rows. Graka and Bowser, two mountains of bone, charged in, shattered bone flying wherever their nether steel greatswords passed. Serena Dove, one holy light, cutting down a dozen at once. The bone shadow assassins sank into the shadows, and 2 seconds later muffled thuds came rolling from the rear of the zombie swarm. A rout. In a few minutes, the several hundred zombies all lay on the ground. Soul XP plus 3,500. I picked a few of the highest quality to summon, stored the rest in the plane, and pushed on with the Legion. Along the way we ran into a group with brighter spines and larger frames. Rare Bone Spike Spitter Zombie, 1-star rare, LV.12 threat, 3-star. Kill. The Legion rolled over them, and with each batch slain I summoned the best and stored the rest. In the gray mist, time turned hazy. Later I sat on the rooftop of a villa, an elf attendant refilling my wine, looking down on the battlefield below. The XP climbed point by point, my level rising from 12 to 13, the summon cap up another 20. All 30 skeleton archers advanced to rare, their eye fire shifting to deep blue. If only an epic quality would drop. The words had barely left me when a bone spike spitter zombie 3 times the size charged out of the ruins, gray-white carapace over its body, its back tumor like a porcupine, epic tier. A dark shadow and a gold light flashed in the sky together, Serena and the 2 Doom Knights pouncing on it at once. Before its spines could even fire, 3 greatswords cut them off, and Serena ran 1 stroke through its skull. Soul XP plus 2,000. The corpse burst with a spread of spoils. Rare promotion token ×1, scroll of enslavement, epic, ×1, mid-grade mana potion ×3. The scroll of enslavement. It could forcibly enslave any creature below epic, with the rebel punished for resisting. Not the equal of a soul contract, but still worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. I stowed it. Keep going. Another swarm of zombies surged in, 3 odd figures among them. A couple sizes larger, mouths split to the ears, a yellow-green glow deep in their throats. The 2 Doom Knights charged out, finished them in 3 strokes, and dragged the corpses over. Acid-spitting zombie, 1-star rare, LV.30 threat, 3-star. I released dozens of elite corpses as material. Summon. In ghost green light, 3 new frames stood up. Acid skeleton mage, 1-star rare, LV.30 HP, 300 ATK, 60 def 30 skills. Acid bolt, acid storm, area sustained corrosion. Skeleton summon, summons elite skeleton warriors. Corrosion aura, reduces enemy DF. The 3 mages knelt on 1 knee. Great master. A mage core of my own at last. The mage core is the core of an undead legion. Ranged bombardment, summoning troops, suppression, all of it. And there were more acid zombies ahead, every one of which could become a mage. Clear the field at full strength. Kill the rares first, and keep the corpses intact. Serena Dove, the Doom Knights charged, arrow rain poured down, and the 3 acid mages raised their hands together, yellow-green bolts striking the rare zombies dead on and blasting them apart. This was the power of a mage core, an outright crush. Soul XP plus 800, plus 900, plus 750. The light dimmed. The zombies were about cleared out. I made a trip back to the city of plague. Around the altar, the buildings had been repaired, the streets swept clean, the ruined cluster of villas given a fresh face. This city was not what it had been. I tossed that epic spitter zombie's corpse down before the altar. Board came up at a quick pace. Master, we're running short on corpses. Running the altar, evolving skeletons, raising quality. It all depends on corpses. The vault holds under 2,000. At the current rate, that's only a day's worth. For an undead lord, the appetite for corpses is no joke. It's fine, I'll send you more. First, Cultivate this one into an epic skeleton archer. That kind of ranged firepower I had to have. Yes, Commander. I took the freshly minted Doom Knight and teleported back to the Rotbone ruins. The moment I landed, 3 powerful auras bore down from the sky. 3 epic zombie behemoths, 3 stories tall, gray-green muscle-knotted, 3 crimson eyes brimming with killing intent. They crashed down, the ground shaking on every side, dense footsteps surging in from 3 directions, a swarm of bone spike spitters, a swarm of acid spitters, and an undead legion too vast to make out, a black mass tens of thousands strong. On the lead behemoth's back rode an acid-spitting zombie. Who is it? Daring to run wild in the Rotbone ruins, killing my people. You want to die? I sat on the rooftop, not the least bit afraid, my eyes bright. I've killed several demon generals already. You think a few zombies scare me? Come, all of you, and be my minions. I gave a wave. Kill that epic acid zombie first. It can summon mages. The rest, perfect for restocking the vault. The 3 Doom Knights flew straight at the zombie, the skeleton legion bearing down in full. All 3 swarms fell to the last. Soul XP plus 280, plus 220, plus 3,500. 7 days later. Level up to 15. Spirit plus 2, now 21.1. Mana cap 211. Summon cap 211. I sat atop a villa, looking down on the assembled legion. 1 war angel, 3 Doom Knights, 15 acid skeleton mages, 3 bone behemoths, 30 rare skeleton archers, plus over 100 swordsmen and shield guards. Time to go back and settle the score. The Crimson Mine, deep in the shaft. 30-some newly captured elves knelt along the mine tunnel, chains at their ankles, hands gripping picks as they hewed with effort, clothes in rags, caked in blood. In just a few days they'd been tormented past recognition. An elf maiden's palm split open, and the pick slipped from her hands. Crack, a whip lashed across her back, the welt running from shoulder to waist. Dig? Stop again, and I'll whip you to death. The winged demon general, Kalen, strode over, steel wings folded, the whip dripping blood. Kalen. The shadow demon general came in from the cave mouth, its smoke-like form half dissolving into the gloom, for arms each gripping a shadow dagger, its voice low. That undead lord, 7 days now, and still not found. A dozen search squads, not a trace, like he vanished into thin air. The ghost blue flame in Kalen's sockets leapt violently as it whipped down the nearest miner. Damn it, where is he hiding? Lady Lilith's patience is at its end, the shadow demon general said coldly. Fail to find him, and you and I both die. Kalen's scaled armor shivered. Lilith, the name alone made it instinctively cold. And that batch of mana essence. The spring, he dug it all out. If she learns of it, we'll all be torn to shreds. It whipped on, blow after blow, harder and harder. Enough, Kalen. Beat them to death, and who minds? The shadow demon general seized its wrist. The Abyss Overlord is nearly here. Lilith sent it to oversee us. If we haven't found the man before it arrives. I know, Kalen cut in. The Abyss Overlord, the strongest existence among the epic generals. Lilith hadn't sent it to help, but to oversee. Once the mission failed, it would execute them with its own hands. Just then, ag, 2 screams burst from outside the shaft, then cut off short. A faint flicker of magic pulsed and was gone. Kalen frowned. Something had come in. The 2 generals charged out of the shaft. On the open ground, 2 demon sentries lay sprawled, throats slit, the blood still warm. Someone slipped inside. The shadow demon general drew its 4 shadow daggers. Drip. A drop of blood fell from the rock wall above and struck Kalen's shoulder guard. It snapped its head up. SHK. A bone arrow split the air and ran through its chest, the sheer force nailing it whole into the rock wall behind, the arrow's tail still humming. Its steel wings beat madly, but it couldn't tear free an inch. The shadow demon general looked up. 5 figures hovered in midair. 3 Doom Knights, an angel, a robed skeleton mage, and on either side of the pit crouched a massive bone behemoth. All epic tier. And that arrow just now. Only an epic archer could have loosed it. It's the undead lord. Where the hell has he been these days? How does he just appear out of nowhere again? He teleported. Impossible. Isn't this plane sealed? The seal the Abyss Council had laid down was supposed to cut off all teleportation. Yet that lord had simply appeared from nothing. They couldn't make sense of it, and they had no time to. 7 figures struck at once. Serena Dove, 2 Doom Knights charged, Death Ray and Acid Bolt fired together. 2 bone behemoths lunged from the sides. 4 demon generals surrounded at once. Graka's nether steel blade slammed against a great axe, sparks flying. Bowser chopped another into a wall and pursued to cut again. A third tried to flee, a bone behemoth pinning its shoulder with 1 claw. No need to kill, just hold them. My order reached the 7 minions' minds. Serena, Vord, mages, gang up and finish one first. The 3 closed on Kalen, pinned to the wall. Vord's weaken and entangle fell together, ghost green light coiling its bones, its body suddenly sinking. An acid bolt struck its chest, Serena Dove from above. The holy light slash punching through its chest. Nailed to the wall by the bone arrow, it couldn't dodge at all. No, spare me. The holy light sword swept across, and its head took flight. Soul XP plus 2,400. On the other side, the Shadow Demon General was already gravely wounded. All 4 shadow daggers shattered, its chest deep enough to show bone, its smoke-like body torn ragged as it fled into the depths of the cave. A dark shape surfaced behind it. A bone shadow assassin, 2 shadow daggers stabbing into the back of its neck. Its body locked up and it pitched straight down. Serena chased in, holy sword raised. The Shadow Demon General lay sprawled on the ground, pleading hoarsely. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. The holy light sword stopped 3 inches above the Shadow Demon General's head, gold light reflected in its eyes gone thin as threads. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. Its torn, smoke-wreathed body shuddered on the ground. Serena looked to the Bone Shadow Assassin. Take it. Outside the cave, the demons ran on fear. The moment a general died, they scattered like startled birds and beasts, the slow ones falling to the blade. I stood on a high platform, looking at the Shadow Demon General hauled before me. 2 of its 4 arms ruined, the wound in its chest still seeping, a shadow dagger lodged in the back of its neck, the Bone Shadow Assassin ready to finish at any moment. Serve me? On what grounds? I sized it up. Turn you into a corpse, and you can serve me all the same. I know the secrets of this world, many secrets, it bit out. The abysses, the ruins, the mines, and a demi-plane. A demi-plane is the key to a lord's advancement. Past the intermediate tier, to control a plane and forge your own world, a demi-plane is the foundation of everything. Even great families scramble for them. I was naturally interested. No one complains that their world is too large. I said nothing. Silence works better than threats. This world is an ancient plane that existed before the abyss invaded, a match for the abyss itself. It spat bloody foam. There's not just spirit stone but a spirit vein. It produces void spirit crystals. One is worth 100 spirit stones. And to the northeast, there's a Starfall temple, as ancient as the abyss, sealing away primordial treasures and knowledge. We've never been able to break its barrier. The strongest in the abyss aren't you? I said. What about those abyss lords? A trace of fear came through in its tone. Abyss lords can't enter for now, but soon they will descend. Even abyss lords couldn't enter. So whatever sealed this world wasn't the abyss alone. The will of the blue star was no easy thing to cross either. To the northwest is the root remnant of the world tree. It licked its cracked lips. The tree withered long ago, but the root remnant still holds vast life energy. The abyss wants to seize it, but the life force is too potent. A demon is scorched the moment it draws near. The world tree's root remnant, useless to undead, but a priceless treasure to elves. Let my elf subjects touch it, and their strength could soar. I had Vord bring out a map, and the Shadow Demon General pointed everything out one by one, even spilling its own origins and its overlord, Lilith. Anything else? That's all the resources. I stared into its eyes. It looked away. You told me about resources, but not why the abyss sent you, I said, looking down at it. Don't tell me it was just for a few crystals. Its body stiffened. I'm only a general. I follow orders. I don't know the higher-ups' plans. Vord. The bone staff lit ghost green, death's finger gathering force. I'll talk. It looked up, its eyes full of fear, its voice dropping very low, as if afraid something might hear it. You lords threaten the abyss. The endless abyss sees Blue Star Lords as its greatest threat. This time, it means to slaughter every last one of your newborn lords. My pupils snapped tight. Slaughter them all. This wasn't war, it was extermination. The abyss didn't want conquest. It wanted to wipe the Blue Star's newborn lords from existence entirely. But a new crop of lords came every year. No, the abyss's plan was surely more than this. What other plots? What do the abyss lords want to do? It shook its head desperately. I don't know. I really don't. We can't even touch the abyssal will. Only the strongest abyss lords can receive the abyssal will's decrees. All I know is that Blue Star Lords must die. The words cut off short. Dark violet flame suddenly flared from its chest. Ag! A heart-rending scream. The dark violet fire spread across its body, devouring flesh. No, I didn't say anything. I said nothing. The abyss's punishment. The reek of charred flesh filled the air. Serena, try a holy light heal. Halfway through I changed my mind. Never mind, don't touch it. That fire carried the abyss's destructive power. It couldn't be healed. A moment later, the shadow demon general burned to charcoal and toppled, fear and agony frozen in its eyes. A shame. I'd had a contract scroll I could have used. Now it could only be turned into a doom knight. I stored the corpse in my plane. Footsteps approached. Graka walked in, skeletons behind him hauling a large bundle of spoils, and knelt on one knee. Master, the outer demons are cleared, the other 3 patrol squads wiped out, 3 generals slain. I looked them over one by one. 5 abyss crystals. Abyss crystal, quality, epic type, material, core component of an abyss portal, can be used to raise the level of lord structures. 3 minion skill stones, shadow ambush, bone shield, corrosive breath, minion promotion tokens ×2, a heap of demon materials, and a 50 cubic meter spatial ring, and a scroll glowing faint gold, which made my hand pause. Enhancement scroll, quality, epic level, no restriction, used on an item below legendary, raises its quality by 1 tier. 1 use per item. A relic of the ancient god of forging, can turn common iron into a divine weapon. 100% success rate, usable on anything below legendary, meaning any piece of epic gear in my hands could be pulled up to legendary. Good stuff. I stowed it. No rush. I'd use it once I found the right gear. How are things outside? Demons are still active in other directions, but with no generals, they're a sheet of loose sand. Clear every demon in the area. My gaze went cold. The abyss's counterstrike would come again sooner or later. I had to hurry and level up, and that demi-plane, I had to get my hands on it too. The abyss fortress. Lilith sat on the high dais, fingertips tapping the armrest at an unhurried pace, as if counting down. A dozen some demon generals knelt with heads bowed, not daring to breathe. The crimson mine vein, lost, she said lightly. 5 generals, 2,000 soldiers, guarding 1 mine. Lost it to whom? The pressure swept the hall. The dragon-headed demon general spoke hoarsely. Reporting, my lady. It was that undead lord again. Him again. She snatched up a fruit and hurled it in its face, walked down from the dais, and ground her heel onto its skull. What exactly are you all doing? That undead lord is stronger than expected. Strong. She laughed. A pack of green kids fresh off a trial, on the same level as you abyss worms, and you tell me he's strong? I don't understand it either. He just keeps getting stronger. Or he couldn't have killed 5 of our generals. Because you're worthless. A commotion rose outside the hall. 2 guards dragged in a human, filthy and bruised all over, his toes scoring bloody lines across the ground. My lady, a human caught at the edge of the wastes, claims to know information about that undead lord. Lilith looked over, scrawny, wretched, weaker than an abyss worm. Your name? Zhao Ming, Blue Star Apprentice Lord, the Zhao family of Jiang City. You know that undead lord? I know him. His name is Liang. I've dealt with him. Zhao Ming swallowed. An apprentice lord should be max level by now, with over 100 elite and above skeletons under him, and an angel, silver hair, white wings, casts holy light, cleaves a demon in 1 stroke. That's all. That's all. Thud. She kicked him over. You take me for a fool? 100 some skeletons, and one angel killed 5 of my generals and 2,000 soldiers. Zhao Ming coughed up blood and crawled up. He's very strange. His growth is abnormally fast. An undead lord should be the most worthless. He shouldn't be this strong. He must have a secret, but I don't know what it is. Growth abnormally fast. Lilith walked back to the dais, not sitting, fingertips stroking the armrest. The next instant, she raised a hand, a beam of dark violet light surging at Zhao Ming. This is abyssal power. Her voice was gentle, as if soothing a child. It will make you strong, strong enough to get close to that undead lord. The light poured in. Zhao Ming screamed and writhed, dark violet veins surfacing beneath his skin like flowing magma, his bones crackling. After a dozen seconds, the pain receded. He braced against the ground and stood, feeling a power he'd never known surging within him. You're a demon lord now. You can transform and revert to human form. She crossed her legs. Take my demons and go find him. Pretend to defect. When he's at his most off guard, control him, make him your servant, draw out the secret, and report to me. And if you dare betray me, she raised a hand, and Zhao Ming suddenly lost control and collapsed, screaming. I wouldn't dare. I obey your will. I'll surveil Leon. Good. Do along. Assign him 100 demon soldiers and attach 2 assassins. She rose to leave when a flying demon tumbled in. My lady, urgent military report. A vein to the east. An intermediate lord has appeared. A woman, an elf lord. Among her summons is an existence as strong as you. The hall fell dead silent. An intermediate lord. The city of plague. I set the 5 abyss crystals before the altar. Upgrade the undead altar? Cost. Abyss crystal times 5, spirit stone times 1,000. Upgrade. The ore banked from the mine was more than enough. The dark violet aura resonated. The groundquake runes lit. The black stone cracked. The platform shooting up from man height to 3 meters. Ghost violet flame burning atop 4 cornerbone pillars. A half-meter array slowly turning at its heart. The runes 10 times more complex than before. Undead altar, intermediate. Upgraded auto production. Skeleton soldiers / swordsmen / archers quality boost. Elite chance plus 20%. Mutation, rare. Chance plus 10% undead aura. Range plus 10%. Effect plus 10% undead awakening. Consume special corpses. Converted undead have a chance to awaken special skills spirit stone offering. Offer spirit stones to auto-summon corpses. Daily cap 10 structure research. Research new structures unlocked. Bone furnace. Basic. All undead stats plus 2%. Enhancement level plus 1. Summon cap plus 10. Requires abyss crystal times 5. Spirit stone times 1,000. Before, it could only produce the most basic skeleton soldiers. Now it produced swordsmen and archers directly, with elite and mutation chances built in. As long as the corpses lasted, the altar was self-sufficient, fully automatic, costing me not a drop of mana. Build a few more, and the whole plane became a source of troops, spirit stones for corpses, resources for manpower. The bone furnace was even fiercer, plus 2% to several hundred undead at once, a whole tier of combat power, plus another 10 to the summon cap. A pity, stuck on abyss crystals again. Spirit stones, abyss crystals, corpses, I clench my fist. I want all of it. A flicker, and I was back at the Crimson Mine. On the map the Shadow General had marked, the Spirit Vein and the Starfall Temple now had rough positions. Once the mine was about dug out, I'd go pay them a visit. The enslaved elves were all mine now, and with 500 skeleton miners hewing day and night, the daily output was tens of thousands of pieces of ore. For now, first to find the demon generals nearby. The bone furnace was still waiting to be built. I sent a dozen hounds spreading into the wastes. Vord, deploy a scrying eye and follow the hounds. A moment later, a feed came back from the west. A figure walking briskly, nearly 100 demon soldiers behind it. Not pursuing it, more like escorting it. A Blue Star Lord? Somewhat familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen him. The man spread his arms wide from a distance. Leon, brother Leon. He ran up close, his face all the relief of a narrow escape. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Serena's hand was already on her sword hilt. I raised a hand to signal she needn't rush. Who are you? He froze, then smiled wryly. Zhao Ming, the Zhao family of Jiang City. We met on the plain battlefield. You even saved us when we first arrived, don't you remember? I don't. I was hunted by demons, hid in the wastes for days, then tagged along with a demon patrol, and didn't expect to find my way to you. He wiped his sweat, then grinned and pushed up his sleeve, dark violet veins faintly visible beneath the skin. Talk about a blessing in disguise. I hid in an old temple, touched a purple crystal on an altar, and awakened a demon power. Dark violet light surged, his frame swelled, vertical pupils and claws appearing, then reverted to human a few seconds later. I'm a demon lord now, and these demons are all ones I subdued. He pointed back at the group, then lowered his voice. Brother Liang, I treated you badly before, and I was wrong. But demons are everywhere now, and I can't hold out alone. I want to join you. He offered up a spatial ring with both hands. All I own, 50 high-grade spirit stones, 2,000 common, 3 high-grade potions, 2 skill stone vouchers, all yours. Just take me in, and the Zhao family will never shortchange you. I watched him quietly. The skeleton legion abruptly took form, ringing him in, Serena flashing in front of him, blade against his neck. Brother Liang? Do I look stupid? My tone was flat. You think this fools me? I'm not deceiving you. I mean it. We met once, and you remember me this clearly, and came calling me brother? I said slowly. On this plane, the Crimson Mine alone spans hundreds of li, with countless demon patrols outside. An apprentice lord hides for a few days and pinpoints me, tags along with a demon patrol, and finds me. His lips trembled, and then, hunted by demons, hide in an old temple, touch an altar and awaken a demon power, and control demons besides. Put it all together and ask yourself, do you believe it? The old temple is real. I saw it with my own eyes. I looked at him like he was a joke. Zhao Ming, do you know the difference between an abyss demon and a hell devil? Abyss demons live for slaughter. Their minds hold nothing but killing and eating. They're warriors, not strategists. The only ones who run schemes like defection and surveillance are the devils of hell. Demons don't scheme, they only slaughter. I paused. A setup like this, any normal Blue Star person sees through at a glance. A demon's conspiracy, truly laughable. Zhao Ming felt utterly silent. And even if everything you said were true, I still wouldn't take you in. Why not? Su Qingxue, eldest daughter of the Su family, an elf lord. My voice was light. I turned her down when she wanted to team up. Who do you think you are? His face went completely white. Take him down. Graka's claw clamped his shoulder. He screamed and dropped to his knees. Wait, I can explain. Graka. I turned and sat down. Get out of him what he came to do. I've got no moral squeamishness. I just want answers. The bone claw tightened, dark violet blood seeping out. Bowser walked over too, twirling its bone warhammer. 2 epic doom knights, one on each side. I'll talk. It's Lilith. Lilith sent me. Zhao Ming's voice cracked. She gave me abyssal power, made me a demon lord, told me to pretend to join you, surveil you, find out your secret. She said your growth is too fast, abnormal, and she wants to learn your trump cards, then report to her. Where is she? At a mine to the east, dealing with another powerful existence, an intermediate lord, an elf lord. I frowned. An intermediate elf lord, commanding legendary tier minions. How would she turn up here? But 2 strong powers at each other's throats. Perhaps it was the perfect chance for me to scoop up the spoils. The dark wastes, the rubble camp. A makeshift gathering ground thrown together among the rock heaps. Over 100 tents pitched in disarray, points of campfire light. On this plain, going it alone didn't survive 3 days. Even freshly advanced novice lords had to crowd into huddled teams. At night, at least, more eyes kept watch. Su Qingxue sat on a rock, fingers absently stroking her communicator. The screen was dark. Liang's last message was still that stay safe, from 7 days ago, nothing since. My queen, 20-some demon scouts spotted to the west. Clear them. An elf archer came over. Clear them. She rose and took up her staff. She'd barely reached the camp's west side when a powerful aura swept over. The elf archers drew their bows as one, but she raised a hand. Lower them. She's one of us. Silver-white long hair, ice blue eyes, silver gray light armor, a slender sword at her hip, a frost-like presence. Su Shuangning, the Su family's firstborn legitimate daughter, Su Qingshue's elder sister. Sister, you've recovered? Su Shuangning was originally an intermediate lord. She'd used a sealing scroll to force her realm down to apprentice in order to enter. She hadn't expected this plane's ceiling to be so low. She'd simply broken the seal and restored her full strength. It was her elf seer who'd sensed her younger sister was in danger, and she'd hurried over. The demiplane, have you sensed it? Su Qingxue asked. An intermediate lord can change class, has personal combat power, and can contract a demiplane, a crucial step toward advancing to High Lord, exceedingly rare. The Su family had gone to great lengths to obtain word that this world held a demiplane. No, this can't be rushed, it's a matter of luck. Su Shuangning raised her left hand, a silver-white array forming in the air, a figure stepping out of the light, a 2-meter elf, high ponytail, a silver longsword, the sword aura around it keen enough to cut the air apart. An epic tier elf sword saint. It took a single step, a silver streak sweeping across the demon scouts to the west, one flash of the blade, and all 20 scouts were wiped out at once. No time even for a scream. Sister, you're amazing, Su Qingxue sighed. When will I be like you? Once I advance to High Lord, I'll help you. Su Shuangning looked toward the camp. And this Leon you mentioned? Su Qingshue's expression shifted slightly, faint, but her sister caught it. He's not here, he left a while ago. She ducked her head and reached for the communicator, the screen still dark, the worry in her eyes written plain. Still worried about him? Su Qingxue said nothing, her nails scoring a white scratch across the metal case. The words had barely settled when the horizon darkened, not cloud, but something drawing near. Su Shuangning narrowed her eyes, the ice blue going abruptly cold. Legendary tier. Dark violet light rose from the horizon like a blooming poison flower. A figure walked out of the light, dark violet hair to the waist, a face of peerless beauty, a pair of eyes deep beyond fathoming, black curved horns on her brow coiled with violet flame, a pair of huge bat wings half spread behind her, violet patterns coursing across the membranes. Lilith, abyss succubus, legendary tier. She stopped 300 meters off, swept her gaze over the camp, and the corner of her mouth lifted. The Su family's little girl? Her voice was soft as silk, yet it chilled the spine. The elf sword saint drew its sword and stepped forward, its silver sword aura surging. Epic tier? How interesting. Lilith tilted her head and smiled, violet threads flying from her fingertips, each one carrying a lethal allure. The sword saint's silver aura split the threads apart, but cracks had already appeared on its longsword. She beat her bat wings and vanished, the next instant appearing behind the sword saint, a violet claw raking across its back. The sword saint whirled and cut, and she vanished again like a butterfly. Su Shuangning drew the sword at her hip, an intermediate lord, class change to frost sword master, ice blue chill spreading, water vapor condensing into ice crystals. She rushed in with a thrust. Lilith dodged aside. Then with a backhand pull of her violet threads yanked the sword saint away and slammed it into a 3-meter crater. Epic tier? Not worth a look. Su Shuangning's frost sword stabbed straight for her throat. Lilith caught the blade tip between 2 fingers, violet light and frosty chill detonating at the contact point. Su Shuangning blown back 3 steps, blood at the corner of her mouth. A legendary tier succubus, stronger than expected. At that moment, the black mass of the demon vanguard launched its charge. The demon vanguard surged in like a black tide, dozens of demons in the sky, each radiating an epic tier aura, the pressure suffocating. Su Shuangning shot a glance at the sword saint crawling out of the crater and, without hesitation, tore open a gold light scroll. Berserk. Gold light poured into them both, her aura and the sword saint spiking. A berserk scroll? Lilith's smile vanished. Su Shuangning's frost sword became ice blue lightning stabbing straight for the heart, 3 times faster. Lilith dodged aside, but the sword aura still grazed her left shoulder, violet blood spraying, the wound freezing over at once, her left arm briefly going dead. You're asking to die? Lilith flew into a rage, a 3-meter violet flame whip erupting from her right palm and cracking across Su Shuangning's chest. Her light armor shattered, and she was lashed flying a dozen meters, a whip mark drawn from her left shoulder to her right ribs. But the sword saint had reached Lilith's back, silver light a meteor cleaving her energy barrier, the longsword punching through her chest. You dare wound me. Die, chaos frenzy. Dark violet energy detonated like a violet sun, blasting both the sword saint and Su Shuangning away. Lilith herself was left battered too. Burning with pain, she lashed the violet whip 3 times at Su Shuangning. Su Shuangning gathered all her frost to take the blows head-on. Her frost sword densely cracked, gritting her teeth and chopping down. The ice-blue sword aura roared out as an ice dragon. Whip and dragon collided, the shockwave hurling rubble 100 meters, Su Shuangning blown back dozens of meters, spitting blood. In the very moment she landed, dozens of ice needles flew from her sleeve, frost spikes, the Su family's legendary single-use trump card. Lilith had no time to block. Her chest was punched into a sieve, and she dropped straight onto the peak. But she didn't die. She knelt on one knee, panting, and roared. All generals, tear that intermediate lord to shreds. A dozen some demon generals ringed the blood-soaked Su Shuangning from the air. Bracing on her sword, she couldn't rise, the whip mark on her chest searing, her frost nearly spent, the sword sank down and out of contact. I was careless. She held her sword level before her. Even if I die, I'll take a few down with me. SHK. A silver-white arrow split the air, and the nearest demon general's chest was punched through in an instant. Everyone looked west. A dense white bone host came racing in, hundreds upon hundreds, a dozen some epic tier figures standing proud above the skeletons, a bone behemoth advancing like a war machine. On the behemoth's back stood a young man in a black trench coat, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. Made it in time at last. The corner of his mouth lifted. Selfishly speaking, right on time. He pointed his staff. Wiped them out. The moment I'd learned of this from Zhao Ming, I'd come straight over. A clash between legendary tier powers was always worth a look, and if there were real danger, I could withdraw at the first sign. I hadn't expected to walk right into this. Wipe them out. Bone arrows split the air, punching through a swath of demons. The bone behemoth roared at the sky, bone claws striking the ground, the earth shaking. Shield guards held the front against the claws, swordsmen thrusting out through the gaps. I had just over 200 skeletons all told, but now I had a mage core. 15 rare skeleton mages summoned at once, and as long as there were corpses there were skeletons. Only 1-star elite and time-limited, sure, but more than good enough for cannon fodder. Each mage I'd outfitted with mana spring water and potions. Out of mana, just top up. The more we fought, the more undead. In the sky, the real battle had only just begun. Lilith knelt in the rubble, the wound in her chest still seeping, her eyes fixed dead on me. I crossed the battlefield too and looked at her. Serena. I pointed. Kill her. Yes, Commander. She became a silver-white streak and shot straight at Lilith, the skeleton mages and archers, all following. Lilith gritted her teeth and unleashed dark violet energy. If she killed me, the undead would go out of control. She charged at me, heedless of all else. Serena barred her path, palm and sword colliding, abyssal power and holy light detonating together. Serena was knocked flying, but the wound in Lilith's chest split open too. A 3-way pincer, acid bolts from the left, bone arrows from the right. Serena's holy light slash from overhead. Lilith dodged, deflected, then took a hit. Her right wing run through by a bone arrow and torn, her flight failing sharply. Her back corroded to a patch of charred black by acid. Grave wounds piled atop grave wounds. Not far off, Su Shuangning stared blankly, her lips parted. This Liang, really only a novice lord? Lilith knew she couldn't hold out. She ignited her essence blood, her ruined wings tearing out dark violet blood mist, and heedless of the pursuit behind her, drove for the single target, me. 20 meters. The violet flame whip gathered, and she snarled as she brought it down on me. The next instant, her grin froze. My figure had already vanished from where I'd stood. Impossible. Boom! The whip smashed out a huge crater. In the instant she froze, Serena's holy light sword ran through her chest from behind, gold flame searing madly. Ag. Holy light counters demons. The agony of that stroke was many times worse. Serena pulled the blade and fell back. Lilith staggered 2 steps, clutched her chest, and dropped to her knees, abyssal energy and holy light grinding each other to pieces inside her, the wounds unable to heal at all. I reappeared before her, exactly where I'd vanished. Wanted to kill me? You? With what you've got? I gave a wave. Not worthy yet. 3 words, and Lilith trembled all over, not with pain, with fury. She was a legendary tier Legion commander. When had she ever been so humiliated by a novice lord? But her body wouldn't obey, and she could only glare up at me. Kill her, I said evenly. Let's see what she drops. Serena raised her sword, aimed at her neck. Lilith closed her eyes. Wait. Su Shuangning's voice, from the distance. Su Shuangning came down supported by an elf swordsman, battered all over, and walked to my side, glancing at the kneeling Lilith. Don't kill her. An Abyss Legion commander, legendary tier, who could one day reach King tier, knows far too much about the Abyss and this world's inner workings. Killing her would be a waste. She wiped the blood from her mouth. Besides, a legendary tier succubus, if tamed, would sell for an astronomical price. She drew out a set of silver-white chains, dense with runes, giving off an ice-blue chill, the temperature around them dropping the moment they appeared. King tier sealing chains, a demi-artifact, able to suppress anything below King tier. Lend it to you to bind her for now. Call it thanks for looking after my little sister. I didn't take it. The bloodlust of the moment had gone to my head. I'm only human, after all. With Su Shuangning's reminder, I came back to myself. No need. I'll handle it myself. I took out the scroll of enslavement. That only enslaves up to epic tier, Su Shuangning frowned. She's legendary. It won't work. I took out another scroll, palm-sized, glowing faint gold, ancient runes coursing across it, the enhancement scroll. Su Shuangning's pupils contracted. Enhance. Gold light settled onto the scroll of enslavement, the pattern spreading inch by inch to cover it, the runes shifting from faint violet to deep violet, then to dark gold. The enhancement scroll crumbled to ash, the scroll of enslavement rising wrapped in dark gold light. So powerful, even Su Shuangning felt the pressure. A legendary tier scroll of enslavement. The way she looked at me changed. This guy, he even had something like this. I walked up to Lilith. She stared at the scroll, instinctively sensing danger. You dare. She struggled to rise, but the wound in her chest forced her back to her knees. Serena pressed down on her shoulder, an angel's power pinning her to the ground. I set the scroll against her forehead. HSSS. Dark gold runes surged out, pouring into her, coiling around her skin ring by ring and branding in. Ag. No. I will never obey. The runes spread to her heart, a slowly rotating array detonating across her chest. In the instant the array took form. Scroll of enslavement, legendary target. Lilith, legendary succubus queen. Enslavement successful. Contract, absolute obedience, Leon. Lilith bowed her head, trembling, dark gold runes faintly visible beneath her skin, coiled into her bones. She snapped her head up, dark violet energy roiling, trying to break the binding. The runes abruptly tightened, like chains biting into flesh, violet smoke rising from beneath her skin. I will not obey you. A flicker of my will. Her whole body arched, the runes igniting all at once, agony detonating, and she curled on the ground convulsing, nails scraping shrill against the rubble. 3 seconds later, I withdrew the thought. Good, the effect's solid. I crouched to her eye level. Anything you do to betray or harm me brings the rule's backlash down on you. Stop struggling. Just obey nicely. Wouldn't that be better? Her nails dug deep into the rubble. I won't mistreat you, I said. Obey, and whatever you want. Power, gear. I'll do my best to provide, even help you reach King tier. Beside me, Su Shuangning fell silent. This Liang's luck was unreal, to have even something this heaven-defying. A novice lord's spirit was limited. He could never have raised a minion to legendary on his own, but a legendary tier scroll of enslavement was no longer magic, it was a rule. A rule of the universe, and however strong Lilith was, she couldn't fight it. Lilith lay sprawled on the ground, gaze fierce, silent. A legendary tier Legion commander, enslaved by a human youth, unable even to take her own life, with a single thought from me, she'd be in agony. A rule doesn't care whether you're willing. It only cares whether it permits. All right, Lilith. I smiled. Now, tell me, the Abyss Demon's full deployment in this world. She was silent a moment, then finally sighed and slowly began. Lilith let out a long breath, stopped struggling, and laid out the Abyss's deployment in the Dark Wastes bit by bit. In the eyes of the Abyss Lords, the Dark Wastes ranked only middling to low. Its resources, space, and the number of demons it could bear all had caps, except that what the Abyss called limited ran into the tens of millions, the hundreds of millions. The few thousand demons that had come today were merely the nearest vanguard. Behind them was a forward force of nearly 50,000, and across the entire wastes, demons like these numbered in the millions. Lucky for you. The will of the blue star didn't sit and wait for death, Lilith said. Once it detected the trial plane had been tampered with, it resisted at the first instant, forcibly rewriting the waste rules and cutting off most of the Abyss portals. So many legions simply couldn't cross over. Otherwise, it would have been far more than millions. How many are nearest us? Around 200,000, with 3 legion commanders, each on par with me. 3 legendary tiers. At the spirit vein, the new legion commander is a flame demon lord, a bit stronger than me, who tends only to the vein and doesn't overstep. That place has the richest resources and the most troops. The commander at the World Tree's root remnant is a giant minotaur demon, 2-star legendary, with mostly treant demons and corrupted elves under him, about 60,000, living off the tree root's mana. Mediocre in combat, but breeding endlessly. The one at the Starfall Temple is a young abyss dragon, on par with me, with about 60,000 shadow demons and dread demons, skilled at stealth, assassination, and illusion. Not many in number, but the most troublesome. She paused. There's no need to worry for now. The newcomer at the vein wants to swallow up the other 2 regions. The World Tree and the Temple commanders have joined to resist him. The 3 are at a stalemate, none daring to move rashly. I nodded. The Abyss has never had order. Demons submit through violence and fear. The Legion commanders serve different Abyss lords, with no loyalty between them. That was exactly why, for all the endless Abyss's numbers, it had never flooded the whole void. And farther out, I don't know. The Legion commanders don't share intelligence. I let her rest and called Su Shuangning aside. You heard the intel. 50,000 demons, dozens of generals. Taking them head-on is suicide. My advice, pull your people back, find somewhere safe to recover. Lilith is your minion, Su Shuangning asked. Can't you use her name to control these demons? Not realistic. Demons have no chain of command, only violence and fear. She's gravely wounded now, with other Legion commanders around. What reason would the demons have to listen to her? Su Shuangning nodded. Retreat when you can't win, nothing shameful in that. Just then Su Qingxue came running over, blood on her light armor. The moment she saw me, her steps faltered. Then she saw Lilith beside me, a legendary tier aura pressed down by runes, the residual pressure still making her heart quake, and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. That's a legendary tier succubus? How is she here? Relax, she's my minion now. What? Su Qingxue gaped, mouth hanging open, staring at me like a monster. Then her expression set, and she lowered her voice. Succubi enchant. They're masters at seizing the mind. You must never let her bewitch you. I know. Good that you know. She bit her lip. I'm afraid you'll lose your head over a plaything. What plaything? I raised a brow. You think I would? Her lips moved, then she changed tack. Are you hurt? No. She looked me over to confirm I was unharmed, then exhaled, only to get worked up again. Why didn't you reply to my messages? 7 days. Not one reply. Busy. Too busy to type a single word. You always ask pointless stuff. I was exasperated. Where I am, whether I'm safe. What's happened? When would I have time to chat with you? What do you mean, pointless? Can't I worry about you? What good does worrying do? I shot back. If I were really in danger, could you help me? You couldn't. So what would be the point of telling you? She froze. He's got a point. Su Shuangning nodded beside her. Sis, not you too. He's right. If he's in danger, you can't help anyway. Su Qingxue opened her mouth and couldn't get a word out. After a while, she drew a deep breath, dug something out of her spatial ring, and tossed it at my chest. Here. Umph. She turned in a huff and stalked off. I caught it and looked. A hide manual, covered in undead runes. The cover scrawled crookedly with Undead Structure Blueprint. Black Knight's Sanctum. High grade. On the plain outside the World Tree's root remnant, a battle had just ended. Demons and over 100 island nation lords' corpses lay strewn every which way. At the battlefield's center, a giant minotaur demon nearly 5 meters tall stood amid the heaps, gray-brown skin covered in scars, 2 polished curved horns. Tauros, 2-star legendary. It still held an island nation lord in its grip. Don't kill me. I surren. Crunch, the head burst. It let go and shook off the blood. A pack of worthless trash. Clean up the field. It turned and walked into the cavern beneath the World Tree's root remnant. The World Tree, which had once blotted out the sky, was now nothing but root, yet it still towered into the clouds, its roots dense as a royal palace. Once an elven holy land, now a demon camp. Tauros sprawled in the deepest part, picking up root fibers to chew as a snack. Even the World Tree's root remnant carried energy. A voice sounded directly in its mind, low, ancient, carrying an inviolable pressure. An abyss lord. It dropped to one knee at once. Your servant is here. Lilith is out of contact. Investigate the situation there immediately. As you command. The voice vanished. Tauros frowned. Weak as Lilith was by comparison, she was no one those blue star wretches could provoke. What could put a legendary tier Legion commander completely out of contact? It bit down hard on a root, eyes vicious. You, go see what's happening to the west. The slope outside the camp. I studied the blueprint closely. Black Knight's Sanctum Blueprint, high grade. Type, structure Blueprint Sanctum functions. Knight cultivation, Skeleton Swordsman Skeleton Knight, Dark Knight Evolution, Skeleton Knight Dark Knight, Black Armor Arsenal, consumes corpses and spirit stones to unlock Dark Knight. Exclusive gear build, Spirit Stone times 2000, designated elite quality corpses, exclusive to undead lords. An ancient sanctum for cultivating knights. Skeleton swordsmen could evolve into skeleton knights, and then into dark knights. Rare quality undead cavalry. This was a true undead legion. I was wild with joy inside, calm on the surface. If the girl had had this, she should have handed it over sooner, instead of blabbing all that nonsense day after day. She's angry, Su Shuangning said. It's fine, girls are all like that. Business first. Have everyone pull back. I turned toward the camp's edge. Lilith still sat there, but her posture had changed, no longer hugging her knees with her head down, but braced sideways on the ground, violet hair over her shoulder, a faint not quite smile on her peerless face. Master. Her voice was lazy and honey-sweet as she rose slowly and drew near. You really are formidable, single-handedly driving off a whole vanguard, and enslaving me besides. I've never seen a novice lord like you. Perhaps I could do more for you. Trying to use enchantment? I looked at her. I'm expressing my loyalty. Loyalty. I stepped back. With the contract in place, your enchantment doesn't work on me. Her smile stiffened. I'm a succubus. Pleasing my master is instinct. Don't bother. A flicker of my will. Ah. Her body arched as she screamed, the dark gold runes searing all at once, agony detonating, and she curled on the ground convulsing. 3 seconds later I withdrew it. That trace of allure was gone without a trace. I crouched down. Behave, and no more enchantment. That act works on others. On me it just makes you hurt. Use it again, and the pain is tenfold. Understood. Yes, master. She didn't dare look at me again. Go sit down. Su Shuangning hadn't gotten involved in my disciplining of Lilith. She waved a hand and produced a wooden chest. This is what my sister owes you. 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, repaying the rescue first. The epic corpse and the borrowed, or I'll repay later. Those won't be necessary. I stored the spirit stones. This high-grade blueprint is worth at least 20,000 spirit stones. Squared away, conveniently. Su Shuangning glanced at me, but didn't pursue it. As for corpses, I said, I want every corpse on this battlefield. The demons, the others' minions, and the abyss crystals too. The coordinating, I'll trouble you to handle with those lords. No need to coordinate. I agree to it, Su Shuangning said evenly. They're not worthy of being asked. An intermediate lord, plus 2 legendary tiers. Indeed, no reason to consult apprentice lords. I stroked my chin, glancing at Lilith beside me. I had a legendary tier too. Maybe I needn't be so polite either. Over there, Vord and an elf sword saint went to tally the spoils, and within 5 minutes of arriving, an argument had broken out. Vord crouched by the corpse heap, fingertips coursing dark violet, inspecting quality one by one. The elf sword saint logging records in a crystal beside him. Demons, minions, gear, and spirit stones sorted into piles. A group of lords walked over. "On what grounds do you take our minions' corpses?" the leader said sharply. Vord stood, tilted his head, his voice very soft, the air around him abruptly chilling. "What did you say? Who dares defy my master's order? Wanna die?" Dark violet light gathered in his palm, the precursor to death's finger. The elf sword saint barred the way. "Lord Vord, this should be left for the master to decide." Vord stared a few seconds, then gave a cold snort and lowered his hand. Liang and Su Shuangning walked over. Su Shuangning's left arm was bandaged, her aura undimmed. "You don't want to hand over the corpses?" She heard the situation and looked at the few lords. "On what grounds?" "Those are minions we summoned with our spirit stones. By the Lord's code, the rescued party owes the rescuer payment," Su Shuangning said unhurriedly. "You were surrounded by demons, and Liang and I stepped in. Don't want to hand over the corpses, then hand over all the property on you." The lords traded looks. The Lord's code was the consensus for dealing across planes. No one dared openly violate it. Violators were shunned by the entire Lord community. "Fine, the corpses are yours, call it payment." The leader gritted his teeth, the others nodding in turn. "I never asked you to save me." A female lord with a pointed chin and thin lips folded her arms and tilted her chin up. "You fighting the demons was your own business. You'd have died if you didn't fight anyway. Saving us was just incidental, and you've got the nerve to demand payment? Who's to say you didn't deliberately wait for our minions to die before stepping in, hoping to scoop up the spoils?" The words even made Vord's eye fire flicker. Insolent. The other lords immediately distanced themselves from her. "Miss Su, Liang, her words don't represent us. The corpses are yours, just don't lump us in with her." No one took her side. Her face turned uglier, and she stamped her foot. "Fine, be doormats if you love it. I'm a Wang family member, and my cousin Wang Hao will be here soon. Wang Hao of Ha City, B-rank Orc Lord. You'd better think hard. Wang Hao is your cousin." I smiled. "Since you didn't need us to save you, then we're not compatriots. By the Lord's code, non-compatriot lords bear no duty of mutual aid. Rules are rules." She snorted and looked me up and down. "Who'd care to be your compatriot? Reeking of undead rot all over." "Good." I took a step forward. "Since we're not compatriots, hand over everything on you, or I'll initiate a lord duel. The code is clear. Between non-compatriots, plunder at will is legal." Her face went red, then white. "You dare? The Wang family head is my uncle. Touch me, and the Wang family won't let you off." "I don't know any Wang family." I waved, and 2 Doom Knights were summoned to my side, epic tier auras sweeping out. "Hand over all your property, or duel." Her legs went weak. She looked around. The ones who'd been on her side a moment ago all had their heads down. She abruptly summoned her minions, 8 werewolves, elite, level 13, 1 rare among them. "You had some stashed away?" a lord frowned. "Didn't you say your minions were all dead? You hid them and stayed out of the fight, letting our people die on the front line? And whose fault is it you were afraid to die?" she said without batting an eye. "I never forced you to send all your minions out. And after I spent these days keeping you company, shouldn't you have protected me? Who asked for your company?" Another female lord snapped back, furious. The farce should end. I waved a hand, irritated. The Doom Knights flickered. No one even caught their afterimages. Squish, 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 lines of blood spurting, 8 werewolves dropping in a neat row, the cuts at their necks clean and precise. The rare werewolf cut down before it could even react. The pointed chin lord froze, then screamed like she'd lost her mind. "You dare kill my man? I'll fight you to the death." She drew her blade and lunged at me. Before I could move, dark violet light flared at my side. Vord raised a finger. Death's finger punched through her chest. Her movement locked. She looked down at the ping-pong ball-sized hole, then toppled with a thud. Dead silence. I paused too, and looked at Vord. He withdrew his finger, his soul fire beating calmly. Harm the master, and you die. As a matter of course. Su Shuangning came over and glanced at the corpse. Killed, then killed. She broke the rules herself. She looked at me. But she's a Wang collateral branch member, and the Wang family has no small influence in Ha City. You'd best keep a low profile. I'll make these lords hold their tongues. Low profile. I smiled. I don't bully people, but when others won't listen to reason, I don't go soft either. Still, thanks for the warning. With my own plane at my back, I'd never given the Wang family a thought. The field cleaned out. Over 3,000 corpses, demons, minions. I stored them all in my plane. Another 15 abyss crystals all came to me, and I kept one demon heart, which could raise a Doom Knight's tier. The leftover junk gear, spirit stones, and low-grade tokens were useless to me, all handed to Su Shuangning to divide. My goal was clear: pull every elite skeleton up to rare. On the battlefield ahead, even elites would be mere cannon fodder. I walked over to Su Shuangning. I'm leaving. Not coming with us. She blinked. Not afraid you'll run into another Legion commander? Lilith still needs time to heal. Thanks for the concern, but no need. She studied me, as if trying to see through something, then shook her head helplessly a few seconds later. Then add me, so we can watch each other's backs when needed. 2 Lord bracelets touched, a hum, and the ad was done. Goodbye. I left the camp with Vord and the Legion. On the distant peak, Su Qingxue stared at my retreating back. Can't bear to see him go, so why not go up and say goodbye? Su Shuangning sat down on a rock, still sulking. Su Qingxue gave a soft snort and said nothing. I really don't get you. Su Shuangning toyed with her sword. If it were me and I liked him, I'd just go with him, whether he wanted me to or not. Su Qingxue sighed. This sister of hers was blunt as a blade, cast from the same mold as their father. Down to business. I've paid your debt for you, so you don't owe him anymore. Also, he set aside 20,000 spirit stones for you. Said it was payment for that blueprint of yours. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Who asked for his 20,000 spirit stones? Su Qingxue's voice shot up, jarringly shrill on the peak. The elf archers all turned their heads, and Moonshadow looked over with concern. She stood, her face flushing crimson. That was a gift I gave him. Who told him to use it to settle a debt? That's a completely different thing. That's between the two of you. Work it out yourselves. Su Shuangning shook her head. You two are too much for me. Liang counts everything as money. The spirit stone, or is money. The blueprint is money. What about my caring for him? Is that getting converted to spirit stones and written off against the debt too? Su Shuangning leaned back against the rock and smiled, helpless. Su Qingxue spun a full circle on the spot and spun back. That blockhead. Why can't he understand? Did you tell him? Su Shuangning suddenly asked. Tell him what? Did you tell him the blueprint was a gift? Su Qingxue opened her mouth and made no sound. That day she'd stuffed the blueprint into his arms and stormed off in a huff, never once saying whether it was a gift or a repayment, never once mentioning what she felt. She bit her lip and sat back down on the rock. You don't say it. How's he supposed to know? Su Shuangning rose and headed for the camp, muttering a curse under her breath. I returned to the apocalypse plane. The elves had tidied the area around the tower spotless, the rubble cleared to either side. Even the skeleton's assembly area marked off with white lines. Aside from the ring around the undead altar, nothing about it said apocalypse. It was Lilith's first time here, and she froze in place. You're a mere novice lord. Her voice trembled. And yet you have your own plain world? In an instant she understood why she couldn't kill Liang. What novice lord owns an independent plane? Wasn't it said that even intermediate lords didn't always have one? Lilith walked quickly to me, feeling the flow of mana all around, growing more shaken the more she felt it. Every element present, the space stable, with an independent mana cycle of its own. This was no demi-plane. A demi-plane has all the elements, but it's only a small patch of land. At most a pool of water, a stretch of woods, like an infant not yet grown. This place was a fully formed plane, but I was only a novice lord. How could I have a complete plane? She suddenly quickened her pace, following a thick surge of mana ahead, crossing the streets and stepping onto the plaza. At the plaza's center, a fountain. Jade blue water welled up from the top into a pool, a fist-sized ghost blue crystal hovering at its center. Mana essence. This is the mana spring. It came to her all at once, the spring at the bottom of the Crimson Mine, which I dug out whole and moved into the plane. Given time, it could breed spirit stone veins, even rewrite the plane's rules, turning this place into fertile mana soil. She stepped back and looked at my back, a complete plane plus the mana spring. A novice lord sat on more resources than she, a legion commander, had. How she wanted to seize it. The thought no sooner rose than the dark gold runes beneath her skin flared violently. Her body went limp and she crumpled to the ground, convulsing all over. I didn't turn around. I smiled. Looks like you haven't learned your lesson yet, Lilith. You've got so many good things. How could a demon like me not be tempted? She dropped the act. But I was only thinking about it. Even thinking is off limits, I said. Don't challenge the rule. I get it. She gritted her teeth, the rune's current leaving her limp and tingling, not daring to think another thought. Liang, kill me, a man shouted from over by the tower. Zhao Ming. Lilith recognized him, the very one she'd poured abyssal power into and sent to feign defection and surveil me. So not only had the mission failed, he was the one who'd given up her location, and now the two of them had fallen into my hands together. She clenched her fists, but a smile climbed onto her face, and she trotted over to my side. Master, this Zhao Ming tried to harm you. Shall I kill him for you? Torture works too. I'm very good with a whip, you know. Don't kill him. I walked forward. Great families all carry a death mark. If Zhao Ming dies in a way that ties the karma to me, the mark lands on me. Besides, he's useful kept alive. I pitched my voice just loud enough to reach Zhao Ming's ears. Then let me go, Brother Liang. I swear I won't hold a grudge. I'm just a worthless nobody, no use to you. Let me go, and the Zhao family will be grateful. You're very useful. I looked at him. A Zhao mainline scion, an elemental lord, a fine bargaining chip. Sit tight. There'll be plenty of places to put you to use later. Zhao Ming's face went green, then white, but he didn't dare say another word. These past 2 days, he'd gotten a good deal smarter. Lilith watched from the side, and even as a demon, she found me pragmatic enough that the corner of her mouth twitched. I came back to myself and got down to business. I had enough materials. The bone furnace and the Black Knight Sanctum both needed building. 5 abyss crystals and 1,000 spirit stones surfaced before me, the undead altar panel spreading open. The bone furnace, build. An array lit beside the altar, materials and white bone drawn up to hover. The ground shuddered, bone spikes breaking through the earth and interweaving. A dark gray furnace rising from the ground. Cast entirely of bone. Ghost blue soul fire burning at its mouth. Bone furnace, basic. Activated stat boost. All undead stats plus 2% enhancement boost. All enhancement levels plus 1 summon expansion. Summon cap plus 10 upgrade requirement. Abyss crystal times 10, spirit stone times 3,000. Activate. A ghost blue halo swept the plaza like ripples, faint blue patterns surfacing on every undead's bone. Their bone density visibly thickening. Bone swords, arrow tips, and fangs all kindling with a cold gleam. Combat power climbed notch by notch. Vord, bring over all the elite quality demon corpses. Over 1,000 elite demon corpses were piled onto the open ground. I drew out the Black Knight Sanctum blueprint and spread it. The undead runes lit dark red, and an array larger and more complex than the furnaces surfaced. Spirit stones dissolved, the flesh stripped from all the corpses and turning into dark red energy that poured into the ground. Boom. Black stone pillars burst from the earth, their shafts carved with knightly inscriptions, flesh and bone congealing into walls. A dark red sanctum rose from the ground. The Black Knight Sanctum was grander than I'd imagined. Its main gate stood 5 meters high, the lintel carved in relief with a skeletal warhorse treading over bones, for dark red runes slowly lighting up. Deep within, a skeletal warhorse statue stood on a high dais, dark red soul fire burning in its eye sockets. Black Knight Sanctum, high grade, activated Knight Cultivation, Skeleton Swordsman Skeleton Knight Dark Knight Evolution, Skeleton Knight Dark Knight Black Armor Arsenal, consumes corpses and spirit stones to unlock Dark Knight. Exclusive gear limit. Undead Lord's only upgrade requirement. Abyss Crystal times 100, Elite Corpse times 100, Spirit Stone times 5,000. The two structures stood on either side of the altar. 10 Abyss Crystals left. I called up 40 Skeleton Swordsmen, 9-star Elite, maxed out. Without a rare promotion token, they couldn't break through. And with my shield guards, archers, and mages all complete, a promotion token would never come around to the swordsman in a million years. Now the Black Knight's Sanctum offered a new path. In you go. 40 swordsmen filed through the gate. As the last crossed the threshold, the whole sanctum erupted with red light, swallowing every sight, leaving only a low hum and the sound of cracking bone. A long while later, the red light faded. Clop, clop, clop. A skeletal warhorse stepped out. On its back sat a skeleton knight, a size larger than before, dark red bone spurs growing from its joints. Its shoulder blades extended into pauldrons, the violet fire in its sockets brighter, the bone sword in its hand now a bone lance. A second, a third, 40 riders filed out and knelt before me as one, each knight pressing a hand to its chest in salute. Skeleton Knight, 1-star rare, LV.13 HP 90 ATK, 28 def, 22 skills. Charge lance, thrust, trample traits. Skeletal warhorse, undead body. Not done yet. I pointed at the sanctum. Evolve them into dark knights, and research the black armor arsenal at the same time. More demon corpses were fed in. The knights wheeled and entered, the last crossing the threshold. Boom. The red light blazed brighter than before, the whole sanctum as if swallowed by blood flame. The sound of cracking and reassembling bone shot through with the shriek of grinding metal. A moment later, a wave of pressure hit. The first warhorse stepped out, larger still, its hooves cracking the ground like spider webs, clad head to tail in headplate, breastplate, and backplate, dark metal and bone spurs interwoven into a moving fortress. The Dark Knight on its back was sheathed head to foot in dark armor forged from demon flesh and undead runes, seamless, the helmet leaving only a slit through which violet fire shone, a runed lance in hand glinting with violet chill. 40 riders in formation, cold light bristling, the pressure rolling off them. Dark Knight, 3-star rare, LV.16 HP, 150 ATK, 42 def, 28 skills. Shadow Charge Death, Thrust, Undead Trample, Black Armor Arsenal traits. Skeletal Warhorse, Undead Body Commander. Every Dark Knight is a born commander, able to lead up to 30 undead. Black Armor Arsenal, Dark Knight Armor. Rare, Def +10, Magic Resist +20, Dark Resist +15%. Black Armor Arsenal, Dark Lance. Rare, ATK +10, +30 Undead Magic Damage, Soul Damage +10. From 9-star Elite to 3-star Rare, a 2-step metamorphosis, gear included. Undead magic damage attached makes them a mage's bane. Structure cultivated units really were a different thing from directly summoned ones. 40 is too few. I couldn't wait. I want them upgraded. I want more. I'm building a cavalry corps. The Gate of Calamity opened. Whole army, assemble, flatten the rotbone ruins. Turn every zombie into material and XP. The Dark Knights snapped their reins and charged in. Last time I'd only killed the epic acid zombie. I hadn't truly conquered the plane, which meant there was still a strongest boss yet to show itself. After the Skeleton Legion poured in, I turned and waved at Lilith. You follow too. The entrance to the Rotbone ruins was dead silent. The dense zombie hordes from before were gone, not even a shard of bone left. All hauled back as material. The true master was deeper in. Push inward, find it. The Dark Knights advanced, shadow charge shattering the front ranks, the scattered undead along the way all flattened. I didn't even have to act. 40 rare Dark Knights were an outright crush in the outer reaches. Lilith trailed at the flank, violet hair drifting in the gray mist, sweeping her gaze across this withered bone wasteland, her eyes brightening faintly. No wonder. The master holds coordinates to a plane like this too. She tossed me a flirtatious glance. How many secrets does the master have? It really makes one curious. Serena turned and stared at her, eyes full of disgust. I ignored it. Lilith sidled up and hooked her arm through mine, treating herself as anything but an outsider. This succubus had flipped from hatred and arrogance to fawning compliance. She knew which way the wind blew. at least. Pick up the pace. Clear out every monster in this world. Of course, master. She laughed, a riot of charm, a 3-meter violet flame whip condensing in her palm. I idly opened her panel. Lilith, 1-star legendary, LV.38 HP, 1260 ATK, 182 def, 91 speed. Extreme skills. Charm, abyssal power, dark attribute erosion, reduces DF, chaos frenzy, all stats plus 50%, 30 seconds. Energy whip, energy threads traits, succubus body, immune to mental control, mental resist plus 80%, dark resist plus 50%. Abyssal regeneration, recovery speed times 3, contract, absolute obedience status, gravely wounded, unhealed, strength reduced 70%. Abyss Legion Commander, legendary tier, succubus queen. Only 30% recovered, but enough to handle epic tier, and more than enough to mop up these small fry. I had no intention of letting her stand idle either. Crack. The whip swept across. A row of brute force zombies lashed into shattered bone. The deeper we went, the denser the undead, bone spike spitters, acid spitters, brute force zombies, a black mass of them, killing one batch only for another to come, without end. Deep in the gray mist, a flesh abyss appeared before us. A pit 200 meters across, its walls layer upon layer of writhing dark red flesh, studded with throbbing veins and cavities. With a pop, a cavity vented red mist, and a zombie leapt out. In the mist at the pit's floor, countless figures writhed, spitters, acid spitters, ashbone walkers, bone warriors, packed shoulder to shoulder across the whole floor. There's got to be tens of thousands. I had Vord deploy a scrying eye to probe the mist. In the crystal orb, the dark red flesh at the pit's heart slowly writhed, congealing into a monster 3 stories tall. No skin, only layered flesh and bone. Dozens of skulls embedded in its chest cavity, crimson fire burning in every socket. The largest at the very top opening a fanged maw. Dozens of skulls turned toward me at once. What the hell is that thing? An evil creature, it must be purified. Serena's voice was ice cold. I find it rather interesting, Lilith said, the corner of her mouth curving. More peculiar than the fiends of the abyss. I frowned at her. What kind of taste is that? The words had barely left when the crystal orb's image abruptly went dark. The scrying eye had been destroyed. Roar! The flesh monster snarled, and tens of thousands of zombies at the pit's floor erupted at once, lunging from the walls, the mist, and the flanks all together. Serena, wipe them out. She spread her wings and rose, the holy light sweeping across, the front ranks severed in rows. Lilith, you too. She beat her bat wings and vanished into the zombie swarm, the whip rising and falling, each stroke taking a row, the abyssal power on the whip eroding bone, anything it struck crumbling on the spot, at legendary tier speed. These zombies couldn't so much as touch her shadow. The Dark Knights formed up and shadow charged, smashing the front ranks aside, but the zombies kept coming, endless. Worse still, the entire pit was a flesh factory. The walls swallowed shattered bone and, a moment later, spat out new zombies, their flesh fuller, their savage glare brighter. Kill a batch, feed it in, churn out another. There was no killing them all. None at all. Push forward at full speed. Shield guards blocked the acid to clear a path, mages behind them blasting blanks open with acid bolts, archers pouring down arrow rain. Graka, Bowser, charge. The 2 Doom Knights spread their wings and cut in, skeletal greatswords sweeping a dozen apart per stroke, Doom/flattening a fan-shaped swath, forcibly tearing a corridor through the zombie tide. The legion sped down the corridor. The blood reek grew thicker, the air viscous and suffocating. At last I saw the thing at the pit's heart clearly, a colossal flesh aggregate. Scan. Flesh Lord, 4-star epic, LV.55 threat, 6-star skills. Zombie Dominion Flesh Coalescence Mind Tremor Lord's Gaze Tentacle Lash. The plain Lord of the Rotbone Ruins, fused from the flesh of countless zombies. It commands every zombie in the region and can endlessly create corpses from its own flesh. Its core is hidden deep within its body. While the core remains intact, it regenerates without end. 4-star epic, level 55. Apart from Lilith, this was the strongest enemy I'd met yet. Worse, 5 flesh monsters the size of trucks burst out from its flanks. Flesh Guard, 1-star epic, LV.25 threat, 4-star skills, Flesh Shield Frenzied Rend. Personal guards the Flesh Lord shapes from its own flesh. Graka, Bowser, hold them off. The 2 Doom Knights met the 5 guards, skeletal greatswords clashing against flesh claws, sparks flying. The blades split the flesh open, only for it to knit shut in a blink. Like the Flesh Lord, their regeneration was fierce. The zombies came without end. I knew it. Until the Flesh Lord was dead, these zombies would never be killed off. Serena, go. Vord. Vord's fingertip gathered a dark violet light point. Death's finger shot into the Flesh Lord's body, the struck spot rotting fast into a black pit. Magic damage eroded flesh hard, but within seconds, the rotted flesh grew whole again. Serena Dove, her holy light sword splitting the largest skull at the top in 2, but flesh surged up from the severed neck at once and grew a new one. She cut again, it grew again. Lose the head and it grows back? Not the head. I caught on at once. The weak point isn't on the head. The Flesh Lord flew into a rage, zombie dominion firing off, the pit's zombies surging madly toward me. Hold them. Shield guards formed up, Dark Knight's shadow charge driving back a wave, Mage's acid and Archer's arrow rain pressing down together. Relief only, no cure. Serena, find its weak point. She circled to its back, her gold eyes snapping wide. At the thickest part of the flesh, a fist-sized dark red crystal embedded deep, eerie light coursing across its surface. Commander, there's a red crystal on its back. The energy's enormous. Hit it. She raised her sword and gathered light. But as the blade was about to fall, a dark red psychic shockwave detonated, striking straight at her sea of consciousness. Serena screamed and was blown back, her gold light scattering, gold blood at the corner of her mouth. Mind tremor. It spikes the instant you near the core. I can't get in. Gritting her teeth, she charged again. The mind tremor came fiercer, blowing her back once more, down on one knee. The intensity's climbing. The closer you get, the stronger. Lilith beat her bat wings and slipped behind the Flesh Lord. The psychic shockwave detonated again. Her form swayed slightly, dark violet light surfacing across her skin. A succubus's body, with legendary tier mental defense far above the norm. Let her tank it and keep wheeling at high speed. The Flesh Lord raged, thick dark red tentacles shooting out, lashing crack after crack, the wall flesh shattering and flying. Trying to outwhip me? Lilith dodged, her ruined wings shredding tentacle fragments. At legendary tier speed, the tentacles couldn't even brush her shadow. Master, the weak point is that crystal on its back. My energy's too low to break it. I'll draw it away, the rest of you go in. I made the call on the spot. Whole army, turn around. Focus fire on that crystal on its back. Vord gathered a dark violet light orb 3 times larger than before. The epic skeleton mages loosed acid bolts in unison. The epic skeleton archers turned their arrow rain around, all of it slamming into that crystal. Dark violet light pillars, ghost green acid, bone arrows poured down like a storm, bursting across the Flesh Lord's back, blood mist churning. Dozens of skulls shrieked madly, flesh straining to surge over the wound and repair it. But the abyssal erosion stacked with Death's finger's magic damage dissolved it far faster than it could regrow. The acid corroded. The bone arrows pinned the wounds open and wouldn't let them close. The Flesh Lord went berserk. Countless tentacles whipped out wildly, the wall flesh crumbling. Every controlled zombie hurling itself at me heedless of all. Dark Knights, charge. 40 riders shadow charged into the zombie swarm. Graka and Bowser locked the 5 flesh guards down hard, but it was already too late. The dark violet pillars, acid, and bone arrows pierced the flesh together, striking the crystal on its back. Boom. The Flesh Lord's back blew open, the core exposed, a fist-sized dark red crystal, densely cracked. Serena. She dove, the holy light, sword chopping down with everything. Crack. The fracture spread. The Flesh Lord gave a final roar, dozens of skulls opening their eyes at once, crimson beams firing at her. She twisted aside, the beams blasting the pit wall apart. Again. The second stroke came down. Crack. The crystal shattered. The roar cut off short. The colossal flesh body burst with a thunderous boom, dozens of tentacles crashing down without support, the tens of thousands of zombies at the pit floor all dropping in the same second, their eye fire extinguished, the 5 guards slumping limp to the ground too. Level up to 16. Spirit plus 2, now 24.1. Mana cap 201. Summon cap 251. Spoils. Flesh Furnace Blueprint. Epic. Flesh Essence times 10. Flesh Core times 1. Mind Strike Skill Stone. Source of Spirit. Epic. I grabbed the Source of Spirit first. Source of Spirit. Epic consumable. On use. Spirit plus 10. Single use only. Used it on the spot. A cool surge flooded my mind. Not pain, but clarity. Spirit shot up. My vision sharpened in an instant. Even the texture of the wall flesh in the distance laid bare in fine detail. Power surged through my limbs and frame, my bones heating, my muscles tightening. A spirit increase didn't just raise the summon cap, it strengthened the body too. Spirit plus 10, now 34.1 summon cap, plus 100, now 351. From 24.1 to 34.1, the summon cap from 251 to 351. Among lords of the same level, this spirit was crushing. The higher the spirit, the more summons, the deeper the mana, the firmer the grip on the undead. Satisfying. I stowed the Flesh Furnace Blueprint and the Flesh Core. From now on, killing zombies wouldn't be wasted. Corpses could be broken down into flesh essence to strengthen flesh-type undead. Conquest of the Rotbone Ruins complete. Incorporated into your domain. Adjacent plane fragment detected, triggering. Plane fusion. City of Plague and the Rotbone Ruins will merge into a single plane. Confirm. Confirm. Boom. Gold light shot skyward from beneath my feet. The earth shook violently, 2 skylines beginning to warp. The gray wasteland and the city ruins collided, compressed, and overlapped at the edge of sight, the azure and dark red skies churning and tangling into one vast vortex. Cracks spread from beneath my feet in all directions, gold light gushing, the whole land reassembling. 2 planes made one. Plane fusion complete. New plane. The Calamity Domain. Basic. Area times 2 resource output plus 50% all undead stats plus 5% structure unlocked. Lord's Gateway. A permanent passage within the plane or to other planes regions unlocked. The City of Plague Central District. The entire Rotbone Ruins. The Lord's Gateway. Wasn't that just a teleport portal? The City of Plague's ruins and the Rotbone Ruins wasteland interwove. The area more than doubled. So much land, but only undead, no living people, a bit of a waste. I needed some subjects to farm, raise mana plants, craft gear, bank wealth, mine, build. Let the skeletons do the grunt labor and the fighting, the subjects handle development. Right now there were under 300 elves. I could raise some catfolk, centaurs, rabbit folk too. The Abyss had none. I'd have to go back to the Blue Star trading market to buy them. I had Vord clean up the battlefield. These tens of thousands of corpses would last a while, especially the remains of the Flesh Lord and its guards. Just then, a new pulse came from the Gate of Calamity. 3rd plane fragment unlocked. The Silent Ridge of Death, level 40 to 80 type. Apocalypse, Psychic Mutation, an eerie apocalypse. Its monsters favor psychic attacks and mutation, with a high chance of dropping psychic-type items. The Silent Ridge? My eyes lit up. Psychic-type items were exactly what I lacked most. A lord's minion count is determined entirely by spirit, so psychic-class treasures were a hard necessity. But no rush. The flesh furnace hadn't been used yet. The pit floor was strewn with bodies, tens of thousands of zombie corpses heaped layer on layer. The flesh lord's remains in the very center. Core, essence, remains, the materials were all there. I tore up the blueprint. Build the flesh furnace. Dark red light poured into the pit floor, the flesh lord's remains bursting and churning, the corpses at the bottom drawn in one by one, flesh stripped away, bone melted. Dozens of tentacles shot out and rooted, flesh churning and fusing between them, until, at last, a colossal thing of tentacles and flesh stood at the pit's heart. Not a structure, more like a living creature. Tentacles at the base rooting into the ground like tree roots, a throbbing dark red flesh ball in the middle, a great maw at the top splitting open to spew dark red liquid. Dozens of half-open dark red eyes set across the flesh ball's surface. The Flesh Lord's remains had become its core. Flesh Furnace, 1-star rare, core. Flesh Lord 4-star epic. Flesh decomposition. Automatically breaks down zombie/flesh corpses to produce flesh essence flesh enhancement. Consumes essence to strengthen flesh-type undead flesh creation. Consumes essence to create flesh entities or summon zombies flesh healing. Consumes essence to restore zombie HP. Healing potions unlocked after upgrade. Current flesh essence, 5. Decompose all of it. The tens of thousands of bodies were fed in one by one, swallowed by the dark red liquid the moment they fell into the furnace, dissolving in 3 seconds. A common zombie was 1 unit, an elite 10, anything rare or above I picked out. Half an hour later. Flesh decomposition complete. Current flesh essence, 14,805. Over 14,000 units, enough to forge an epic minion. I opened the flesh creation menu. Dozens of flesh undead listed. The higher the quality, the greater the cost. The top 2. Abomination 1-star epic cost. Flesh essence times 5,000. An epic tier carcass's core. A giant flesh undead. A flesh tank and siege unit both. Flesh acolyte. 1-star epic cost. Flesh essence times 5,000. Plus 20% healing on undead. The Legion's strongest healing unit. A healing unit, an epic at that. The Legion had always lacked a healer. Skeletons don't recover HP. Every battleground a batch down. With this, sustainability doubled outright. Tank up front, healer in back. Perfect. Make them all. Acolytes first. Make 2. 2 masses of dark red flesh floated up from the furnace and took shape. About 1.60 meters, wrapped in dark red flesh robes patterned with dark green runes, violet fire in their skulls, each holding a bone staff set with a flesh crystal. Flesh acolyte times 2, 1-star epic, LV.16 HP, 358k, 30 def, 35 skills. Flesh healing flesh link, group heal, undead blessing, brief def boost. Flesh harvest, converts flesh to essence for easy storage and transport, with a healing effect. Trait, undead healing mastery, plus 20% healing on undead. I called over a damaged skeleton, a missing arm, missing ribs, a cracked skull, dimmed soul fire. Heal it. The acolyte tapped its bone staff, dark red light enveloping the skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. The broken bone knit, the ribs regrew, the cracked skull sealed, the severed arm reconnecting at a pace visible to the eye, and in a few dozen seconds the soul fire was bright again. That recovery speed is incredible. Skeletons never recovered HP, and now one was repaired in seconds. With healers in place, the Legion was finally complete. Still 4,805 units left, and forging an abomination takes 5,000, short by 195. I waved a hand. Throw the leftover bodies in 2. Decomposition complete plus 320 current, 5,125. Enough. Make an abomination. The flesh furnace shook violently, dark red liquid surging and spewing steam. 5,000 units swallowed. Heaps of corpses pushed in. Flesh stripped from bone and folded into a flesh mass. Bone taking shape. Muscle coiling. 1 arm. 2, 3, 4. A 4-meter giant undead rose from the furnace like a fortress of flesh. Stitched from thousands of corpses, dark red muscle layered and bare, suture lines crawling over it like centipedes. For arms thick as stone pillars, a vertical fanged mouth splitting its belly and chewing ceaselessly. Dozens of pale bone spikes thrusting from its spine. Every step it took cracked the ground, the thick reek of rot turning the very air viscous. Abomination, 1-star epic, LV.16 HP, 800 ATK, 120 def 60 skills. Forearm sweep devour flesh, heals, bone spike volley flesh shield traits. Flesh body, physical damage taken minus 30%. Weakening aura, nearby enemy attack minus 10%. Big enough. Tank up front, range damage, healer in back, all set. Still 125 units left. I kept scrolling the creation menu. Every option below grayed out and marked level insufficient. Flesh enhancement, mutation, fusion, all but the very bottom one, locked, yet faintly bleeding a few lines of dark gold text. Bloodline fusion, Locked consumes a designated bloodline plus flesh essence to create a flesh undead of that bloodline. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the creation. Dragon Beast, 1-star epic flesh essence times 8,000 plus Dragonkin bloodline times 1. Frostbone Dragon Juvenile. 1-star legendary flesh essence times 20,000 plus True Dragon Blood times 1. Dragon Lich. 3-star legendary flesh essence times 300,000 plus True Dragon Blood times 1. Dragons. Bone Dragons. Frostbone Dragons. The names alone set the blood racing. A dragon for a mount, soaring the skies, freezing all things, to say nothing of a 3-star legendary Dragon Lich. I drew a deep breath and pressed down the excitement. 125 units was a long way from 8,000, and the bigger problem was the Dragonkin bloodline. Where would I get it? Maybe a plane behind the Gate of Calamity held dragons. The Silent Ridge of Death didn't sound like it, but I'd ask the elves later whether the Dark Wastes had any word of dragons. Worst case, I'd wait until I was back at the Blue Star trading market. Someone there sold everything. One way or another, I had to get a dragon. I closed the menu, then suddenly remembered, with spirit raised, the Lich summoning cooldown should have reset. Lich summoning, 1/2. Sure enough, I could summon another Lich. I opened a Lord's gateway straight to the altar. I was about to gain another capable lieutenant like Vord. The Dark Wastes, the Wong Alliance camp. A short lord walked into Wang Hao's tent, his face grim. Young master, Miss Wang Ying, is dead. Wang Hao's hand stopped in midair, his teacup slipping and shattering. How long ago? At least 3 days. The eyes only just reported it back. 3 days. No wonder he hadn't been able to reach her these past days. 7 calls, all offline. The person had already been gone. How did she die? Some say she died on the battlefield, but I checked. Every lord who went in with her is alive. Only she's dead. Not a demon ambush. She was killed by someone. Who? Leong. Wang Hao's nails dug into his palm. That worthless trash again. He's a novice lord now, the short lord added in a low voice. A burly lord beside him was unbothered. A collateral branch woman, dead is dead. Dead is dead. Wang Hao shot to his feet, the temperature in the tent plunging. Wang Ying's werewolf bloodline was for tempering my orc bloodline. She was my cultivation vessel. A cultivation vessel, a term not unfamiliar in lord circles. Certain special bloodlines could be tempered repeatedly using another lord's bloodline as material, raising one's own talent and aptitude. Her bloodline is mine. It's not for some undead lord to lay a hand on. Wang Hao slammed a fist on the table. Where is Leong? Exact location unknown. He's not with the Su family. But he seized a spirit stone mine to the east, called the Crimson Mine. Send people to deal with him? The burly lord said, rubbing his hands. Can't be dealt with. The short lord smiled bitterly. He has over 10 epic tier minions under him, and an angel besides. An undead lord with an angel? The burly lord's face changed. But Wang Hao laughed. So what if they're epic tier? We've got plenty of epic tier under us too. He swept his gaze over them. Besides, I've allied with the Zhao family. They'll be here soon. The Zhao family of Jiang City? The short lord looked up. Why would they wade into this mess? The Crimson Mine. Wang Hao tapped the table. Half of what's inside goes to them, and they're more than glad to take it. The Zhao family has a 9-star epic minion, 1 step short of legendary. The few in the tent traded looks, the hesitation in their eyes slowly turning to greed. Wang Hao raised his head, killing intent filling his eyes. Leong, this time you die. Before the undead altar, the skeletons pushed an epic demon corpse into the altar's core. Lich summoning. A dark violet pillar of light shot up, the corpse dissolving and recongealing within. But it condensed differently from Vord. Vord's frame was slender, his soul fire gathered in the skull, a pure caster. This frame's finger bones grew abnormally, fingertips sharp as carving knives, dense runes surfacing across its ribs and coursing ghost blue like a living pulse. A row of bone hooks forming on its own at its waist, hung with rune-carved bone plates. Lich summoning successful. Rune Lich, 1-star epic. Summons 176/351 Liches 2/2. Rune Lich, 1-star epic. LV.16 HP, 450 ATK, 90 def, 35 skills. Rune detonation, area magic damage. Corrosion inscription, Armor break minus 30%. Weakness rune. Area plague. HP drain. ATK minus 20%. Mana shield traits. Inscription mastery. Can inscribe all manner of spell scrolls and research rune arrays. Crafting effect plus 20%. Spell affinity. Inscription mana cost minus 50%. The pillar faded, and a gray-white skeleton knelt on one knee. Bone script greets the master. Spell scroll specialist. My eyes lit up. An alchemist lich, in other words. Attack and support both, the research type, but no slouch in combat either. Other casters spent mana and waited on cooldowns to fire skills. Bone script didn't have to. Inscribe the scrolls ahead of time, hang them at his waist, and on the battlefield he was a mobile artillery platform, throwing whatever he wanted, as much as he wanted. A burst scroll for a sea of fire, a corrosion scroll to shatter all armor, a plague scroll to infect the enemy ranks, and he could even inscribe berserk and healing scrolls to buff allies' attack and restore their HP. No mana, no cooldown. As long as the materials lasted, the scrolls flowed without end, and materials were the one thing I never lacked. Can I use your scrolls? Of course. Anyone can use a spell scroll, including you. Bone script detached a bone plate and offered it up. Acquired. Burst rune scroll ×1. On use. Deals area magic damage to a designated area. I stowed it and handed him a spatial ring. Don't worry about anything else. Just make me scrolls at full effort. Attack, healing, defense, all of it. Use whatever materials you need. Pick yourself an alchemy lab. Yes. Thank you for the master's grace. One scroll was one spell, no skill needed, no mana needed. As material quality rose, the power would only grow, and he could lay rune arrays across the whole plane. Even without changing class, I'd gained a force out of thin air. The mana garden was on a patch of open ground in the southeast of the Calamity Domain, at the edge of the residential district, sown with the mana plant seeds brought out of the Crimson Mine. Alien and a dozen some elves bustled about the garden, all kneeling when they saw me come. I raised a hand to let them rise. Bed after bed grew thriving, dark red flame grass, ghost blue moonlight flower, gray-white witherbone vine. Elves were natural hands at tending plants, and these days near the mana spring had restored much of their ability. Flame grass can be harvested in 5 days, refines into fire element. Moonlight flower in 7, holds mana. Witherbone vine in 10, makes dark element potions. Alien answered. Whatever herbs Bone Script needs, supply as best you can, I said. No suitable seeds, then go find them outside. I turned to leave, when Alien suddenly knelt, his forehead to the ground. My lord, I beg you, save our kin. When the demons attacked, only some fled to the mine. The rest were scattered elsewhere, most of them likely enslaved too. I beg you, find them, save them. A dozen some elves knelt as one, voices cracking with tears. Elves were a rare race, skilled in magic and cultivation, every one of them precious labor. Save more, and that meant more population, more mana plants, more inscription material. Only, the wastes were vast. I couldn't go fishing a needle from the sea. All right, if I come across them, I'll save them in passing. Thank you, my lord. Our elven race will honor you as master for all generations. I was about to speak, when the lord's bracelet buzzed. Su Qingxue. Leon. Wang Hao is allied with the Zhao family to attack your Crimson Mine. The Zhao family of Jiang City. 2 days at the soonest. The Zhao family sent their main force, and Wang Hao's gathered all his minions. She spoke fast. The Zhao family has a 9-star epic minion, a dragon beast. More precisely, a pseudo-dragon. My pupils contracted slightly. A dragon beast with dragon blood, not yet fully awakened. 9-star epic. 1 step short of legendary. The core combat force of any faction, and the absolute ceiling for a novice lord. But, the corner of my mouth lifted. Understood. Thanks for the warning. I'll keep an eye out. Hide first. You may have Lilith, but she's gravely wounded, and a 9-star epic isn't easy to handle. Wait a few days. We're heading your way. Is that all right? Want to drag your Su family into it with the Wang family? It's fine. We're protecting an ally's vein. We're not afraid of it blowing up. Her sister Su Shuangning was no weakling. Even Lilith had nearly fallen to her. Maybe it really was worth trying to work together. 5 days later, 100 meters outside the Crimson Mine. A black mass of figures blanketed the whole slope. Orcs, wind elementals, trance, gargoyles, shadow panthers, an unbroken horizon of them, a rough thousand, filling the entire valley. At the very front, Wang Hao in black combat dress, fingers stroking his sword hilt over and over, a smile at his lips, like watching prey in a cage. Beside him stood a young man with sword-sharp brows and bright eyes, a dark red robe, the Zhao family crest at his waist, for signs of his generation behind him, the Zhao family of Jiang City. I walked out of the mine with Serena and Vord. Liang, you killed my cousin, and today the debt comes due. Don't hide. Get out here. Wang Hao's magically amplified roar carried across the valley, his smile widening at the sight of me. An F-rank piece of trash, cowering and trembling in his mind, coward. Last chance. Come out on your own, or I'll drag you out like a dog. My minions said a dog kept barking and barking, I said, unhurried. So it was the Wang family's dog. No wonder it barks so fiercely. Wang Hao's face changed sharply, killing intent flashing. Then he forced it down and squeezed out a smile. Cocky right up to your death. Hand over the mine like a good boy and be my dog, and maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, with 1,000 minions, you die today. Hold on. The young man in the dark red robe spoke. You're Liang? I'm Zhao De, the Zhao family of Jiang City. He sized me up, a glint in his eye. An F-rank talent advancing to novice lord, no small thing. My Zhao family cherishes talent. Join us. The mine is yours. The Zhao family keeps you free of worry, and we'll give you resources beyond your imagining. The smile froze on Wang Hao's face. Brother Zhao, he said, lowering his voice, Liang killed Wang Ying. He's my enemy. Wang Hao. Zhao De's gaze went cold. The Zhao, Wang cooperation extends only to the mine. Your cousin's death is your Wang family's private affair. Know your place. Wang Hao choked, his lips moving, but nothing came out. Zhao De turned to me. No rush to answer. I'll give you 3 days. For these 3 days, I won't touch you. I can answer now, I said evenly. No thanks. His brow furrowed. A youth behind him, Zhao Minghui, stepped up and pointed at me, shouting, F-rank trash, the Zhao family's doing you an honor. Don't be ungrateful. Join us, and no one would dare touch you. Is that so? I smiled and asked back. Then are your Zhao family's apprentice lords all still alive these days? Zhao De's face went cold. He had a younger brother, Zhao Ming, taken by demons and missing ever since, whom even diviners couldn't locate. Don't be rash. You'll get yourself killed. Spare me the kindness, the forced into it act. I paused. I never curry favor with the powerful. If you're coming, then come. Zhao De sneered and waved a hand. A rift tore open behind him. A giant claw with half-meter talons reaching out, an enormous dragon head emerging, its 2 horns curving back, dark gold vertical pupils sweeping the field, a suffocating, mountainous pressure bearing down. A wyvern, a subdragon species, short only 2 limbs of a true dragon, nearly 10 meters long, dark red scaled armor, wings blotting out the sky, the bone spikes at its tail tip cold and cruel. It landed behind Zhao De, its vertical pupils fixed dead on me. Last chance, Zhao De said, looking down at me. Join the Zhao family, become my vassal, and I'll keep you alive. If you want to fight, fight. You talk too much. I waved impatiently. Get on with it. Zhao De threw up his hand. Attack. Kill. Wang Hao let out a breath, the corner of his mouth lifting. Over 1,000 summons poured into the mine. Orcs, wind elementals, trance, gargoyles, flame elementals, shadow demons, filling the pit mouth in an instant. Facing the host, my face didn't change. How does he show no reaction at all? Zhao De frowned. Scared stiff, Wang Hao sneered, his face full of anticipation. The words had barely left him. Boom. The mine exploded. Fiery red lights shot skyward from underground, mud and stone flying. Bursting fireballs, a third-ring spell, but in enormous numbers. These past days, Bone Script had churned out scrolls day and night, all buried here and linked into a rune array, now detonated at once. Dense fireballs erupted from the ground, engulfing the orcs charging at the front, flesh blasting apart, bones scorched black, shadow demons convulsed and smoked, trance swallowed whole by fire, vine and body together. Liang, you sneaky bastard. Wang Hao's face changed completely. A petty trick. Zhao pointed straight at me. All epic tiers, gang up on him. Behind him, 3 intermediate lords channeled mana at once. A dozen some terrifying figures rising into the air. Graka, Doom Knight Squad. From deep in the mine, 8 figures shot skyward. Right after, the Skeleton Legion poured out in full force. The Skeleton Archer's arrow rain blotted the sky, dozens of enemies dropping in answer. Rare tier archers, more than even rare minions could withstand. The Skeleton Mages fired acid bolts in chains, instant death on contact. The Bone Behemoth crashed through, one claw swatting 3 orcs away. The Dark Knight's iron hooves thundered into the enemy ranks. Orcs knocked flying. Treants trampled to pieces wherever they passed. Zhao's pupils snapped tight. The smile froze on Wang Hao's face. How can this be? Something's wrong. Cold sweat ran down Zhao's back. Everyone assumed Liang's strength lay in those few epic minions, but no one knew. His legion had long since gone rare. Aside from the skeleton shield guards at 9-star elite, all the rest were rare. One worth 10 of theirs. 300 minions like these. Forget 1,000-strong alliance. 3,000 would struggle to hold them. They had underestimated me. Asti, kill that lord. Zhao snapped coldly. The wyvern beat its wings hard and dove straight for me in the pit. Under the dragon pressure, the front row elite shield guards dropped to their knees as one. The weight of a 9-star epic was terrifying. At that moment, dark violet light flashed in the air. Bat wings spread, violet hair flying. Black horns coiled with violet flame. A vast energy swept the pit mouth, the dragon pressure vanishing in an instant. A violet flame whip snapped out, wrapped the dragon's tail, and with a thunderous crack drove the wyvern back. That's a succubus? Zhao Minghui's eyes went wide. How is her aura so terrifying? Zhao's face changed completely. Asti, go all out, kill her. The wyvern raged, its great maw opening to spew a stream of dark green acid dragon breath. Lilith twisted aside, the acid grazing her wingtip and scorching it black. She grunted, but her gaze was cold as a blade. The dragon gave her no breathing room, its wings sweeping across, wing claws tearing at the air for her head. She arched back in a hard retreat, the gale slicing her cheek. A strand of violet hair severed, flipping backward off the momentum. Vord raised his staff high, a dark violet curse aura bursting out. The dragon stalled, wingclaw frozen in midair. Lilith seized the opening, her whip of viper coiling around the dragon's neck and yanking tight. The dragon roared in pain, grabbed the whip with a backhand and wrenched with brute force, her stance breaking, her toes plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground. But she didn't let go, vaulting up off the pole to kick the dragon's belly with both feet, several scales shattering. The dragon lashed its tail, the tail an iron whip sweeping across. She released the whip and arched back, barely grazing past, the air blast driving her back several steps, blood at the corner of her mouth. She wiped the blood and, instead of wincing, smiled. Now that's interesting. The dragon was no better off, the whip mark on its neck deep enough to show bone, blood seeping from its belly scales, fury swelling in its vertical pupils. The 2 figures collided again, whip and dragon claw crossing, bat wings and dragon wings clashing, air blasts detonating in layers. Recovered to 4 or 5 tenths, Lilith actually fought this half-step legendary wyvern to a standstill. I frowned. This wyvern was more than 9-star epic. Its combat power far exceeded the cap, already 1 foot into legendary. Only, a novice lord couldn't command a legendary tier minion, and Zhao's level pinned it down hard, or it would have broken through long ago. The Zhao family was a great house indeed. They truly had deep reserves. Seeing the dragon tied up, Wang Hao panicked. Forget the undead lord, kill him first. All minions, attack. 2 epic wind elementals and 3 epic gargoyles charged straight at me. Serena rose to meet them, holding off the 3 gargoyles with the mages and archers' support. But the wind elementals were blindingly fast, slipping past her straight for me. Yes, just like that, kill him. Wang Hao exulted. Heh. I sneered, watching the wind elementals rush in. 30 meters, 20. In the instant they entered casting range, an invisible wave of light spread out from between my brows. The 2 wind elementals charging at the front locked up in an instant. My lord's skill, Mind strike. My spirit already exceeded that of a level 20 lord. The two wind elementals were pinned on the spot. Four dark shapes flashed to their flanks. The bone shadow assassins, shadow step, cold daggers stabbing in one after another, piercing the wind elementals' cores in a blink, shattering them. On the other side, Serena was locked in fierce battle with the three gargoyles. Gargoyles were thick-hided and stone-armored, but holy light counters darkness. However thick the armor, it couldn't withstand purification. She slipped past a stone wing and ran a backhand stroke into one's eye socket, holy light bursting. An epic skeleton archer's arrow pinned precisely into another's eye. The skeleton mage's eye spears, shadow bolts, and death rays chaining in to crack and flake the stone armor away. Serena seized the chance, her holy light, sword full of power running through the lead gargoyle's stone heart, shattering it from within. She spun and slit the second's throat, 3 arrows pinning and breaking its core. The third beat its wings to flee, an ice spear punching through its wing as she caught up midair and cut it in two. 3 epic gargoyles, all destroyed. Impossible. Wang Hao's eyes went wide. Zhao Da's face changed too. At this rate of reaction, this coordination, fight on, and the alliance was doomed to collapse. Use scrolls. Use all of them. Wang Hao tore open a stack of scrolls. Zhao Da and the others held nothing back either, ripping them one after another. Strength, speed, shadow enhancement, berserk, every minion blazed with light. Many elites forced up to rare on the spot, the pressure on the skeleton legion surging. A berserk orc split a shield guard with one axe and charged at me. The epic minions in the air drove the Doom Knights back step by step. Luckily, there were the flesh acolytes, a few sweeps of healing light, and the skeleton's HP came right back. The battleground to a deadlock. Lilith and the wyvern were evenly matched too. Master, I can go berserk once and kill this dragon, she sent into my mind. But after berserk my strength drops, my body takes severe damage, and I'll fall weak again. My thoughts raced. For her to offer it, she must be confident she could slay the dragon, but kill it and she'd be crippled, with Zhao Da, Wang Hao, and 1,000 summons still here. Or should I use the steal the corpse tactic and pull back? Mid-deliberation, the bracelet buzzed. Su Qingxue. Liang. A demon legion is heading your way, huge numbers, and a legendary tier legion commander. We can't support you for now. Don't do anything rash, my sister, and I will go intercept them. Don't intercept, I said decisively. Let them come. Hide yourselves, fall back, don't reveal your positions. I have a plan. I cut the line, the corner of my mouth lifting. Whole army, withdraw into the mine. Everyone was fighting at full tilt and baffled by the order. Lilith frowned, but didn't forget to crack the dragon one more time on her way. What's the deal? After a moment's hesitation, she fell back as ordered. Serena covered the rear, her holy light cleaving out a wall of light. We retreated into the mine, and I opened the gate of calamity, the undead legion filing in, my own figure vanishing with it. The gate shut, the mine fell dead silent. Outside, no one had imagined I'd pull out so cleanly. After a brief stupefaction, Wang Hao burst out laughing. Huh, he's scared. So much for an undead lord. After him. Into the mine. The alliance poured in, only to find it empty, not so much as a bone left. Where is he? Zhao Da demanded. The vein's still here, but there's no undead, no living thing at all. Ran fast enough. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. Search. Turn the mine inside out. I don't believe he can vanish into thin air. Zhao Da stroked the dragon, looking into the depths of the mine, and frowned. Too clean a retreat. Not like fleeing, more like a plan. Something felt wrong. But Wang Hao had already led his people charging in. The Crimson Mine was a rich vein. Take it, and the family army could mine millions, even tens of millions of pieces of ore. The demi-plane no longer a worry. At that moment, the earth shook. From behind the western slope, a black mass of shapes poured out. Demons. Hundreds upon hundreds of demons. And from the sky came an aura of heaven-toppling, earth-shattering terror. The demons surged out like a black tide, no horizon to them. Lesser demons at the front, fangs bared. Demon warriors over 3 meters tall gripping black iron battle axes. Demon cavalry sheathed in black armor, their lances of forest, flying demons curtaining off half the sky. At the army's rear, a giant minotaur demon nearly 5 meters tall came treading in, gray-brown skin covered in scars, its horns polished bright, legendary tier. A mountainous pressure pressed down, and every leg in the field went weak. Legendary tier. How is there a legendary tier here? Wang Hao went ashen and turned to run. Too late. The demon legion poured in from 3 sides like floodgates thrown open, crushing the Alliance's rear in an instant. The scroll buffs had worn off. The summons reverted to form, like children before the demon warriors, one per axe stroke, cut down like melons and vegetables. Brother Zhao, where's that dragon of yours? Get it out here. Wang Hao's voice trembled. Zhao gritted his teeth. Go. The wyvern roared skyward and dove straight at the minotaur, its dragon claw reaching for the beast's head with the force to topple the heavens. The minotaur didn't even dodge. The claw raked across its carapace, clang, leaving only 3 faint white marks, not even breaking the skin. The wyvern faltered. Worthless. The minotaur turned and drove a fist into its chest. The wyvern screamed and was knocked back dozens of meters, smashing into the rock wall and gouging out a dragon-shaped crater, the rubble burying it. Ag, Zhao roared, pulling a dark red pill from his robe and swallowing it. The dragon blood elixir, a Zhao family heirloom medicine, brewed from true dragon blood, able to temporarily lift the limits on a contracted dragon. Zhao's eyes flushed with blood. He formed a seal, and a blood rune sank into the wyvern's brow. Crack, an invisible shackle shattered, dark red light erupting from within the wyvern, its scales bristling, its broken wing forcibly healing, its dragon eyes shifting from dark gold to blood red, its aura surging from the peak of epic 1 foot into legendary. Kill. The wyvern spread its blood wings and dove, 3 times faster, its claw raking the minotaur, carapace shattering, 5 claw marks slashed across its chest, black-red blood spraying. Wing buffets, tail sweeps, bone spikes whipping its waist armor apart. The minotaur swung a fist that struck only an afterimage. The wyvern circled to its back, hooked its curved horns, and wrenched hard. The minotaur staggering a step. Tear it apart. Zhao exulted. The wyvern attacked like mad, each blow flashing with blood, the minotaur's carapace cracking off chunk by chunk, black blood pouring. But the minotaur's dark red vertical pupils suddenly blazed, like burning magma. It stopped blocking, taking the bites head-on, lowered its head, aimed its horns at the wyvern, and charged in a fury. The near 5-meter body became a dark red meteor. Boom. The horns ran clean through the wyvern's belly. The wyvern shrieked, dragon blood spraying the sky, but it didn't let go. Only madness was left in its blood-red vertical pupils. With its last strength, it clamped onto the horns and pinned itself onto them, opened its jaws, and bit down on the minotaur's neck, dragon fangs sinking deep into the flesh. The minotaur roared and shook its head. The wyvern wouldn't release, its fangs biting deeper, squelch, through the great artery of the neck, black-red blood gushing out like a fountain. Roar. The minotaur went utterly berserk, both hands seizing the wyvern's body and ripping. Ryup, the wyvern torn alive in 2, dragon blood and entrails drenching it. The wyvern was dead. But that final bite had nearly severed the minotaur's neck. The mind fell briefly dead silent. The demons stopped their attack, staring at the minotaur kneeling on one knee, drenched in blood. No concern in their eyes, only greed. Among demons there is no sympathy. The legion commander was weakened, and the other demons thought only one thing. Could they kill it, swallow it, and grow stronger themselves? The minotaur understood too. It rose slowly, laughed at the sky, and crushed the wyvern's head under its foot. What a fine lizard. This is what you get for biting me. Its dark red vertical pupils swept the field. Anyone else want a bite? The roar shattered the rubble. Drenched in blood, the gash at its neck still seeping. Its momentum was wilder than before the wound. A legendary tier demon grows more savage the more it's hurt. That presence cowed every demon at once. They turned and bore down on the Alliance again. Zhao slumped to the ground, gazing at the blood-soaked, madly laughing minotaur, despair filling his eyes. The dragon was dead. The minotaur, far from dead, was only more insane. The Alliance was finished. So he knew all along. Zhao De gritted his teeth. He understood it all now. Liang's clean retreat had been nothing but inviting the guest into the trap. His trembling hand reached into his robe and drew out a long-range teleport scroll, the last life-saving card, able to carry only 3. He glanced at Wang Hao cowering and trembling behind a boulder, glanced at the 2 surviving lords beside him, and without hesitation tore the scroll open. "Brother Zhao, wait for me." Wang Hao lunged over. The light had already wrapped Zhao De and the 2 others, and with a whoosh they vanished. Wang Hao grasped at empty air. Zhao De had left him behind. "Zhao De, you bastard." The Minotaur glanced toward where the teleport light had vanished and gave a cold snort. A little worm got away. It turned to look at Wang Hao, mockery filling its vertical pupils. "One left. The Calamity Domain." I stepped in. Lilith leaned against the mana spring, arms folded, pouting. "Why'd you suddenly pull back?" "One berserk and I could have killed that thing." I went cold-faced, a flicker of will. The dark gold runes flared, and she shuddered all over. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" "No, master. I was just trying to ease your burden." She softened at once. "Kill that dragon, and the rest are nothing to fear." She wasn't wrong, so I didn't punish her further and sat down by the spring. "That Minotaur Legion commander you mentioned, it's here." "Tauros." She blinked, then caught on. "As for how things stand, I don't need to spell it out." I looked at her. "Next time you question my orders, the punishment won't be this light." "Yes, master." She bowed her head obediently. Vord lowered his head and pretended not to see. Serena shot a glance over and gave a snort. "Commander, what next?" "Rest and regroup the Legion first, and find out what's up with that dragon along the way." I stood. "Bring Zhao Ming." A moment later, Zhao Ming was brought before me, ashen-faced, eyes sunken, cheekbones jutting, a great deal thinner all over, his gaze hollow. Days of hard labor had ground him down to a wreck. I crouched. "Zhao Ming, you're looking rough. You're going to kill me?" His voice was hoarse. "No, I'm giving you a chance to rest for a few days." His eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes." I ran into Zhao De. "He has a wyvern." I asked straight out. "The Zhao family is an elemental bloodline. How do you have a dragon beast? Bought an egg and hatched it, or does the family keep them?" Seeing him hesitate, I added, "I'll give you a few days off each week, no labor." "Fine, I can't escape anyway." He sighed. "The Zhao family has a pact with the dragon race. Our great lord signed it with the dragons of another plane. Subdragons may serve Zhao family members. But not just anyone qualifies. You have to pass the dragon's trial. Only a Zhao descendant who's gained their recognition can have a subdragon swear fealty." Zhao De passed. "Yes, only 3 of our generation did, and he's one of them. So he became a core member of the family. What else can be gained?" He hesitated, his voice barely audible. "The Dragon Holy Land. Those who pass a higher trial can enter the Dragon Holy Land and seek a true dragon's blessing." I nodded. Never expected the Zhao family to be professional dragon keepers. I waved for him to be taken away. "You promised, you have to deliver. I want my days off." "Don't worry." 3 Zhao of his generation, all with dragons. The corner of my mouth lifted. If I could get my hands on the corpses, that was material for 3 bone dragons. I summoned out all the corpses Vord had brought back and folded them into the Legion. After a while at it, the bracelet buzzed again. "Liang, are you all right?" "The scouts say the Demon Legion and the Alliance are in all-out battle. The wyvern broke through to Legendary and gravely wounded that Minotaur." "Did Zhao De win?" "No, the Minotaur's too vicious. It tore the dragon in 2. "The dragon's dead?" My eyes lit up. The wyvern's corpse was still there. An undead dragon was within reach. "No," my heart tightened. Demons love eating corpses most of all. Would the Minotaur have swallowed a legendary tier wyvern? And the Minotaur? Gravely wounded, I think, but still standing near the mine. The Demon Legions chasing Zhao De and Wang Hao. The Minotaur was gravely wounded, but the Demon Legion was still there, and Lilith's current strength might not hold it down. "Is your sister there? Let me speak with her." A moment later, a cool voice came. "Liang, it's me. Miss Su." I got straight to the point. "Do me a favor, and I'll repay you handsomely after. You saved my life and my sister's." Her tone was flat. "What is it? Say it." "A joint operation to slay the legendary tier Minotaur."